Okay, awesome. Can I get a thumbs up in the back if you can hear me okay? Perfect, thank you so much. It is so good to see you guys. At some point they'll lower the music. I love the music though. We'll lower the music in just a second. It's so good to see you guys this afternoon. I know today is usually for the new coordinators and directors, and I see several veterans as well. Again, it is great to see you here. So glad you're able to join us. This fall conference was geared for you. We developed the program, what we're doing for you guys, based on the feedback we received prior to Mega, during Mega Conference. If there's anything as we're going through these next couple of days that we can do, that we need to do to make this a more pleasant experience, more informational, anything for you, please feel free to let us know. My staff and I are here to help you guys. This is our federal programs team, and if the entire federal program staff would just stand up for just a second, please. We're spread out throughout. So anything you need throughout these next couple of days, feel free to reach out to us. This is the different teams for the regional specialists. Some of you guys have already met with them this morning during the EGAP sessions. We have a session specifically for meeting and greeting and having conversations about different things that we're addressing. Feel free, again, to give us any feedback you have. Again, we want to make sure this is beneficial in what you guys need. A few housekeeping things. Restrooms are straight out and to the left. Also, we have a Google site. Hopefully everyone received the email with the Google site. On the site are all the presentations that we're using throughout this conference, information on the speaker that we're going to have tomorrow, information on the different restaurants that are in the area, and just a lot of other helpful information, hopefully to help you over these next couple of days. Ooh, I need my glasses. There was one other thing I was going to say. Parking lot. So we have a parking lot. If there is something specific that we don't mention, you want us to discuss or whatever, any lingering questions you have after one of the presentations, we have a parking lot over here, and I'm not sure who's manning the parking lot, Melinda? Kristen Dao is manning the parking lot, and so she's over there near the parking lot. Just let her know, or you can just take a marker and write whatever it is, and we'll be revisiting the parking lot throughout the day over the next couple of days. And so without further ado, I am going to introduce our first couple of speakers. You know, we always want to hear from the field. We want you guys to share with each other, to see what everybody's doing, what's working, what's not working. And so today we have the pleasure of hearing from Celeste Tilley from Elmore County and Allison Ursery from Limestone County. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you.
Everybody, it's good to be here to see you. I'm Celeste Tilley, as Molly said, Federal Programs Director in Elmore County, and
I'm Allison Ursery from Limestone County.
So good to see you all face to face. Our topic this afternoon is planning your year, the federal programs timeline, and lessons learned from the field. And as Allison and I were preparing for today, we learned we had very different experiences when we first came into our positions as federal programs directors.
So I wanted to talk about how when I first became a federal programs director, how I used the timeline and how it was so helpful to me. Previously, I was the elementary curriculum coordinator for our district, and I used a timeline there, and I actually left a timeline for the person that took over my position, so she would kind of know the flow of a whole year. So when I saw the federal programs timeline, I was like, yes. And so there are several things that I do with the timeline that was very helpful resource for me that first year, and still continues to be helpful for me to plan out my year. It was very good because it helped keep me on track and know when things were due. I come from Region 2, and Region 2 was a great resource for me because they just kind of took me under their wing, and when I didn't know what was due or I knew it was due, but I didn't actually know what it was, they were very helpful to me. I use it too to help me determine things of when private schools or things are due for private schools. So the agendas, the letters that I send out to the parents to offer Title I services, those kinds of things. I also used it a lot for things that we're doing just in our district. So district-specific things. I kind of added and tweaked the timeline so it fits for my own district. So we do an EL awards banquet. We did not get to have it last year due to COVID because we were not allowing parents inside the building, but we are planning to have one this year. We're going to do it outside on a football field, but we had a great turnout. And anyway, it takes a lot of planning to put on something that big district-wide, and so I actually add things like that into the timeline just so I don't forget, hey, we need to order these things and be prepared for our banquet. But the banquet turned out to be great. We had thought maybe we would have 120 people show up, including parents. We were hoping at least 60 would show up. We wound up having way over. We couldn't even fit everybody in the room. We had to do it by session one, so it was a great success. So now, but we do add that into our timeline so we know how to plan for it throughout the year. I use the timeline as well, so I take the timeline on the side that's for our schools, and I actually make a checklist for my principals, and hopefully in a little bit we can show you that checklist, if not, if it's something that you would like to see. So they have it by the month so they know what's due. I've actually got directions in there for different diagnostics that they have to do on their ACIP, because it's easy to forget from year to year exactly where do I find that. So there's some directions there, when things are due to my office, and so it's just a little check sheet for them. And the last thing that I really use our timeline for, I even put their checklist as, and I know a lot of school systems use Title I Crate, but we actually use Google Drive, and so I think Jason's going to kind of show you. So this is one of my school's drive. It's not completely full yet, but it's just the start of the year, so you can see that their Title I school comprehensive budget is in there, so they can go in. They know that that's where they're going to go in and put their different funds, so where they're going to put their money for the school year. We have the Title I checklist. That is the checklist that I actually give to our principals, so they use it to help guide. And you can see, like, when they do their Title I parent meeting, I have a checklist of everything they need to make sure that's put in back into their Google Drive. So I want to see, you know, your agenda, how did you advertise it? So I make a list for them because we're constantly having new Title I administrators. We have systems around that keep stealing ours. So anyway, I just think it makes it very helpful especially for our new Title I administrators, to be able to have a checklist to kind of know, especially those first 2 months of school when so much is required for them. So, and a lot of times some of them, you know, with the ACIP, they kind of can't remember exactly where did I find that diagnostic? So I just put the directions in here so they know where it is and when they need to have it completed by. That's just a copy of the school parent compact, and then they will upload a copy of theirs once it's signed. They'll upload a sample to their Google Drive. But as you can see, we just got all sorts of different documents. This has worked really well for us. I already have their sign-in sheet for their annual Title I parent meeting, the PowerPoint. We also have a resource page that typically I have a QR code where parents can quickly just snap the QR code and get to this particular page. But I did go ahead and put it in the Google Drive because a lot of times the schools may not know all of our community resources. So that's kind of how I started off using the timeline in Limestone County. Celeste?
My experience was completely opposite from that. When I became the director in 2016, our federal programs department in Elmore County consisted of 3 people, including myself. The other two people had been there for several years, so they were my timeline. One of them in particular would very politely tell me when it was time to do a particular activity and kind of give me the backstory on how it had been done before, and to keep me really on the right track going forward. And for the most part, we were on time with things. But Allison mentioned the timeline that she created and customized for her district. There are 2 documents on your table. We did not put enough copies for everyone to have one, but they will be uploaded onto the conference website. And I also want to share with you that one of our colleagues, Dr. Alicia Lyles, who is the Federal Programs Coordinator in Eufaula City and Chair of the Region 9 Federal Programs Administrators Group, she created those formats. She took the State Department format that you can go in the EGAP document library and get, and she separated those out into 2 separate documents in a checklist format. So you can see, really at a school in particular, it's one side of one page. Now, if you customize and you begin to add district-specific things like Allison described, it may be a little bit longer, but it's in a very useful format, and I thank you, Dr. Lyles, for sharing that with us. And that's uploaded in a Word document, so if you needed to customize that, you would be able to. So for our time together today, Allison and I decided that we would focus on several of the really big activities. Everything's important in the timeline, but some big rock sorts of things that can be the most challenging or the most time-consuming to deal with. And so we'd like to share a few of those, our thoughts on those with you, and then give you a minute at your table to share ideas and then maybe share out with the group as we go along. So we'll start with the parents' right to know. You all know that we're required to notify parents that they have the right to request information about the professional qualifications of their children's teachers. So in Elmore County, we post the district and a separate letter for each school with the principal's name and everything in there under the publications on our main district website. And then the schools also have that information on their websites. Allison?
In Limestone County, we still send out a paper copy of the Parents' Right to Know. We have condensed it to a 1-page with English on one side and Spanish on the other side. The schools, if they have those turned back into them, they turn them into my office, and then we take care of getting them completed and mailed back out to parents. At this time, we'd like for you to just share at your table, like, how are you sharing your parents' right to know?
Close to me.
3, 2, 1. I'm used to saying 1, 2, 3. Eyes on me. I taught first grade previously. Okay, would anybody like to share out that does something different or something else that they do to be able to share their parents' right to know?
Okay, so does crickets mean y'all are doing the same thing? Posting it on your website, sending out hard copy, or both? Okay, all right.
Well, the next thing that we wanted to talk about was the advisory council. You know, I've tried many things over the years, and even more new ways since COVID. So originally, when I went back and started looking at the parent advisory, there was often one or two parents were all that were on the previous sign-in sheet. So seems like that year Janet Haygood spoke to us about parent involvement, and she talked about it at, I can't remember now if it was Mega or if it was at the fall conference, but anyway, after I got back to my district, I just called her, and I was like, in this position, I'm telling you, it's so important to be able to find those mentors that can help you, that you feel comfortable asking questions to, and had a lot of those in Region 2. And then for Janet, I did call her, and anyway, she gave me several great suggestions, and our parent advisory committee I had 2 to 3 from every school. They also would want to know things like, they wanted to know more about our test scores, or they wanted to know more about how special ed law worked. And so when I found out things that they wanted to know, then when they would come back in for the next session, I would have a guest speaker that was able to provide that information to them. So they really felt like they were truly involved, and it was really an advisory council, and we were listening to them. And then 1 or 2 of those parents also sits on my federal programs advisory committee. Last year it was a virtual committee, but I have all of mine combined into one federal programs advisory. I just make sure that I include all of those people that also have to be included based on Title IV. And so we make sure we have someone from every school, as well as pretty much most job categories, because I think it's very important if we're all in the same room together, we hear different ideas based on different perspectives at the school level.
So our advisory committee this past year was completely virtual and had the best participation of any since I had been doing federal programs. I think for one reason, it's just much more convenient for people not to have to get in the car and go somewhere or to find childcare or what have you. But I very much like what Allison talked about. I contacted principals, asked for parent representatives, so I added all of those people, plus, as she mentioned, the required categories for Title IV-A. So you've got, and then central office personnel, administrators from the district, and so forth. And also, this coming time, if I can expand it, I will, but in ESSER 3, there's the requirement to meaningfully engage with families and communities. So I think the group, by the time you get all those people involved, we'll have a nice representation from everyone. So I sent emails to all these people, about 75 of them, inviting them to participate and informing them that I would, follow up with them, which I did a few days later. And I sent them an agenda that had links in it. They signed in electronically, so I created a Google form. So when you go to they went to the form, they only entered their information, but at the end of the meeting, so to speak, I could export it out into Excel, and I had 52 participants out of the 75 I invited, which was way better than any I had ever had before. I uploaded a PowerPoint presentation and sent a link to them for that. I provided a feedback form so they could ask questions I wonder about, or I'd like to see more of. What are you doing about, fill in the blank or whatever their comment was. And then the last thing I did was I included a link to a Zoom meeting that anyone who wanted to could participate. And out of that group of 75 participants, I had 32 or 33 to participate. I had the county sheriff, the circuit judge, the student representative on the committee sat with the teacher that I had invited from that school, and they all participated in the Zoom meeting. So that was I counted it as a success, primarily because I got a lot more participation than in a healthy year when we were meeting face to face. And so my plan is to follow that same pattern this coming year. So for it sounds like Allison and I did similar things, but we'd like for you to share with your neighbor at your table what you've done as far as advisory, and we'd really love to hear your ideas about that, because I think the more participation we can get, the better. And if you're doing something that's really cool, that's getting lots of people involved, we want to know how you're doing it so we can copy you. okay? So, talk at your tables, ready, set, go. Three, two, one. And I'm a high school teacher. I don't say 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. Okay. All right, Jason on this side and Gina on this side have mics to bring to you because we know you're going to have some great ideas to share. Who will go first? So what did y'all do for your advisory council? Did you have an advisory council meeting? Did you have one? How'd you do it? Thank y'all in the back. Thank you.
We did a survey. So first, we did everything virtually, and I started out with a survey. We surveyed the parents. We left it open 2 weeks before we were going to have our fall meeting. So after I did the survey, I showed the survey results to the parents. And based off what they said, that's how we did our meetings. All of our meetings were placed on YouTube so that parents could watch them whenever they wanted to. And I also did them I also did private virtual meetings, and I also did public virtual meetings. So based off what the parents said, I rated the topics that they wanted to talk about, and I did the number of meetings based off the percentages that I received.
What kind of survey? What kinds of questions did you ask in your survey?
Like, what did they want us to talk about for parent engagement? What were they interested in? Like, for example, my high school students, one of the largest, I'm sorry, touching the mic. Okay, for the high school students, most of it was preparing the children to be college and career ready. So I did a lot of virtual tours for the college, for different colleges in our area around the state and in the Southeast. The next biggest topic was FAFSA. So of course I did the general FAFSA, how to create a FAFSA ID, how to create a FAFSA pen. Then I turned around and offered one-on-one sessions virtually and in person to parents that needed to complete their FAFSA. So that was a number one topic for us, was that FAFSA. Then we turned around and we looked at the elementary results, and we talked about the after-school tutoring, and we talked about what they needed as far as helping the children academically at home. So in that case, a lot of them was talking about the math. So I had some teachers do cooking at home to show them how we could use mathematics in the home to help them teach their children or help their children with mathematics. Then they could drive by and pick up certain little math activities, hands-on kits to work on at home with the scholars.
How cool is that? See what we would have missed if she hadn't shared that. That's cool. Anybody on this? Anybody else? Anybody over on this side? I know there's some fantastic ideas out there. You're withholding if you don't share.
I haven't done this yet, but I just found this information earlier in the week through an ARI s'mores link. But I downloaded this document. It was very interesting, and it's a parent you send it home to your parents. You have to do a little bit of pre-teaching, but it's all about the components of reading. And it is the entire document. The teacher does like a quick little lesson with your parents, and then you send it home. It's got YouTube links that will link you to an actual teaching lesson of how to teach your kids phonemic awareness, phonics, a comprehension lesson. It does all the different areas of reading, and you just send it home as you're working on those different areas in reading. But it's on your, if you're ARI, I know all of you are ARI, it's on the link that your specialist sent you, and it's like a 105-page document. But I think it is awesome, and we're going to try to send that home through Remind, and then get our teachers to provide some one-on-one training for our parents. But everything is, from what I understand, you just send the things home with them, and it's got links that they can click on for YouTube to be able to view an actual lesson of how they would provide that instruction for their children.
Wow.
So
That's good stuff. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Sorry, last thing. One more thing we also did. We did a drive-through event so with those hands-on or those math activities that the parents were able to do with the scholars. They also had a computer program that they could, I sent home a link via our text messaging program that we use in our district. The parents were able to just tap on the link, and it took them to a virtual math fair. So not only were the activities good for at home doing the virtual math fair, it was also something that they could do over time with their scholars, and it had a below level and above level or extended activity so that scholars could practice on their grade level or drop down if they needed to, or extend it if they needed to also.
Please tell us your name and what district you're from. You're gonna be
I
famous.
am Kimberly Gaston, and I work for Bessemer City Schools.
Kimberly, what's your last name?
Gaston.
Yeah, I know I would like to see your survey. And I'm going to use Celeste, her form.
It's
and
a
I think
Google
it's
form. It's a Google Doc.
Great. Maybe we can get it uploaded as well. I don't know. We'll check and see if that's a possibility. But I love her form for the response even before the meeting, so you kind of knew what they were. So that's one of the things I know just in our collaboration for the meeting today that I plan to start using.
Oh, yeah,
So-
for sure. I mean, I've learned a tremendous amount, and I think that's the benefit of all this, but that's good stuff. Okay, anybody else want to share about advisory council? Okay. Wait till Jeannie gets to you with the mic so we can hear you.
Okay, in Macon County, we did a Zoom meeting for our advisory meeting. The superintendent created an invitation for each department. I think it was 11 departments in the district, and we had to send out the invitation to the people the community, our stakeholders. And once we sent the invitations out, the meeting was scheduled. Everybody's meeting was scheduled at one time on one day, one night. And it was a total of, let's say, 200 and some people. And federal programs had the number 11. So she started off with a general meeting with everybody, explaining the purpose of the meeting. Excuse me, you all. She had to explain the purpose of the meeting, and then we went out into breakout sessions. So if you was number 11 with your invitation, you came to federal programs. If you was number 2, you went to curriculum. If you was number 4, you went to technology. So that's how we conducted.
That's interesting.
What a neat idea.
That is cool. Yeah,
Neat.
that's neat. All right. Thanks, y'all. That's some really good ideas. Y'all don't be surprised in Bessemer if people start calling you. Okay. All right, Allison.
The next big rock is the parent engagement plan. So that is one thing that we have condensed ours to a one-pager. And currently we put it in our student handbook. So our handbook is online, but we also print paper copies for parents that want that. And actually on that little principal check sheet, I always let the principals know what page it is on in our English version and what page it is on in our Spanish version, because it fits. Spanish version's usually a couple pages behind, just because sometimes it takes a little bit more room once that document's translated. But it was something that made it much easier for us to do it that way than handing out the paper copies.
Our parent engagement plan, we do not have a one-pager, but we will after today. And it's posted on the federal programs section of our district website. All right, so I'm going to transition this over, and we're going to talk about one of the things that takes up the majority of my time, and if I had to guess, yours too, which is budgeting and monitoring schools' use of their allocations. So in Elmore County, our budgeting process, or the conversations anyway, start in November. So as soon as our 20-day report's approved, if not before, that last day hits and the principals are watching it every day. Our HR director and the principals and I and the CSFO, we all start crunching numbers, particularly the principals, because they want to know what's going to happen to the number of units they have at their school. So they're especially anxious to begin the wheels turning about, especially if they think they're going to lose any units. We begin preliminary discussions about staffing and how federal funds might be used, keeping in mind that we're never promising anything that early in the game. It's just too early. We always use, or I always say, if our allocation remains about the same, you might be able to do fill in the blank, but there again, nothing is promised. By the time school ends in May, we've had lots of those kinds of conversations. When it comes to, so the personnel part is really not a surprise. It's just really trying to figure out how to maneuver that, how to put at least the minimum number at the schools and get the principals the staffing that they need. When it comes to getting the budget details on paper, all I can say is how did we live before Excel? We use Excel extensively for our budget planning and for monitoring and tracking. Lots of different ways to do it. I'm sure for as many different people in here, there's that many different flavors of Excel spreadsheets and formats that could be used. Depending on how down in the weeds you want to get, with the information you track, how big your school system is, your federal program staff, how many schools you have, all of those things factor in. I have 2 bookkeepers in my department, and they're each responsible for keeping up with different fund sources, and their spreadsheets are not 100% exactly alike, but they both track the same information, the amount of money that's spent, PO numbers, all of those kinds of things. And it also helps that we have a wonderful working relationship with the CSFO in our district, who's always extremely helpful.
Wish we had 2 bookkeepers, don't you, Sylvia? So our administrative assistant, Sylvia Jones, does a phenomenal job keeping our Excel spreadsheets up to date. So it's great because we can actually go and use our budget analysis at the end of each month and look and compare them, because occasionally sometime an accounting code will get off by one number, when it's keyed in another department, and sometimes something's charged to the wrong thing, and so we're able to take care of those things in a timely manner. So those are very important for us to be able to keep on top of our budget expenses.
Oh, for sure. So talk to your neighbors at your table about how you monitor your school's use of their allocations or any other budgeting tips, tricks, shortcuts that maybe you have developed in your district that you could share with us. Ready, set, go. Okay, let's come back together, please, everybody. Who would be willing to share some of the ways that you track your school allocations and your other budgeting activities? Does anybody have a secret?
What I did in the district prior to the district I'm in now is every year I would send out a wish list to my principals to work with budgeting, give them their allocations and tell me this is how you want to spend it and make sure that this is in your ASIP when it's time to go ahead and purchase. I would pre-approve the purchase orders like this is not in your wish list if it wasn't in the wish list. But we knew ahead of time, and I like them to pre-plan because that way you can improve your program without just throwing money willy-nilly, all over the place. But the wish list helped us to make sure that we had the correct coding and make sure that when I checked it on a monthly basis, that they were not overspending.
Thank you, ma'am.
Along with that, you'll see that there's a Title I request form on your table. I put 2 copies there just so you can kind of see what we use in Limestone County. When I first started in federal programs, you may have anybody from the school level call up and started requesting things, and so me and our federal programs administrative assistant worked to create something so we could make sure it matched their ASIP, and I'm sure some of you may use something similar, but we'll just put that out there for maybe new coordinators that are maybe looking for something to show how they are allowed to spend their allocations. So anyway, it's got a place at the bottom to where they also mark where does it match your critical initiative in your ASIP. So we make sure they're not calling and asking for things or sending things up to the central office to be purchased that do not match their ASIP. Anyone else want to share?
Okay, y'all get ready because Allison's going to tell you about an activity that she does that is, I'm going to copy.
Well, this was new for us this year. Like I said, we keep having new Title I administrators, and seems like our principals meetings have gotten shorter, or I might only get 15 minutes at a principals meeting. Before, I was able usually to keep the Title I principals afterwards. Then they started separating the high school from the elementary, and so there wasn't time to keep them because the next meeting was going to be started. So what I did is this summer we had a Title I administrators retreat. So it was a full day, and we were able to go over so many things, and it just worked out really well. They were able to share ideas. We went over, and the agenda that I used is actually is uploaded on the conference website. So if you want to just kind of see some of the topics, but we went over their annual Title I parent meeting. We talked about suggestions of ways that they could get more parents there for that, and the principals. It was very casual, except for just to welcome them there, I didn't stand up in front of them. We were just sitting at tables and having conversations about how we could improve instruction for our disadvantaged students. And they were able to share ideas. And one of the principals, when she sent me her sign-in sheet for her annual Title I parent meeting, she said, if the State Department pulls this one, they won't believe. They'll believe that I actually got people just to sign in. But, she had tried something different this year. She had it before and after her open house. But kids had this little ticket thing to where they needed to stop by every station, which she had done in the past, but it was more for the library, go by the computer lab, and go to the gym. But this time, there was a session before and after. And so when they marked it on their ticket, and it's the smallest school in our district, and they had nearly 100% of parents that came either to the early session or to the late session of their annual Title I parent meeting. And so she was so excited. But, she shared that idea, and kind of got that idea at our Title I administrators retreat. I've had great feedback from it. It was kind of a day that was just focused on Title I, and so they were really able to, share ideas and think about things, and I think too, clarify some things, so make sure that they understood things. I was able to go over their Google Drive, remind them that it's in their Google Drive, remind them, which budget form to use, and different things like that. We were able to remind them again to finish up the final expenditures and just different things. And so it is something that, with the feedback from it, we will definitely continue doing a Title I administrators retreat or meeting that's just focused on it during the summer while they've got time to be able to think about it.
I thought that was a fantastic idea that I would like to duplicate in my district. Thank you, Allison. Okay, ESSER applications. So, would it be safe to say that probably all of you all were directly involved in that process? Yeah, okay, all three of them. Mm-hmm. Different application processes. I think Jason is going to talk to us tomorrow about monitoring those funds. Is that right, Jason? Awesome, okay. We're very thankful for that money, for sure, to allow us to do some things that we would not otherwise be able to do. And for as many different districts as are represented here, there's probably that many different ideas about how you're going to use those funds for after-school tutoring and enrichment and facility improvements and all of those sorts of things. So we really can't talk a whole lot about monitoring because we don't know exactly what expectations are going to be placed upon us to do that. But it would be interesting to hear some of the plans that have already been carried out or that are ready to be implemented with the ESSER funds in your district. So would y'all talk about that a little bit and then be willing to, or we don't even have to talk about it. Would anybody share what you're doing in your district with your ESSER funds? I'm going to tell you something we're doing in Elmore County. I'm not sure who saw it first. It was not my idea, but it's a cool idea. It's an audio enhancement system that's going to be installed starting with the elementary schools and working up. And it is, the teacher wears a lanyard around their neck that, and there are 4 or more, depending on the size of the room, speakers installed in the classroom, and the teacher's voice is amplified throughout the room. So if the teacher were, if I were standing back in the back corner back there where all the AV stuff is, you would be able to hear me as though I were standing here. So the teacher can circulate around the room, the whole classroom management by proximity, all of that, and every child can hear equally well. And the reviews that we heard about it were amazing, and how much the teachers loved it and how much it improved behaviors in the classroom. Children can hear clearly, so they're not acting out because they're not sure what's happening and those kinds of things. So that was a cool thing that we're doing with one of our ESSER funds. Yes, ma'am.
I'm from Bullock County. We have old buildings and facilities, and so we focused on upgrading, as for instance, like units, so that we can get the heating and the air more conducive for our students. And we also focused on social emotional learning areas as well, personnel as far as mental health and those areas as well. And we also wanted to upgrade technology for our students as well. So we will be able to put ourselves in a position for our students to be one-to-one as we need to. And also we wanted to make sure that our kids had a that we will equip for testing as well. All of our testing is online except for pre-ACT. So we were able to do those things and put our students in a better situation than they have been before.
And I think that's that's the primary goal, is to put us in a better position than we were before. And you would not have been able to do those things without those funds. Anybody else? So technology, who spent money on technology? Lots of tutoring, enrichment. What about enrichment? Anybody do anything in particular for enrichment?
So, I'm sorry, this is in Tallahassee City. We are paying, I'm over here, over this side.
I'm sorry. Oh, I see you now. I'm sorry.
We are paying for an art teacher to come into our middle school to work with. We had her in our summer learning, and they really responded well to her, so we are paying to have her throughout the year with our middle school students.
Awesome. That's great. Mm-hmm. Any other personnel uses? Anybody doing anything with instructional coaches? Well, it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. I'm looking forward to hearing tomorrow how we're going to monitor. But one thing that Allison and I, that we kept coming back around to in our preparations, that we felt like is a key to juggling all the tasks and requirements that we have as federal programs directors, and that is prioritizing your time. I don't know about you, but some days, by the end of the day, it feels like I've been in a ginormous paintball fight. It's just one thing, and they're all very different things. You know, some days are just like that. So many things demand our time and attention. The timeline is a great tool that gives us guidance and structure to help us prioritize our work, keeping in mind that the kid with skin on, that homeless kid that needs clothes, for example, always gets tended to before a form gets filled out or a budget gets done or whatever, because at the end of the day, all this stuff with federal programs is meant to support our students. And last but certainly not least, never underestimate the value of the network. That's y'all. Look at the ideas that we have heard today from our fellow federal programs administrators. What a great resource for questions, ideas. Hey, how did y'all do so-and-so? Whatever that thing is. You can't put a price tag on that. You cannot put a price tag on the value of the help and support of your colleagues in a very complex and complicated line of work like federal programs. So best wishes for a great school year. I hope you all stay well, and thank you for an opportunity.
Yes, we did want to open it up if you have any questions about the timeline. I'll say the new one is in the eGap document library, and it was sent out to us, right?
The format that Dr. Lyles created and allowed us to share, that either has been or will be uploaded to the conference website under documents, publications, or something like that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, what we're going to quickly do is, if you look at the screen that we're about to transition to, is going to be the eGap document library. So if you're on the eGap document library, there's going to be important documents that you can see for a variety of topics. And if you go down, you'll see from allowable uses to our federal programs handbook to our timeline. And if you click on the timeline, it will give you a month-by-month breakdown of what you should be looking at both the LEA level and the local school level. So this document and several other documents are available in the EGAP document library. And before we transition to the next thing, let's give a round of applause one more time for our two guest speakers.
Thank you again. We really do appreciate you sharing your expertise, and thank you for sharing your tips and what you're doing out in the LEAs. For the brand newbies, we wanted to just explain what that was that Jason pulled up. That was the federal programs timeline. And we created that, and that gives you the entire year. But what the LEAs have done, they have taken that timeline and tweaked it to make it fit their own, and that is what is on your table. And yes, we will get that information if it is not already there on the Bit.ly website that you have. How many of you know what I'm talking about when I say Bit.ly website? That is the conference website that we sent the link out. That was in the email that came out, maybe it was Tuesday, I want to say, or either last Friday that we sent it out. But if you did not get that email, we do have the link out front at the registration table where you can click on it, and those documents will be there. And by the way, I'm Melinda Dean, Federal Programs, for those of you, I'm just talking and never introduced myself. What we will do is we have a question. I believe Gina's back there waving her hands. Go ahead. Okay. What we're going to do right now is we're going to turn it over to Ms. Demita Parson. She is going to introduce the vendor. The vendor will speak. And then if the break is ready, we will go out to break. If not, we will allow Jody McPherson to speak. So just hang tight, Jody. We will see.
Thank you, Dr. Dean. Good afternoon. My name is Demita Parson. I am the Director of Federal Programs in Clay County Schools. And we would like to take this opportunity to thank our vendors for our break. So we would like to ask Discovery Education and Touche to come forward and tell us about their products.
Hello. Most of you probably know me. I'm a vendor. My name is Shay. I'm co-owner of Touche with one of my nieces. Her name's Layla. She's, no, I don't want to walk up there. She's 15 and she's my business partner, and she wants and she's inspiring to be a vet, so she wants to go to Tuskegee. About 15 years ago, my little brother was murdered, and he was her daddy. And so that's why I started Touche. And so most of the revenue goes to a trust fund for her, and I have 6 other employees that works for me. I retired about 3 years ago. I was pharmaceutical sales, and I just really appreciate Molly for inviting us. And anytime we can do anything for you all or for any of the kids, just let us know. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Nix. I'm with Discovery Education. We are honored to be here with you all in the next couple days.
I'm Katie Houston.
Discovery Education is part of the Discovery Channel family, known for amazing content, grades K through 12. Our daily learning platform qualifies under Tier 4 evidence-based program, and we know that many of your school districts are using those resources to help accelerate learning, and we are grateful for the partnership across the state.
We would like to truly thank our vendors. We gave them an opportunity to speak. We finished up a little earlier. It's not quite time for break yet, but we will stop when it is time, but we wanted to let them share a little bit about their companies, and we hope that you please visit the vendors at some point. We thank them because they have sponsored some of our breaks for us, well, all of our breaks and our breakfast. They sponsored it. And we are thankful for what they can sponsor, but I will say this on a side note, if you would like to bring additional snacks and drinks for yourselves, please feel free to do so because we want to make sure that you are full and happy, yes. And we had some people, like, there are some chairs. Raise your hand if you have some empty seats beside you. Because we do have quite a few empty seats, so we want to make sure if you didn't see one and you were sitting in the back and you wanted to come closer, you can. So at this time, we are a little bit early, but if you have some questions that you want answered and you didn't want to raise your hand, if you will put it on your sticky note, you can give it to us. You can put it on the parking lot because we will answer those questions for you, but we're going to turn it over. Does anybody have any before I keep talking? Okay, all right. Jody, you ready? Might as well be. We really do appreciate her coming to speak. She has a story to tell of how she became a federal programs director and what she wished she knew when she became one.
You want this on the podium? Okay. No, I'm not going to the podium. I'll stay right around in my people. These are my people. This is my name is Jody McPherson, and I am the director of federal programs with Chickasaw City Schools. And yeah, I think I was asked to talk to the new federal programs coordinators today because I have survived the PTSD that comes along with being federal programs. My background was instruction. I was an instructional coach. I was a writing coach. I was curriculum. And so when I got this position, it was by default. I knew I was at one point a Title I facilitator at a school level, and so I had federal programs background. Well, I learned real fast that Title I facilitator at a school is a wonderful person to know Title I, but there's a lot that goes along with federal programs that's not in Title I facilitating. So I kind of got thrown into this position and learned real fast that I didn't know what I was doing. So, and sometimes I still don't. So it's all good. It's all good. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about just a few tips that might help you out as being a new federal programs coordinator. The first thing I want to tell you is know your friends. The first person that on here is actually not a person, Edgar. If you do not know this, when I became a federal programs coordinator, Edmund Moore was at the State Department. And so everybody kept saying, well, you need to check with Edgar. Check Edgar because Edgar will give you that. And I'm thinking, his name's Edmund. Why is everybody calling him Edgar? Well, I realized that Edgar is actually a book, not Edmund Moore, mispronounced. But Edgar is going to be a great resource for you, especially when you have to say those hard no's and they want to know why we can't do that. And so all you have to do is just copy the law out from Edgar. I was asked just recently, I'll give you a little story about it. They wanted to, one of the schools wanted to charge for the devices. And I was like, no, you can't do that. And, well, why not? They need to have skin in the game. They need to be up, we need to do this. No, we can't. It's against the law. They were purchased with federal funds. We can't do that. So I had to literally go to Edgar, and he told me what to write to my email to say that we could not charge for devices that were paid for with federal funds. Know your CSFO and your superintendent. I'm sure you do, but in my little world, I'm a very small school system, so all I have to do is get up and walk around the corner to the HR department, which is 2 people, and then the technology department, which is 1 person, and I am the federal programs department and the pre-K department, and so know your CSFO because sometimes they get emails that you don't, and so make sure you are good friends with your CSFO because you need to work side by side with your CSFO and your superintendent. Curriculum coordinator in your building, if it's not you. I saw a meme today that said, sometimes when I talk to myself, I'm having a staff meeting, and I truly believe that because I feel like when I'm talking to myself, I am having a staff meeting. But your curriculum coordinator, You will know the strategies that need to go in your EGAP from your curriculum coordinator. They'll know what programs are being bought. They'll know what programs are being purchased at the school levels for with federal funds. Support from your ALSDE. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to Charlisa just in the last week. They're there to help. They're not there to, I gotcha. And so I had a hard time with that because I came from a background of the higher ups were there to tell you what you did wrong. As far as what we have in Region 10, we've got great support, and it's so wonderful to have somebody that you can just pick up on speed dial and say, hey, something's not right here, what can I do? Or with your EGAP, or if a question with whatever it is, they're very supportive. So definitely get to know your region support person. I put region support here because a while ago when I said these are my peeps, Region 10, we get together and bounce ideas off one another, and we meet, I guess, quarterly or about quarterly, maybe 3 or 4 times a year that we can meet, or we can just email back and forth. We actually have a shared drive that we put things in our shared drive to help each other have, easier access to stuff that we might not need. So that's a good idea if you're not doing that, is to have a shared drive with your region people. And then, of course, we've already listened to a little bit about the document library, but if you can't find it and you don't feel like calling somebody, document library is a perfect place to go to find what you need, okay? If you just have to make sure that you type in the keyword right, okay? Because that's sometimes you have to scroll down and find it. One of the things that helped me was to get organized and stay organized. Treat every year like a monitoring year. That way when monitoring does show up, you're not like, oh my God, monitoring's here. But if you treat every year like a monitoring year, then that's going to help keep you organized. Get out and know your private schools. I'm lucky, I only have one in my school district, but poor Ashley Clelinger, she has like how many? 40. So it's like, know your private schools, because if you don't know what's going on with your private school when you get finished with your EGAP for consolidated, you're like, oh great, I forgot to add my Title I people in there, or my private school's Title I, or my private school's Title II. Your advisory council, we talked a little bit about this morning with Celeste and Allison about the advisory council. I tend to like to have one huge meeting and have all of my sign-in sheets there. The only one I don't do like that is Title IV, because you have to include all those other folks. But I have several sign-in sheets, and I just make my people sign in on each one of them, and we cover all of those at one time. So that kind of helps kill 3 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. Your needs assessment, and somebody said earlier, thank goodness for ACIP, because now that the schools have their ACIP online, all you have to do is pull off and you can read their needs assessment. I like to be a part of it, so try to get out into the schools and at least go to a couple of the ACIP reviews so you can kind of understand what's going on with your team. I have files, and I'm sure that you will too. You will have your files set up, and all I have to do is go in and revise. So I don't have to recreate the wheel, so to speak. So I just kind of go in. You could be crazy like me and have like Title I is blue, Title II is yellow, Title IV is red, I think. But you don't have to do all of that. But I'm just saying that the PowerPoints with your annual Title I meeting, and all of your PowerPoints for your trainings that you have to do at the beginning of the year. If you're the EL person like me, you have to do the EL training, the homeless training, those kinds of things. And just kind of keep those organized to where every year all you have to do is tweak and revise, and you don't have to go reinvent the wheel. The compliance monitoring guide, if you don't know what that is, it's in the document library as well. And that will tell you what you need to have documentation of. So the compliance monitoring guide, I go by that every year, even if I'm not going through compliance monitoring. That tells me what I need to kind of keeps me on. It's almost like it goes along with the timeline, but yet you got to keep that documentation there. Some other tips that I put is I made a calendar based on federal programs timeline. So I made a Google calendar based on the timeline, and I send that out, reminders out to the principals if something's due to me that I can have done. So that's helped me a lot with the Title I requirements especially. The school's ASIPs, putting a deadline on when they need to have that turned back in, even though it's a fluid document and it's always being revised, at least they have some kind of timeline requirement for them to have those completed by. Be familiar with the AIM portal. I use the AIM portal a lot, especially when you're looking for your data and stuff like that. So there's a lot of tiles that go along with federal programs. So make sure that you have access to the tiles that you need. That will help you a lot with your get going with, especially because you're going to probably be the one to certify some of the data. So if you don't know what the AIMS portal is, make sure you get to know what it is and make sure you have access to it. Monitoring support appointments with schools. I like to give the school support, because really that's what you're doing. That's what federal funds purpose is to support those that need the support. So I like to schedule monitoring support, documentation support, however I can support. So I just Google invite the schools. I usually use the either the principal, assistant principal, and go ahead and have some appointments made up to where I can sit down and say, this is the stuff that's required. These are the things that we're going to do. How can I help you? Okay. Copies of the parent compact and employment surveys. We tried the whole online, we do online registration, but the online parent compacts, it didn't work for us. So I like to send out paper copies to the parents and triplicate paper the old school way. It's just something that I like to do. So I have my copies of my parent compacts on my computer. All I have to do is change it based on whatever the parent advisory committee wants to have it say, and then make those triplicate copies. I have every homeroom teacher has a role. If they mark off who they have a compact for, that stays there with them. Then the other copy goes in the CUME folder, and then the other copy goes to the parent. Time and effort documentation. I'm sure we're probably going to talk about time and effort documentation a little bit over the next couple of days. But the time and effort documentation, I didn't even know what that meant. And so when they came to what I saw in the monitoring document that said time and effort documentation, I was like, what is that? So I had to get with my friends that gave me copies of their time and effort documentation. I have a electronic time and effort documentation form, and so whoever's paid with federal funds, especially split funded, of course, would have to have that time and effort documentation turned into me, and I do it every quarter, so I do it quarterly. One of the things that I wish I knew when I was starting off with my EGAP was that this is a copy, I just took a screenshot of my budget grid, and I like to think of it as, because I had a hard time with the improvement planning side. I was like, okay, I got the other part was okay, but the improvement planning side I was getting confused because you have strategies, and then you have action steps, and then you have the goal first. So I finally realized that if I print this budget grid, and I have down the left side column those are my strategies, and then across the top of here would be the action steps. So for example, my goal in this case, I believe, is Title I. Maybe this is my title. I think this is Title I. So my goal was Title I curriculum, and then my strategy was to improve instruction, and then my action step was each one of those. So my salaries and benefits was the personnel paid with Title I funds, and then purchase services, so that would be another action step where I list my purchase services. Then the materials and supplies was another action step, and so forth. So that made it a whole lot easier for me because it's already totaled at the end. So the $611,569, that's what I'm going to put as the grant relationship. So that it goes on down. So my next action step would be attendance services. And then, my next strategy would be attendance services, and then my action step would be salaries and benefits for my attendance clerk. So that just kind of helped me out. I wish I'd known that earlier than I did, so I don't know if that will help you or not. And then the last thing that I wish I knew was basically how to say no in a nicer way, because people that get told no, you can't do that, they don't like it. Really, they don't. So using Edgar and just saying that's not allowable with federal funds, what I did was I created a chart of allowable and non-allowable uses, and I add to it every year. Like this past year, I had to add that you cannot charge for devices. So I have that chart, and you're welcome to it. I will be more than happy to share it. But I gave the admin at all the schools a copy of this, and I update it and send it out every year so they can kind of have that with them before they call me and say, can we purchase this? And I always say, is it an allowable purchase? Well, in the absence of federal funds, would this purchase be required? And if the answer to that is yes, then it's not going to be able to be purchased with your federal funds, for the most part. And then I always say too, well, they have this wonderful idea they want to buy. I'm like, well, is it in your ASIP? And if they say no, I'm like, well, you got to go put it in your ASIP, because it is an allowable purchase, but it's got to be shown that you have a need for this. So you've got to, and like I said, the ASIP is not a one done. It's always fluid document, so they can go back and revise it. But I always say, is it in your ASIP? And I promise you, by the end of the conversation, they'll say, oh yeah, it's in my ASIP, because they're going to hurry up and get it in there. And then, of course, finally, how is it going to improve instruction? Because that's what those funds are for, to improve instruction. I think that's the last. This clicker won't work, Jason. I think that's the last one anyway. So I was just going to take questions if anybody had any questions. I'm standing between them and break, so I don't want to talk anymore. Is there any questions? Anybody have any questions? All right, well, thank you, and good luck to you. If you need anything, I'm here. I don't know everything, but I do. I am a survivor, so I'll be happy to help.
Thank you, Jody. We really, really appreciate you sharing with us. Yes, the break is out there. We're going to take a break in just a second, but I do want to encourage you to please, if you have any questions at all that you just did not want to ask out loud, this is your opportunity to write it on a sticky note and stick it over there on the parking lot, and we will address those questions after the break. And I also want to tell you that we do have some door prizes. We're not giving them away today, but I will tell you how you can win a door prize. On your table, you have some sticky notes. Write your name. Only one time now, you can only enter once. Write your name and your LEA name underneath it on a sticky note. Fold it up. At some point today or tomorrow morning, but do it now so you won't forget, at some point, there is a brown paper bag on the registration desk. Just drop your name in there, okay? And we do have some door prizes that we will be giving out, and I'll tell you what, some of them are $50 Amazon gift cards. Also, what we will do after break is I'm going to ask all of the federal program staff people. Yes, we stood up and we waved. Smile and wave, boys, smile and wave. But we do have some new people here, and we really want you to see our faces so you can kind of connect who we are. Our pictures are on the website as well, so if you want to get a closer look, those pictures, I'm telling you, we had to smile. And I'm going to talk about my boss if she looked at that picture and said, y'all need to take another one because maybe the lighting just was not right. So hopefully you can look at it and tell who we are on there. But again, make sure that you drop your name only one time in that basket. And staff, federal program staff, please, when we come back from break, we really do want to let you say who you are so they can see your face, okay? Because we do have some new people. Speaking of new people, we're going to ask you to, at some point when we come back, to kind of raise your hand so we can gauge how many new people we have in here, because we want to make sure we gear this towards what you need. All right, the time is, Jason? It's 2:17, so we're going to start a few minutes early, and we're going to come back at 2:40. 2:45. Thank you. So you can, I'm sorry, what'd you say? Somebody said something? We're good? Okay, so you get a break a little bit longer than you expected. Welcome back from break. We hope you enjoyed it. It got quiet all of a sudden, so we're ready to get started. I think we have all of our federal programs people up here, and we're going to start down at this end. What we wanted to do is, so you can see who we are face to face, you can get to know us. We're going to start down here on the corner with Beth's team.
Okay. Great, great. Hi, I'm Beth Joseph, and I have the privilege of working with the entitlement group team. That's what we call ourselves. We're the entitlement grants. But anyway, I wanted you to meet them. I'm so proud. This is Angela Larschevo. There she is. And she's working with Title V, Indian Ed, and she's going to be working with the charter schools. So this is Angela. And then we have Stacy Williams, and she is Title II. And she is also teacher qualifications and parapro qualifications. Please, Region 8. And I'm going to give you her phone number. No, I'm just kidding. Remember, teacher qualifications and parapros. There you go. And this is Sally Meek, and she works with migrant education and foster care. What region are you? 9, not Region 9. So, and as I said, Angela is with charter schools. That's her region. And this is our newest member, Philip. We're so glad to have you. He is our ASA, and he has been working with us just since last week, or was it Wednesday? Last Monday, or last Tuesday, or whatever. Yeah, that's right. So we're excited to have him. So thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Calandra Hawkins, and I primarily work with Title III, and I will introduce you to my team. We are the Special Pop team, so we are special. So I'll start here with Alicia Alvis. She's been with us all of 2 months, maybe? Yeah, so she's new. Alicia here oversees a special project that we have going on at ALSDE. You'll hear about that project shortly, I'm assuming. And then she also assists Shalisa with Title III. Okay, next we have Shalisa Barnes. She is primarily over Title III, and she also has her hands with CSPR along with Jason. Next we have Kristen Dao. Kristen Dao oversees our homeless program. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Kristen. And then we have Amanda, and she has Region 7. So, and then we have Amanda Rowland, and Amanda Rowland oversees our private schools. So, thank you.
Again, I am Melinda Dean, and our team does not have a name, so we have to come up with one. But I have a 2-person team. This is Gina Rudolph. She is over Neglected and Delinquent, as well as Region 6. And we also have Mandy Gann. You will see her tomorrow. She is over Title I and Parent and Family Engagement, as well as Region 1. And I kind of do a couple of other things, even though we have 2 people on our team. We are also the contact for Cognia. We're the liaison for Cognia if you have any questions related to the ACIP or using the platform, as well as EGAP. And I work with Title I CEP and all of those other programs. And the org chart was up a minute ago, but when you do see it, you can kind of see what we do in case you don't remember from our introductions. And I'm going to pass it on to Annette.
Hello, I'm Annette Scoggin, and we are the team. We didn't need an abbreviation. We're just the team. So first and foremost, I'd like to introduce Yolanda. Most of you know her. She did work with 21st Century. She still does, because we always are at her desk asking 100 questions. She's doing dependent care in pre-K now. And then we have Jennifer, who came over from DHR, and she is over our conference, which is coming up. Hopefully you'll have people attending, lots of people attending, and she's doing 21st Century. Also, Camille is not here. Oh, forgot I was supposed to put that down. She is not here, but she will be here tomorrow, and she works with 21st Century. And where is Janique? Everybody. She is the one in the be-all, and I think Molly's going to tell you more about her. So thanks a lot. We look forward to meeting you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, I have two specialists under me. I have Brittany Simmons. Brittany just started Mega Conference, right after Mega Conference. She's responsible for Region 4. She has ARP-ESSER. She has Maintenance of Equity. She's working with EANS 1 and EANS 2, and she's also going to be working with this new competitive grant that you guys will hear about on tomorrow. And then Jason, most of you know probably Jason Isaacs. Jason is doing a lot of COVID relief funding. So as the rest of the team that's been doing like ESSER 2, they're moving on to the others. He is still doing ESSER 2 and ESSER 1 because he's handling all the revisions. So all the revisions for ESSER 1, ESSER 2 are coming to Jason, and he's also doing the ARP-ESSER, and he does CSPR and any other additional duties as assigned. Jason does. And I want to take a moment to recognize our ASAs that are here. One is at the office, holding it down for us, answering all the questions since we're not there, Jatias Kelly. And then we introduce Janique Ellis here, and then Philip Johnson that we introduced previously. Thank you so much.
And just to make sure, Janique Ellis, that is who you receive all of your emails from that we send out from federal programs. She's back there waving her hand. If you have not been getting your emails from Janique Ellis, please stop by the registration table at some point to make sure she gets your name and your email address so she can add you, because we don't want you missing out on any important information. Okay, now, I do want to, we're waiting on Jason, he's going to switch to the next slide for us. And I wanted to ask, how many people have we had that are brand new since July, since we had Mega Conference? Anyone? Ooh, okay, more than expected. So we have some brand new ones. What about, this was like your first year that you just completed? Anybody? Okay, 2 years or less? All right, so we do know that we have some brand new ones, and we have some new charter schools on board as well. So we want to make sure that we do gear this conference towards you. Sometimes we talk and we say some things that you may have questions about because it is so new. Please, please, please don't hesitate to stop us, to ask us exactly what it is that we're talking about, because it can be a lot, and we want to make sure you have a complete understanding. All right, any CSFOs here joining us? All right, good. It's always nice to have you all, because federal programs directors, we work hand in hand with the CSFOs. We need you, so it's great to have that collaboration. All right, we did have a couple of questions put on the parking lot, so we did want to address those questions before we moved on. One of them says, this is not related to federal programs, but who is the SDE contact person for information on writing a state-approved PLU? If you are wanting to write a state-approved PLU, Telena Madison, that is T-E-L-E-N-A, Madison, at the State Department, I believe it's tmadison@alsde.edu, that's her email address. That will be your contact person if you're interested in writing a PLU for your system to get it state-approved. For last. Now this one I want you to, because we want to make sure we're understanding your question, it's about the professional development surveys. Can we keep the summary from Power School, or do we need each physical survey? We kind of need a little bit more information. We want to make sure we're understanding your question. If you want to, back there. Okay.
So
professional learning, you know, we collect surveys from all the participants, and now we're doing everything in, is PowerSchool, am I using the right terminology? So when we're using PowerSchool, they can take the survey in there. So is it appropriate, do we need to print out all those surveys and keep physical copies, or can we keep the summary of those as evidence?
Now, I don't want to answer that question because I do not know the answer to that, but we can try to get that answer. I know Keisha Hooks is here, but I don't know if she's able to answer that question. Molly, do you? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. The question was about the professional development surveys. Now that it's in PowerSchools, do they have to keep all of the information, or can they just use, I guess, like the report that comes with it?
I don't want to speak to that. I mean, it makes sense that you should be able to use that and not keep all of those surveys, but I think that needs to go to Talina or Keisha Hooks.
So if you'll see us afterwards, we can get you the right person that you need to.
We had a question about Title II. Is it allowable to transfer Title II to Title IV at this time for FY21? Our LEA has already requested all of the funds. Okay, you can transfer at any time during the year, okay? So it is allowable that you can transfer Title II into Title IV. What I suggest is to make sure that you had an advisory council meeting and that you document the reasons why. And also, you know that Title II, there's no limitation as to how much you can carry over. But if it would be better served and you think that you could use it better in Title IV, it is certainly allowable.
Okay, here's a question with ESSER. What unallowable purchases continue to be a hard no? Okay, so what continues to be a hard no as it relates to ESSER? I'm going to address two things, but if you have any questions, feel free to just ask if there's something specific you want to know about. Overall, anything that is not to prevent the spread of, to mitigate the effects of, to address anything that occurred as a result of the virus, because that's the purpose of the funds. Now, we know we received additional guidance from the U.S. Department of Education that allowed us to kind of expand that, which means they said to emerge stronger, better, build back because of or as a result of the pandemic. So anything that's totally outside the guidelines of that, that's a no. The second thing I want to address is whether you want to call it stipends or bonuses or paying personnel for anything. I just want to go ahead and address that. It's not a hard no, but I want to address this. If you're wanting to pay somebody extra money to do the same thing they always do on a regular basis, nothing different has changed about their job, absolutely that's a no. That's just a no, you're not supposed to do that. Now, I know because several superintendents and a couple others have called and asked, for example, with the nurses, usually during their time period, during their workday, they're expected to do these duties. As a result of the pandemic, they have additional duties, so now it extends beyond the workday. Well, that's different than the example I just gave. An administrator, usually they work until 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, doesn't matter if they're working at 9 o'clock at night when it's game time. But now they have additional duties because, I don't know, you guys may have somebody coming in to clean, to sanitize once a week, to do whatever they're doing, and it takes them over and beyond what they typically do. Cafeteria workers, bus drivers that are used to doing one thing, cafeteria workers now have to prepare ahead of time. Bus drivers have several routes. It just depends on a number of things, what it could look like. But to pay someone to do the same thing they've always been doing and nothing has changed, that is a hard no. Anyone have any questions about that? Jason, anything you want to add to that?
No, ma'am. I don't think so.
Okay, and we had a question, will Jody's PowerPoint be made available to us? We're going to show you where the PowerPoint can be found. It is uploaded already on the website. So Jason, we're going to turn it over to you. He's going to show you the website. If you do not know how to get to the website, if you didn't get it in your email, it's on the agendas that were printed out front. It's down at the bottom of the agenda, so you can look on there to get the website as well. But Jason's going to pull it up for us so you can see how to find the PowerPoint and other information.
All right, thank you. Can everyone hear me? Okay, perfect. So if you are looking at the screen right now and you go to the link that is on your agenda, this is the main page that you're going to see. I do just want to go over a couple important areas on this website so you know exactly what is available to you by participating in the conference. The first thing is, if you go under Home, you'll see 3 items. The first one is Directors and Administrators, where you will see the responsibilities and the pictures of our administrative team, followed by, you can always click on Attendees, and by doing that, it will give you a welcome plus access to the agenda here as well. And then the third item is Vendors. And this just gives you a listing of all the vendors that helped put on the conference. Under Agenda, which is the second tab, you'll see where it's broken out by day. So if you click, for instance, on Wednesday, it will just bring up what the agenda is for today. However, if you go to Thursday or Friday, there is a drop down where you can, for instance, on Thursday, if you click it, it will give you more information about the breakout sessions. For instance, I'm doing a breakout session in Riverview 1 tomorrow. If you go to Friday, you can go and you can actually see the team assignments. So this is going to be broken out by region. So if you don't know which team you're a part of, on this part of the website, you will have access to that all the way down with pictures of the specialists. And then you can always click, of course, on Thursday and Friday and see a full master schedule of both of those days. The third tab that I want to bring to your attention is the Documents tab. And this is the documents that you're seeing. For instance, our PowerPoint today is the first document. The migrant education breakout is there, as well as Alabama waivers. So these are just some important documents from the actual presentation, followed by the keynotes. So you will see that our keynote for tomorrow, the information is there as well as the presenters. So any of our guest speakers, you'll have access to that. So this is where you would find those planning documents that she went over and it was accessible to you, as well as the PowerPoint that was in part of our second session. If you ever want to know about our org chart, you can always click on that, and that will provide you that same item that is on the PowerPoint, as well as our planning committee. So you can actually see the individuals on our ALSDE staff that participated in giving you this wonderful conference today. If you go under Contacts, this is going to be really, really important because you'll be able to see, and I know from way in the back it's harder to see, but it's a listing of everyone in our section. It also includes the telephone number for each of the people in our section, as well as the staff email address. So if you ever have any questions or concerns, you can always feel free to go ahead and look at this document, and you'll know exactly how to reach the person that you're wanting to reach. A couple other important documents that I do want to bring to your attention as well is the program evaluation. So at the end of the conference, we do ask for that feedback. It's important for us to know how you guys feel about the conference, what was good, what needs maybe some improvement, what you like, what you didn't like. So please make sure to go to this part of the website to make sure that you give that feedback so that we know how to better serve you guys for future conferences. And then the majority of people here are not from Montgomery, so you had to travel in. So your questions may be, where do I go to eat? And where do I do things around town? So there's actually a link on here as well for downtown dining, where there is a map of all the downtown dining options in the city of Montgomery. So you feel free to go to this part of the website so that you can go ahead and see what options you have. If you're from the area, you already know. But if you don't, this is a wonderful resource for you as well. And then there is the conference center map as well. So for tomorrow's breakouts, if you don't know exactly how to get to the room, that map is also available here. So there's a plethora of good resources available to you on our conference website. We do recommend that you go to it to get any documents that you need. As we get more documents, we do. Angela does an excellent job updating that website. So those documents will be available as well. For instance, like I know the COVID monitoring session, once we go over those documents, those will go onto the website as well. So is there any questions about the website before we move on to the next part of our... All right, so the next session, which we're going to bring up, and I'm going to pass it over in just a second, is going to be going over the federal program's timeline. So I'm going to pull up the document and I'm going to pass it over to Melinda Dean to get us started.
And Beth Joseph. And also as it relates to downtown dining, thank you, Kristen. I don't know if she's in the back, but in your bags that you received, you should have gotten a Montgomery bag. There is a full magazine of information in there as far as dining is concerned, et cetera, if you are staying downtown. Okay, as we wait for Jason to pull up, there we go, the timeline, we wanted to talk a little bit about it, especially because we have some new individuals in here. We want to thank the guest speakers, Celeste and Jody and Allison, for sharing some of the things that they do with their timeline. We wanted them to see this one as well so they will know, okay, what should I have done already? What do I need to be thinking about for September? And what's upcoming? And at any time, for our seasoned coordinators or even our new ones, if we say something that you are doing that you think our new coordinators would like to know more about, just like kind of we shared earlier, please chime in and share. The more information that we can get from you all, the better, because you're actually practicing in the field. You're working every day.
Yes, and I kind of wanted to talk about piggyback off what Allison and Celeste talked about with the advisory council, and I wanted to know, they did a great job, very good, and Jody did too, because Jody, I liked what you said. You know, I used to be thought of as the nice one, but then the longer I've been in federal programs, I'm the mean one, because I have to say no all the time, okay? So you just have to get used to it. But anyway, so with advisory council, what I really liked was how thorough they were about having it. Now, what times of year, how many times of year do you have it, and about what times do you have it? It's kind of like I'm interviewing these people, okay? Go for it.
Oh, parent advisory quite often, several times a year, usually 3 to 4 times a year, sometimes even more often if they have more questions. But now my other federal programs advisory, usually 3 times.
3 times? About what months do you usually, because it talks about it here in August, so I'm just wondering, like it said something about follow-up from the spring. So what time do you normally do that?
The spring one we usually do anywhere from, we usually do one in January, and then we do one later on in the spring, usually around April.
Good. And then do you do it in August as well for the upcoming fiscal year, right? Looking at good. And as they were talking, I was thinking, all right, great, because they mentioned what you need when you have compliance monitoring. I know y'all hate those words, but when you have compliance monitoring, what we really look for, those of you that are new, for your advisory council meeting, they talked about agendas, they talked about sign-in sheets, they even told you how to do it with virtual sign-in sheets, and that's great. But there's also on the document where it talks about on the agenda that you really need to talk about set-asides, because you've got to talk to your people, your advisory council about your set-asides before your EGAP is approved. Okay, because we want to see that it wasn't just one person going in and putting an EGAP, sending it to us, and we get it approved, but you've had your stakeholders and you've talked to them about what we're going to set aside of the district. And the other thing that's on the compliance monitoring that deals with advisory council is also about school-wide authority. When you talk to your principals and you're talking about the PPA, the per pupil allocation for that, you know, it's they're supposed to look at their needs assessment. They have school-wide authority to determine how we're going to use these funds. It's not the district dictating, okay, you got to give this much money for copiers, you got to give this much money for that. It's their CIP team that kind of looks at that. So that's also on that compliance monitoring to make certain that we're looking to make sure that that's being done. Melinda, you want to add anything to that?
If we could pull the calendar back up for just a second. Thank you, Beth. I will say some of the things we already talked about, the parents' right to know, and just making sure that the parents know that they can request their child's teacher's certification or their qualifications. And we talked about the parent meetings. If you ever have questions about the parent meetings, especially during a pandemic, Mandy Gann, she's not here today, but she will be tomorrow. So if you have questions about how to best handle those during a pandemic, because you know you can't necessarily meet face-to-face in some situations, you want to make sure that you have some ideas of how you can make it successful with your annual Title I parent meetings. I'm looking now at any time if something on one of these bullets stands out to you, especially if you're new and you want to ask about, please feel free to raise your hand and ask, or if you don't want to, we're still using our parking lot, so you can always write it down, and we will follow up with those questions at the end. So August is already passed, so we're hoping, you know, those of you who were not just brought on in July, if you were brought on in July, there are some things on here that you may say, I haven't done yet, but it's not too late. You can go back and do those things if something's standing out for you. So I am looking, some of the things we already talked about, which is really good, the parent and family involvement policy, distributing that on one-pagers. Now the McKinney-Vento grant application, I see that on there. How many of you applied for the McKinney-Vento grant application? All right, so we ended that in August. Grants have been read. We're in the process of getting that information out to you. Let's see. We've already submit a copy of Indian Education Grant to ALSDE. That does not apply to everyone. We, Angela Larschevo, I think she's back in the back there, we've already reached out to those LEAs. So if you received an Indian Education Grant, you know. If you have not received that information from us asking for it, don't worry about it, okay? So we've gotten that information. We're working on intent to applies already. Let's see. ASIPs. I'm the person, if you have questions about the ASIP, and I've been getting some, see me or email me. We know that schools are in the process right now of trying to plan to get their ASIPs ready. What's the due date, everybody? One more time. Awesome, October 15th. A memo went out. I hope you all got the memo. It went out probably about a month ago regarding when the ASIPs are due. We know there's a lot going on right now, so I won't go there. But anyway, your ASIPs, there are different components. We have some resources available on the website, not this website, but the ALSDE Alabama Achieves, and maybe sometime before the conference is over, we'll show you the new website. How many of you had an opportunity to go to the new one? It looks different, doesn't it? Yes. So we may have to go through that with you all because some of our documents have moved locations. It looks different. But there are some resources on there to help you complete your ASIP with your school level. And there is a breakout session tomorrow regarding the ASIP with our school improvement section here at the State Department. All right, any questions from August that you might have that you want to ask, that you see, well, what exactly is that? Or I'm not sure what that looks like, or I'm not sure if that applies to my district. And again, like we said, if you don't want to ask, you can always see us or write it down. All right, so that's August. August is past, so let's see what you're working on right now. So we'll go to September. LEA self-assessment. Paul Gay is going to be here tomorrow. So he may talk a little bit about your self-assessment. For the new LEAs or the new federal programs, people, every year you have to complete a self-assessment in Cognia. And if you're being monitored, that's a little different, but everybody needs to complete their self-assessment. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. So when Paul Gay mentions it, knows that it applies to everyone in here. And it's in the Cognia platform, and that's coming up to be opened soon. And that also falls in line with the assurances and technical assistance forms that go along with the self-assessment. And we will have a portion on compliance monitoring tomorrow. Let's see, what else are some of the things that's standing out? Beth, at any time, you can just yell out.
It talks about completing an EGAP application for your consolidated application. How many of you are working on your consolidated application right now for FY22? I know you've got a lot of applications going on, so now's a good time to get it ready so that by October 1, you can get it through and get your money flowing for the new fiscal year. And tomorrow, Leah Johnston will be here from accounting. She and I are going to present a little bit on reminders in EGAP. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. And so just be ready for that, because we work, like we encourage you all to work with your accounting and your CSFO. We do too. I rely heavily, all of us do, on the SDE accountants that you all have. And so Leah will be here. But working on your application, and we're gonna go over some reminders as you're working on the consolidated, okay? So another thing that was on there was the employment survey, having it ready. The employment survey, which is, you know, the migrant survey that you give to all new students in your district. I think, Sally's in here, I think we're renaming it parent surveys. Is that correct, Sally? I don't know where you are, but I think eventually the name is going to go over there to parent surveys. Just don't get that confused with the Title I parent survey for parent and family engagement. But it's a more user-friendly instead of it, because to give it to your new, the people, the new families that are new to your system, to see if they would qualify for migrant. It's the employment survey, though. That's what it is. It has a new look.
Okay, and I'm seeing, you're going to see this on every page, the verify and update Power School codes and information for all programs, et cetera, et cetera. As you know, if you were here at the end of last year, you certified your data before we transitioned from iNow to Power School. I want to say this, if you were one of the 17 districts that received Title I-D, the Enter D funding, you should have received an email from Gina. Gina, are you back there somewhere? Raise your hand. Okay. If you did not receive an email from Gina, please see Gina before you leave. If you are one of the 17 districts from the previous year, last year, regarding your Title I-D data, because there's some information that we are going to look at, because that data is collected manually instead of, it did not transfer over because there was nothing to transfer over. The other thing that's standing out for NRD is the select annual count dates. Every LEA has to complete an annual count. That information should be coming out within the next 3 weeks. Gina's in the process at the department. We have to route everything through several offices to get signatures, so it kind of takes some time. So we're in the process of getting that memo routed so it can be released, but that annual count information should be coming out within the next 3 weeks or so, and that does apply to everyone in this room. Every LEA will have to complete that information. That helps us determine whether or not your LEA will receive funding for Title I-D for the upcoming year. And if you, how many of you did an intent to apply for this year? Or planning, you know you will have to. All right, that information's still coming. We haven't gotten it sent out. We said we have to route everything, so it's coming. So as soon as we get it back with signatures, we will get that out to you all, if you did receive an allocation. All right, anything else on here that's standing out to you? Okay, again, schools should be actively working on completing their ASIPs, and if you have questions, let us know. I can't tell you, Tawana, you were in here. Are you still in here, Tawana? How many times did we try to come to Huntsville? Okay, Tawana asked, hey, can you provide us some assistance? We have some new principals, and we did have some time. We don't always have time, but we did have some time for her. We tried maybe the first time. I can't remember what happened. Oh, it was too close to the school getting started, and the principals needed some time. Last time, the Hurricane Ida decided she wanted to come through, so we had to cancel it again because they closed schools. So we were unable to provide them that assistance, but we did have some resources. So if there are some ASIP resources, again, I'll show you where those are, but we have some PowerPoints and things that we can share if your schools need help with completing their ASIPs. So this is where we are right now in September, but we're always thinking ahead. October is coming soon. So Jason, if we can go to October, and you will see some repeats of some of the things. So Beth, you want to?
There's a big one. It's the third bullet from the bottom on the first column. Verify student data for school year, especially 20th day after Labor Day in the student data portal. That is so important for Title I, that 20th day after Labor Day. And you need to make certain, get with who it is. It may be your technology person or whoever is verifying what those numbers are, your CNP. You all need to be on the same page as to the number of students that were in those buildings, the enrollment and so forth. And it's so important that if you see an anomaly, that there's something weird about it, that you call immediately and not call the next October when EGAP opens up, okay? Because we may not can do anything about it then. So after the 20th day after Labor Day, talk to your people in the district who all is a part of that. You all need to look at that and make sure those are your true numbers, okay? So that's very important, that 20th day after Labor Day.
And for those of you, if you did not have a school closure because of the hurricane like Huntsville did, October 4th, that's the magic date of the 20th day. I talked to Ethan Taylor, so if everything went well, October 4th is that magic date for the 20th day after Labor Day, that you want to make sure your numbers are correct. The LEA agreement between Head Start and other preschool programs, that's bullet number 2. What we need for you to do as an LEA, please reach out. If you're new, please, and you're not sure, please reach out to Head Start facilities in your area. Wherever you have pre-K children or children that you know will be transitioning into your kindergarten, you want to have a relationship with them, coordination agreement. You're just telling them about some of the things that you're going to do to help their students transition to you. There's a form in EGAP called the coordination of resources. So you will take that, you will meet with them. No, you're not expected to meet with every last one of them, but at least one, if you know where you have a lot of students coming from that you know will enter your district, you want to meet with them, have discussions. This is how we're going to transfer over any records or things that need to take place. And you all will sign that coordination of resources and upload it in the EGAP document library. That's one of the things that you have to have when you are submitting your EGAP in order for it to be approved. So all LEAs with Title I funding need to complete that coordination of resources. Anything you want to?
No. So, and you did the bottom part, cross-check those?
No.
Did you do those? Okay. As she's talking about budgets, the CIP budgets, you want to make sure that the CIP budgets for each of your Title I schools matches what's on the PPA page for those schools, okay? And that it also matches with what your CSFO has in an electronic file, the budget analysis report. Those are the 3 things when we come to monitor to make certain, and the reason why we do that is to make sure certain those schools are receiving the funds that is an EGAP that you all are saying they are receiving, and they have access to those funds. So the CIP budget pages must match what's on the PPA page for those schools, and it also matches in the electronic file. All 3 of those things do. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, that's the coordination of resources in the diagnostic. The part of the coordination of resources for Title 1A, and it would include, and it says on there, the parent money. If that school gets parent money, it will say that. And those 2 amounts together should match what's on the PPA page with those last 2 columns. It should add up, and that's what is in the electronic file for that school's cost center. That's what we look for. Okay.
And you mentioned the coordination of resources. That is updated every year, and we did send out, and I hope you received it, the updated coordination of resources budget. It came from Janique probably last month, because the numbers, it calculates it for you, so we have to update it with the new numbers, as well as because the website changed how you used to receive the foundation report numbers that you need to complete that report. We wanted to make sure we added that new one. So if you did not get that, please see me if you don't know what I'm talking about, and I will be happy to explain to you what it is and how you can find it.
Melinda, we got a question.
Yes.
Just a suggestion. I did something different this year with the coordination of resources. Susan, our federal programs accountant, and I met with all of our school leaders, either their Title I facilitator or their principal if they couldn't come, and we did that together. So Susan had pulled together reports. I'll let her tell what she did. It just helped us tremendously because that seemed to always be a sticking point for our schools. So by meeting together and filling it out at one time, we had it done in an hour. We knew it was correct, and then everybody could go and upload that. So
I just printed the budget analysis report for each school, and then I'm a color girl. I told them everything highlighted in pink, that's your support personnel, everything highlighted in green, that goes in your supply line, and all they had to do was add up their little numbers and put it in and then make sure it balanced.
That's awesome.
It worked great. So I think it made them understand why we're doing what we're doing, and it just had we had good feedback, and it really took about an hour. So it was great.
And you know it's right, and that's good. So when you're monitoring, it's not just about being monitored. It's not always about compliance, but we want to make sure that it is correct.
And that they understand. That's good.
The purpose of it.
It also leads to allowability of funds as you're talking about that. You know, let's talk about what we need. Is this allowable with Title I? Those are good conversations to have.
All right, Jason pulled up the ESSA required documents from the document library. We mentioned getting your EGAP submitted, and we talked about like the coordination of resources is a part for the ACIP, but then there are some things that you have to do as far as EGAP is concerned and upload in order to get your application approved. And the coordination agreement with Head Start or preschools in your district, that was one of them. Here is a complete list, and you can find it in the document library of what you need. Now, some may not apply if you don't receive those fund sources, and you'll know from your allocation page. But if you want a cheat sheet of what we look for, the specialists and the admins, when we approve your applications, these are the documents that we're going to look for if they apply to your district. Now, everybody has to have, if you receive a certain amount of money, $500,000 or more, a parent and family engagement worksheet, but everybody should have an annual evaluation regardless. So just, if you don't know how to find this, it is in the document library, Jason. You can scroll down if you want to. We've uploaded the new one for this year. It is there. And you can kind of see exactly what it is, and we'll look at this, and as we're going through your EGAP, we'll check off if you have it, and if you don't, we may call you and say, hey, you're missing this. But that's there, as well as a checklist. The checklist is also what we look at to help us as we approve. And Brittany Simmons, you met her earlier. Eventually, you will have to submit your comparability report to her by December 1st, but she will be sending out information closer to that. Do y'all use this? Does anybody use this? Okay, I see some hands. We think that this is a good tool to use because it helps you. Some people have gotten their applications approved the first time. Who wants to brag and say, I got mine approved the first time because I had everything and it was right? Anybody? I know somebody has. Anybody? Yay, summer, see? All right. Not every year, but it's happened before. Okay, so this is one way to make sure that it quite possibly can happen if you have all of your documents. Not all the time, but this will help if you have your documents attached as well as your checklist. If you look at your checklist that's in the document library, it tells you exactly what we're looking for when we approve your applications. All right, we did have some questions on the parking lot. I thought that was it. We're getting there? Okay.
Yeah. We're looking at the one about about private schools. Let's see. Will or when you give an explanation regarding calculating, is this Title IV in private schools? Is that correct? Is that what that is, Title IV? Yeah. Okay. Now, Ayanna Long will be here, is it Friday, Melinda? Ayanna's going to be here Friday. We might need to get her to address Title IV.
Yes, Ayanna will be here Friday morning, and she will be talking about Title IV.
And because it's talking about Title IV with private schools outside of your school district.
Okay.
Is that,
She
and
and
I don't-
both Dr. Lewis will be here, so
Okay,
we can
we
save
might
that
need
question.
to get them to answer that question.
Okay.
And then the other one's just kind of a statement, I think, about the ACAP EL handbook. Does somebody want to talk about that? Because that's instruction, correct? That's not our handbook, it's from instruction. Okay, go ahead.
That's all. I just wanted you to be aware that it's wrong and it doesn't fit with what we know is in compliance. I just wanted you guys to be aware. I mean, it doesn't fit with what we know on the EL side is what it fits with federal guidance. Because in the handbook, it says that schools have 30 days to get a home language survey completed with students. And that's not how home language surveys are to be administered. The home language survey is to be completed at registration, and then we have 30 days to assess students from the first day of enrollment, and then after the first day of school, we have 10 days. And there's no acknowledgement of that timeline. So that handbook is not in compliance with what is to be done regarding EL. So it's just wrong. And I didn't know that if you guys knew that it was wrong, because all of us in EL know that it's wrong. And we're being told, for people that are new to EL, they don't know that that's wrong. And for those of us who've been doing EL a really long time, we know that it's wrong. And then another question I have, and it's not on the parking lot, but related to the 20th day after Labor Day, I'll just, for our own district, and I happen to be in Shelby County, and I don't think we're the only ones in this boat, but nobody has an accurate count of numbers right now because Power School is an incredibly hot mess. So unless somebody speaks up on all of our behalf, there is not going to be an accurate count on October the 4th.
Well, we greatly appreciate your feedback, and I see Molly, and she's looking, and Molly is the person. Okay, so she says she's sending an email. She's going to connect to the proper channels. If you haven't realized, Molly has that a way of making sure that she gets her point across to people, so she'll take care of it the best she possibly can.
And we will communicate that instructional piece to the instructional section that handles EL to make sure that they are aware of what's written and the accurate information that should be written. So thank you for pointing that out.
All right, and one other thing we did want to talk about is with the coordination of resources document. That has been updated. We want to thank everyone for their feedback that they have been providing to us. One of the things that consistently has come up is under the local and state side, you guys already report how you're utilizing those funds, and with last year's change to the coordination of resources, we asked that same information over again per school. So I'm sure you noticed on the new updated coordination of resources document for this year that has been summarized down, where instead of asking how you're using your classroom materials and your textbooks and all those individual pots of money, we just say, give us a brief description of how you're using your local and state money. So please, as you are looking at documents that we are providing to you, feel free to give us that feedback, because that's how we make our processes and procedures better. So thank you for that feedback. Hopefully that change has helped you at the LEA level, but we did want to make sure to let you know that change has happened. So if you're using last year's coordination of resources, please don't. Please use the current year, because the dollar amounts have changed, as well as the first page.
Okay, I know we went over several things today, and hopefully it was information that you found useful. We want to thank again our speakers for sharing. Again, I think it's very important to hear from them. So we're going to take this time, if you have questions before we wrap up and close out. We haven't had a lot of questions today, but we're here to answer them if you have any. And again, if you don't want to ask them, we're going to stick around at the end. You can come to us and ask, or you can put them on the parking lot and we'll address them tomorrow or in the future. Anybody have any questions? Okay. Some of y'all I want to call out so bad for some of the things but I won't do that because I like to put people on the spot. Hector sees me looking at him, but I'm not going to do that. There are a lot of great things going on that people share with me, and I would love for you all to share as practicing federal programs people. Casey Reed, where are you? If he's still in here, he was in here earlier. He shared some good things. I call people out. I shouldn't do that. I'm sorry. But if I come to you afterwards and say, hey, do you mind sharing how you do this tomorrow? Please, please, please do. But we're going to wrap up. If you did not put your sticky notes with your name and LEA name in the brown bag, please, please do so you can have an opportunity to win a door prize. You have your agenda for tomorrow. It's jam-packed. A lot going on tomorrow. So the breakout sessions, please look at them and make sure we have 4 different sessions. They're only 35 minutes apiece. It's a lot to pack in, but we want you to choose sessions that will be beneficial to you. We have several speakers coming from the State Department to present with us. Paul Gay from Compliance Monitoring will be here, as well as Leah from LEA Accounting. And we also have School Improvement presenting, and one of our very own federal programs directors from Dallas County will be presenting tomorrow. And there's something new, the unconference session. That is an opportunity, if you have questions or you want to share or talk more about things with us or with fellow federal programs directors, that is a time where you can do so during that session. And we will have Cognia here presenting. That will be more so talking about the platform itself. If you have questions about the platform, how to use it, or anything specific, and we want to thank them because they're the ones who donated the Amazon gift cards. And as well as Power School. I understand Power School has some, the transitioning to that, we've had some issues, and we do apologize for that. But we will talk a little bit about Power Schools as it relates to federal programs tomorrow, so hopefully that can answer some of your questions. Molly, is there anything you wanted to share or say? She sent her email, and maybe she'll have a response for you tomorrow, but if not, we'll work on that. And if there are no other... Okay, oh no. We are missing some keys and a wallet. The wallet's connected to the keys. Jody has lost them. So please, if you see that, let us know. So we want to make sure she can find her keys in her wallet. What color is it?
It's pink and blue with a Kia key on it.
Okay, pink and blue with a Kia key on it. So if you see it, please, if you don't see Jody, find us. Beth, did you have something? Okay. Well, again, we thank you, and we hope you have a
Melinda,
wonderful...
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Do you have that list of LEAs I gave you yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have them off the top of my head. Can you call them out? I hate to call people out, but just tell them I need to see them before they leave today.
It's on the registration table. I don't have it in my hand. Hold on one second. I can get it for you.
There are just 5 or 6 of you guys I need to touch bases with before you leave.
They were all. Okay. Thank you. Okay, you want me to call them out, or did you?
If you will, just call them out, please.
Okay, Opelika, Scottsboro, Trustful, Marengo, Tarrant, and Tuscaloosa County. If you have a representative here, please see Molly before you leave. Everyone else, have a great, wonderful evening.
Of Edutech Enterprises, Inc., and this is my wife and my partner, Dr. Sheila H. Barker. Our company is a 501(c) organization, and what we do, we go to the different counties and we acknowledge our homeless students and students in foster care, and also our low-income students. And what we do we speak to these students and we monitor their behavior in high school, and we also assist these students in going to college. And once they get on a college campus, we also visit them to make certain that they graduate. Dr. Barker.
Good morning again. We are so pleased to be here, and thank you for the few minutes that you're giving us. Our overarching goal is to work with juniors and seniors in high school and establish relationships with them and their parents and their guardians, so that they will work hard in high school and have the dream and have that burning desire to go to college, not only to get into a college and university, but also to stand their ground, to persist, to make sure that they are successful. Now, how do we do this? We work very hard to establish relationships with the students and the parents and the guardians. And once we establish a relationship, our staff, which consists of coaches, will communicate with them several times during the month. And not only that, they will do that using phone calls, text messaging, email, group me. And in addition to that, we will come to the sites, to the schools, and sit down with them and the parents and guardians to touch base with them to make sure that they have all their ducks in a row getting ready to prepare for college. And then we will see that they are mentored when they get there so they won't drop. We welcome the opportunity to work with you guys, to assist, to make sure that all of our students have the opportunities to be successful, and give them that desire to go to school, to know that yes, even though they may be first-generational college students, even though they may be homeless, but still everyone has the right for a higher education. Thank you, and if you have additional questions, specific questions, we will be right outside, to my left, to your right, to answer those questions. Thank you again, and have a pleasant and enjoyable conference.
Good morning. I'm going to talk through my mask, if that's okay with you. I hope breakfast is good. If it is, then my name is Craig Bates, and I work for InCare Technologies, and we sponsored breakfast for you. If it's not good, I work for someone else. No, I'm just kidding. I do want to thank you for the opportunity for us to be here with this group. I know how tough this time of year is. Happy to see you guys out despite the limitations placed upon us by life in general. Like, for instance, my glasses. I mean, I can't read with them, and I can't read without them, because when I got them on, they're nothing but fogged up. So I need some windshield wipers. I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a former educator. I did that for 26 years before I retired and went to work for InCare. And I've been a principal and a central office coordinator during that time, and I understand the sacrifices you are making every day for our students, and also the sacrifices you're making by being here for this conference so that you can go back and be better equipped for your jobs in your home districts. So I do want to thank you for that. A little bit about our company. A lot of people look at it and think medicine and medical. It's not that. I mean, we would be happy to work with those groups, but we work with business and K through 12 IT. We are a nationally recognized company for managed services, as well as other opportunities that we have with equipment that we work with schools, educational technology equipment. We have 4 locations. One in Montgomery, one in Birmingham, where our headquarters is, Memphis, Tennessee, and Jackson, Mississippi, and we have well over 100 employees at this time working every day to keep our businesses and schools running. We are out past the coffee to the right, and we would love to see you at our booth. We have today with us a Poly USB camera that we would like to demonstrate for anyone interested in seeing it. Poly is a world-renowned leader in teleconferencing equipment. If you are looking for something for blended learning, or if heaven forbid, we have to, the students that are at home, I would say if the students have to go home, but I think that's already kind of that. Some are at home because they're quarantined, but this camera can help the teacher stay live in class with students and also be teaching to those at home and be in their comfort zone where they're up, moving around, doing what they do every day to teach. And the camera simply tracks them, follows them, zooms, and has noise suppression to keep student noise down and other things. And it's fairly inexpensive compared to some other products. So we would love to demonstrate that for you. It's on our table out there. We also sell ViewSonic interactive flat panels. Those are quickly becoming the go-to and replacement for projectors and projector smartboards. It's the only brand we sell. The reason we sell that brand and that brand only is because of the durability, the software suite, which is absolutely amazing. We can demonstrate that for you as well as the service that's provided by ViewSonic and by InCare. So we're very pleased to be able to show you some of those things. We deal with security products. I know that's not necessarily a federal programs thing most of the time, but the most important asset in your school are the students. And I think we need to do everything we can do to keep them safe. So we have modern 21st century technology products that are, again, reasonably priced, but have great reputations, great warranties, and we would love to be able to show you and talk to you something about that. And then finally, I don't want to take up too much time, but we also sell classroom furniture, and I think this is an area that really gets neglected. We have some of the most innovative furniture out there. It's made by a company called Custom Educational Furnishings. It's produced in the United States in North Carolina, and they have everything from antimicrobial and viral coatings that go on this furniture. So if you're looking for ESSER fund money, you may think, well, we've got to try to do some mitigation for COVID. That would be one way you could do it, and also get you some new school furniture and tables, chairs, and things like that at the same time using those funds. But also there's a line of furniture that is bullet resistant, which I think is so innovative and interesting. The tables come with privacy panels, or I guess you would call them, I can't remember the name, but you know what goes on the front. But the students can get behind those during, heaven forbid, something like an active shooter scenario. And those, while they're not bulletproof, they are bullet resistant. And there's some videos and things you can see with that online. So I think those would be some great ways to consider with your funding, the ways that you can accomplish several goals at one time, including mitigating for COVID. If there are any questions, we have 3 reps in Alabama working. We have Joan McRae, who works in North Alabama, pretty much Coleman North. We have Betsy Mitchell, who works East Alabama, out in the Clay area, in that area. Also, myself, and I work Central Alabama and South Alabama. We each work out of our homes, so we're close to our customers. We'd be happy to come out and do any demonstrations for you or anything that we can do to help you. Thank you so much again, and have a great conference.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. We definitely want to thank Mr. Bates for this wonderful breakfast that he has provided for us this morning. Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you, Mr. Bates. I wanted to make reference to about Dr. Parker and Mrs. Parker. They will be sponsoring breakfast on Friday, but they will not be here. So we wanted to give them an opportunity this morning to go ahead and talk to you about their company. Jason?
Good morning, everyone. We are going to start promptly at 8 o'clock, so just a couple of quick reminders. Number 1, do remember that breakfast is out front, so if you haven't grabbed some food, please make sure to grab that. Second off, I want to remind you that our guest speaker, Robert Jackson, is also signing his book out front, so if you haven't gotten an autograph for your book, please make sure that you do that. And if we can be of any help between now and then, please let me know, but we will start promptly at 8 o'clock. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm Shanthia Washington, Assistant State Superintendent for evaluation, assessments, accountability, and evaluation and supports. And I'm here this morning to welcome you to the Fall Federal Programs Conference. So we'd like to thank you for coming this morning, and we definitely want to ensure that we provide you with all of your needs as it pertains to federal programs. This is an unprecedented time, and we are here for each other. And that's the reason why we want to make certain that we instill in you the team approach. So if you have not at this point in time gotten a chance to meet your regional specialists and the administrators, along with the director of federal programs, this is your opportunity to do so that we can support you through this time period. Unprecedented time also because never before have we had the kind of funds that we currently have in place for our students. And it is imperative that as we plan, we do so in a manner that is all about our children. The State Department last year developed the strategic plan, but as luck would have it, as the strategic plan was developed, also came along COVID. And in doing so, we had a kind of slow start of rolling out our strategic plan. But that plan is centered around the child, the whole child. And with saying that, there are several indicators that we look at when we're looking at the plan overall, which is also something we would ask you to think about and reflect upon as you use federal funds through your district. We look at academic growth and achievement, college and career readiness and preparedness for the workforce, supportive, preventive, and safe learning environments, educator effectiveness, and of course, the last but not least, our support to you. How customer-friendly are we in this time period to assist you in what endeavors that you may have? With that being said, we want you to focus your attention around the whole child as we want to make certain that we are adhering to all of their needs. And these are needs not just from an academic standpoint, but in today's time, it is imperative that we also look at those individual students' emotional and social needs as well. Because just like we've been through some things, they have too. So have their parents. So we ask of you, we know that you have done wonderful things during these past couple years, and we know that you are, without you, we could not have made it this far. And we want you to remain the strength and the backbone of the school district by providing that extra support to them financially as they need specific things relative to students as well as staff. With that being said, I want to thank you for coming here this morning. I want to thank you for all of the hard work you have put forth during this time period, and that you will continue to put forth as we move forward. And remember, as the motto of the State Department of Education says, we want you to remember that and give every single child every single chance every single day. Thank you for coming, and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Shanthia. Just a few housekeeping things. There were a few questions on the parking lot this morning, and there are actually questions on things that will be visited today. And so if you will, we're gonna just press pause on those few items and see if hopefully we'll answer them through today's presentations. And then second, as you notice, we have some pretty nice, cute centerpieces on each table, and with hand sanitizer, wipes, spray. We do want you to use them. Feel free to use them during the conference. We didn't just put them there, so please use them as you need to. And then also, if you didn't sign in, please remember to sign in out front. And we have a bag out front that says for you to drop tickets in. Those are the Post-it notes. We have some door prizes. They're pretty nice door prizes. So make sure you get a Post-it note, put your name and your LEA. The Post-it note should be on your table. Is there anyone that does not have Post-it notes? Okay, perfect. Everybody has Post-it notes. So as Shanthia said, you know, this past year, year and a half, with the pandemic, it's affected all of us. You know, every one of us knows someone that had COVID, maybe that struggled and made it through. Some didn't make it through. You know, it's impacted all of us. So I just wanted to make sure we take a moment to reflect and acknowledge that it has had a significant impact on our lives and even some of our fellow federal program staff throughout the state. And so please keep those individuals in your thoughts and prayers as we move on and hopefully get on the other side of this pandemic. So now I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Robert Jackson, and I don't have any notes because I feel like I know him well enough that I don't need any notes now. But you may have seen him at Mega Conference in one of his sessions he presented, or at the National Title I Conference, or one of the other many national conferences that he's presented or been keynote for. At Mega, I heard Mr. Jackson speak about inequity and speak about students that come to us and students that may be broken, may not be getting what they need at home, and things that we can do as educators to lift those students up, to help those students, and then also some things that we unintentionally do as educators that kind of break those students down or our most vulnerable populations that we know we have federal money to help. Those are the students we want to make sure that we're focusing on. So whether we're talking about EL or our homeless kids, our rural, neglected and delinquent, special ed, all of those students that are considered vulnerable populations, I want to make sure that we are focusing on them. As Shanthia said again, we have a lot of money from the federal government, money that we probably will not get again. And so I asked Mr. Jackson to come here and speak to us about the inequities and about those specific vulnerable populations and what we can do as educators, as federal programs coordinators, directors, to help those students, to make sure our eyes are constantly on those students. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Robert Jackson.
Thank y'all. Good morning. Come on, Alabama. Y'all can do better than that. Good morning. Wake up. Thank you, Ms. Killingsworth, or Dr. Killingsworth. I said Killingsworth. Molly Killingsworth, thank you for having me today and her staff. I want to thank you for being here today because I'm here on this stage because of folks like you. I was one of those kids who was coming through poverty and coming through those tough situations. So thanks for all you do, and you're doing it in the midst of a pandemic. You're doing it at a time where there are hospitalizations are up 250%. You're doing it at a time where now they're saying on the news that 1 in 4 of our kids are expected to have COVID. You're doing it at a time where it's affected all of us personally. My son had COVID. About 2 months ago, my nephew has had COVID. My sister suffered from COVID. She had it twice. My sister is a nurse, and she works in the medical field. And she caught COVID when we first started hearing about it in March of 2020, and took her down pretty good. And then she ended up catching it again. So she caught it twice. So don't believe those myths that you can't catch it. You know, we got to continue to be safe. And the second time, she was on the ventilator. Now, you can imagine what that did to us as a family, not being able to go to the hospital to see my sister, so we had to pray through it because then the Bible said the righteous one should live by faith. And we have to practice our faith, and it's not about what I can see, it's about the things I can't see. Somebody need to catch that on your way home, you know, because in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So we prayed through that, and she made it through that situation. But that caused a lot of decay in a lot of us. Raise your hand if you've been affected personally by this, by COVID-19. Rich, raise your hand. Look around the room. right? And we still charged to do our assignments, even in the midst of a pandemic. We still charged to do our assignments. So the first thing I want to do is thank you for all you do. Because you come into work every day, and some of you don't feel comfortable coming to work. Some of you, some of us feel comfortable, some of us don't. But we have to be sensitive to this thing because everybody is not okay. Your mental health has been challenged. Can we be honest? How many of y'all married in the room? How many of you were married before the pandemic? How many of you married after the pandemic? Give yourself a hand. We made it. We made it. Some of your kids have challenged you. My son graduated. He's a COVID graduate. He graduated from Morehouse College during COVID, and we got him out of the house. So some of y'all going to rejoice with that. Some of you know what I'm talking about. But many things have decayed, whether it was your marriage, whether it was your family, your health, your kids. Some of you lost your joy and your peace. And you don't let anything compromise your peace. If something costs you your peace, it costs too much. Too many of us are letting things compromise our peace. I don't care what their name is. I don't care what it is. If it compromises your peace, it's too much. Dr. Carter G. Woodson once said in one of his books written in 1933 that if you can control a man's thinking, you don't have to concern yourself with his action. When you determine what a man should think, you don't have to determine what he will do. If you make a man feel inferior, you don't have to compel him to accept an inferior status. He will seek it himself. But if you make a man feel like he's justly an outcast, you don't have to order him to the back door. He will go without being told. And if there's no back door, his very nature will create one. Somebody that flew over your head. There's a difference between equality and equity. We have kids who are broken down already. And even before the pandemic, it's been exacerbated a little bit more. Thank you, sir. It's been exacerbated a little bit more since the pandemic because these areas were a problem even before the pandemic. We had kids that were being abused. Well, some of you in this room have been through abuse. Well, some of us have grown up in poverty. This was happening even before the pandemic, and it's been exacerbated. We have kids who are behind. I remember being in the 8th grade reading at a 3rd grade level. Yes, I was suspended from school more than 25 times. Now, before y'all start being judgmental, I'm going to take responsibility for half of those suspensions. Because I was dealing with some traumatic situations at home. So we have kids who are behind, but I'm not here standing on this stage because I'm behind. I'm here because I caught up. And we have to stop feeling sorry for low-income kids and just give them the resources that they need. I ain't saying I don't need you feeling sorry for me. I just need you to give me the resources. I need you to teach me how to navigate through this school system. How can we teach our young people how to navigate through the school system? Well, we have to give them what they need. Not always what they want. Not always what you want. But what they need, because leadership doesn't require a title, but everybody with a title is not a leader. See, when you're a leader, leadership is servanthood. That means you got to get out of your feelings. Because your leadership is not about you, it's about the people that you serve. I stand on this stage today, I'm serving all the federal program directors in Alabama. I am a servant today. And we need to be a servant every day as educators because that young man that was suspended 25 times, now I end up teaching at the same school I was expelled from. Yeah, and the principal, when I came back, she was looking like some of y'all looking at me right now, but it's all good because I came back with my credentials, right? See, there's a difference between equality and equity. See, equality is treating everybody the same. Giving everybody what you think they need. Equity is digging down and finding out what do I need to give my students? What do I need to do to support my teachers? What do I need to do to support these parents? Because parents are sending their best kids to school every day. Some of your kids got in trouble. Federal program directors. Am I talking to anybody today? Because y'all awfully quiet this morning. Y'all better wake up. I said some of your kids got in trouble. Raise your hand if your kids ever got in trouble in school. How'd you feel as a parent when your kids got in trouble? Anybody feel like a failure? I mean, you're not by yourself. My son got in trouble a couple times. Daughter's been pretty cool, but that son of mine, he was always into something. But his dad was too. And many of us have forgotten that we used to get in trouble too. But it's not about where you start, it's about where you finish. I said education is servanthood. It's about humility. And you can't live in your humility and your pride at the same time. You have to be humble to do this work. That means we got to seek to serve. That means we have to be the example. And sometimes we're going to make mistakes. But I promise you, I'm going to make mistakes full speed. Anybody know what I'm talking about? See, when you make mistakes, you got to make them full speed because there's no effort without error. See, when you give in the effort, you're going to make some errors and you got to get up and dust yourself off. See, Alabama is the 6th poorest state in the United States. We have over 250,000 kids who are below the poverty level. I said 250,000 kids below the poverty level, 800,000 people in Alabama below the poverty level. In fact, 47% of women-led households, single women-led households, are led in poverty. I said 47% compared to the national average of 38%. My mom was one of those single parents and because I grew up in poverty, I know a little bit about it. Can we go ahead and turn that on, sir? I know a little bit about poverty. See, children who have been forced to deal with adult issues later become adults that wrestle with children issues. I said children who have been forced to deal with adult issues later become adults that wrestle with children issues. We have some adults in this room right now still wrestling with children issues. Still haven't been addressed. What do you think our kids are dealing with in the midst of a pandemic? Abuse didn't get better, it got worse. Because many times school is a safe haven for kids. I know this personally. You know, growing up in the neighborhood I grew up in, and I was running to the bus stop every day trying to get up out of that neighborhood I was in. I couldn't imagine having to stay in that situation because school for me was a safe haven, especially when I was on my way to school when I was 10 years old and I was approached by these 5 guys said, "We want you to be the lookout while we rob people." I said, "I'm not going to be the lookout while you robbing innocent people." They said, "Well, we're going to beat you up every day." I said, "Man, you got to get the beating then because I'm not doing it. I'm not robbing innocent people." So for a 3-month period, I was beat up on my way to school every day. Took my books, threw them in the sewer. They sprayed gang signs on our house, broke out our windows. Can you imagine going through something like that as a 10-year-old, being traumatized on your way to school, and then I'm expected to learn, and then you get mad at me, and I get kicked out of class because you said I looked at you the wrong way? I just needed some resources. I needed some counseling. I was traumatized over and over again because I was a child dealing with adult issues. And by the time I was 18 years old, 4 of those guys had been murdered. By the time I graduated from college, the 5th one's in jail doing 200 years. I can talk to you about trauma all day long because there's 4 ways to experience trauma. You experience trauma by something happening to you directly. I say you experience trauma by something happening to you directly. You experience trauma by witnessing something happen to somebody else. You experience trauma by repeated exposure to something. You experience trauma by hearing about something that happened to somebody else. So I'm sorry if I'm coming to school and I'm dealing with all these different things. A speech is great, but I can use some resources. Like I said, I grew up in poverty, so I grew up in the free lunch program and the free breakfast program, and guess what? Some of the best meals I got was at school. That's why I say your job is important. Your assignment is important. It's critical that you understand it. There's 4 ways, like I said, to experience trauma: directly, witnessing something that happened to somebody else, hearing about something that happened to somebody else, and repeated exposure to something. Because I've been through sexual and physical abuse. Can you see that when I stand here at the podium? See, those programs helped me get through it. I said those after-school programs, those federal programs where I didn't have to go home. I was able to stay after school and do some things after school and learn leadership development. I was able to learn about the different things that was going to help me and my character as I'm a married man with 3 kids of my own now. No, I never met my biological father. My best friend was murdered when I was 15 years old, right next to me in my jacket. And if you haven't experienced that, then you don't know what I'm dealing with or what I was dealing with coming back to school, because when I came back to school, I had an educator that told me, "Why are you back in school? You're going to end up dead or in prison like your friend." What was her perception of me? Because her perception became her reality. See, according to Good and Brophy, educators form expectations of individual students' learning based primarily upon their own perception. And many times our perception becomes reality. So instead of us doing the right thing, we do things based off our emotions. And emotions are feelings on the inside caused by pain or pleasure that move you in a direction. We got to stop doing things based off our emotions. You want to know what I need? Ask me what I need. I will tell you. We got to start doing surveys with our children, y'all. We got to start asking our kids what they need, because we have kids, and everybody in this room have their own list. See, my best friend died from homicide. My son's best friend died from suicide. Two different situations, but we both dealing with the emotional toll of losing one of the closest people that we had to us. See, invisible trauma is what I want to focus on today. See, invisible trauma, that's incarceration. Invisible trauma, that's poverty. That's homelessness. Because we got kids who are homeless. We got kids who are in foster care. Those kids need help too. Sometimes they need more resources. I think I heard somebody say earlier that you got extra funds this year. Well, we need to put those extra funds where they need to go. Because we got kids who are struggling in many areas. Homelessness. If you don't have no insurance, that's trauma. That means you can't go to the doctor and be seen. Well, you can't hardly go to the doctor right now anyway, unless you have COVID or unless you're really sick. I'm talking about depression, suicide. I'm talking about being socially and economically disadvantaged. What does it mean to be socially and economically disadvantaged? Does anybody know what that means? Well, it's not about being poor. It's about a lack of something. So if this applies to you, I just want you to stand with me today. If both your parents were married, your biological parents were married up to one of them passed away, or they still married, stand up. I say your biological parents. Okay, grab a seat. If your parents were, if you have a single parent or a step parent or your mom's boyfriend or dad's girlfriend, please stand up. I want you to look around. That is socially and economically disadvantaged. Grab a seat. I want you to stand up if you took a family vacation as a student. I ain't talking about the grandma's house. I'm talking about you took a family vacation. Because grandma's house was work. Grab a seat. Stand up if you never took a family vacation as a student. I want you to look around the room. That is socially and economically disadvantaged. Grab a seat. I want you to stand up if you had access. Don't be looking at me strange. Some of y'all need to work out. So I see some of y'all mean mugging. What you gonna do? Coming to grab me on the stage? Stop making us stand up. Stand up if you can. Stand up if you had access to a tutor growing up. You had access to a tutor. I ain't talking about your mom or dad either. I'm talking about a tutor. Okay, grab a seat. Stand up if you never had access to a tutor growing up. I want you to look around the room. That is socially and economically disadvantaged. Grab a seat. I want you to stand up if you never had a utility cut off at your house. You never had anything cut off at your house growing up. Stand up. That you know of. Okay, grab a seat. Some of y'all just didn't know. Stand up if you had something cut off at your house, whether it's lights, gas, water, something growing up. You had something cut off at your house. I want you to look around. That is socially and economically disadvantaged. Grab a seat. It's not about being poor. It's about a lack of resources. I got a couple more for you. Stand up if you never had to help your parents pay bills as a student. Never had to help your parents pay bills as a student. Okay? Grab a seat. Stand up if you had to help your parents pay bills when you were a student, whether you was in high school, college, you had to help pay bills. Some of you sent your Pell Grant home. Okay, look around. Socially, economically disadvantaged. Grab a seat. Stand up if your parents paid for your full college education. Your parents paid for your college education. I said every dime. Grab a seat. Everybody else stand up. That means either you had some loans, huh? And some of y'all need to stop dodging them loan people trying to change your number, huh? Change your voice on the phone. They know it's you. Pay them folks back their money. Last one. Stand up if you never wondered where your next meal was coming from as a student. Stand up. Okay, grab a seat. I want you to stand up if you had missed meal cramps, or sometimes you didn't know where your next meal was coming from as a student. Please stand up, because you're not by yourself. Thanks for being honest. Grab a seat. You know, it's amazing how I look around this room and we have folks who are socially, economically disadvantaged, and we have folks who are economically advantaged. How do we end up in the same room? I'll tell you how we end up in the same room. Some of us had to learn how to run faster. Some of us had to do more. Some of us understood what the true definition of success is. That's exertion, skill, practice, and perseverance. I say the true definition of success is exertion, skill, practice, and perseverance. See, in order to be successful, you got to exert some energy. And some of us had to do it a little bit more because we didn't have all the resources that we needed. Or if we did have the resources, we took advantage of those and tried to use it to our advantage. But you had to exert some energy. You had to exert some energy to be here in this building this morning. Number 2 is skill. Skill is something that you're prolific in. I thought I was a prolific athlete up until I got cut. Why y'all laughing? Y'all been in camp too? How you laughing about me getting cut? And ain't no, anybody else play pro ball in here? Well, guess what? I didn't either. I got cut. So y'all some haters, right? Thought I was going to play for the Vikings for 10 years. I played for 10 minutes. But I did have the skill to make it up to the National Football League, right? Came out of Western Kentucky and thought I was going to be playing for 10 years, and I ended up looking at kids in the classroom. I walked into a classroom 26 years ago. I said exertion. You got to exert some energy. Skill is something you prolific in. Number 3 is practice. See, you got to practice this thing. You can't not just go out here and say, I'm going to do this. Some of you had to practice before you go to work in the morning. You got to talk to yourself, and you got to affirm yourself. You got to tell yourself you can do this. You got to do the research. That takes some practice. Exertion, skill, practice, and last but not least, we're in this room together because we learn how to persevere. Anybody had to learn perseverance? Did anybody in this room overcome something? Well, we have to teach our kids to do the same thing, but we have to position them to do that. I said exertion. I said skill. I said practice. I said perseverance. That's how you become successful, and that's what we have to teach our kids, even the kids who are socially, economically disadvantaged. And I put this up here on the screen because I don't need you feeling sorry for me. I don't need you feeling sorry for kids. I need you to teach me how to navigate through the school system. I need you to set high expectations, but more importantly, I need you to expect me to do well. We have to expect our kids, no matter what their background is, what their circumstances is, we have to expect them to do well. Anybody with me with that? See, just because some of our kids growing up in poverty, we can't forget about those kids who are making good grades. We got kids who are straight A students. They're growing up in a 2-parent home. They got plenty of resources, and they have no friends. We got kids who are technology is their best friend. They're hiding behind technology. They're lonely. Their parents are too busy. Yeah, they make a lot of money, but they're too busy for them. So they're isolated with TV and technology. They're dealing with all kind of mental and emotional issues. We can't forget about those kids either because they're out there. Let me give you 4 needs of every child. The number 1 need of a child is acceptance. I say acceptance is the feeling of being loved. Number 2 is significance. And significance is the feeling of being special. Every kid that you come into contact with wants to feel loved and they want to feel special. Not just kids, but we're talking about educators as well. We got to give our kids what they need. I said the number 1 need is acceptance. Number 2 is significance. Number 3 is security. And security is the feeling of being protected. And not just protected in the physical sense, but we have to do a better job of protecting our kids emotionally and those kids who have any emotional issues. And last but not least is purpose. And purpose is your reason for living. So I said acceptance, I said significance, I said security, and purpose. Those are the 4 needs of every child. But we got to address all children because we got kids who are in poverty that needs help. We got EL students that are in need of assistance. We got kids who are homeless that are in need of assistance. We got migrant students who are in need of assistance. These are the most vulnerable kids that we have out there, and we have to assist them in every way that we can, because the children learn best when they have the resources. I said our children learn best when they have the resources. Because guess what? We have some brilliant kids. And yes, even though I grew up in poverty, I was on the honor roll every year because I wasn't going to let my circumstances define my future. And like I told you earlier, I don't need you feeling sorry for me. I fly anywhere I want to go, anytime I want to go, because I had to learn how to navigate through this thing. And because of your efforts and because of your programs, I was able to move forward with the resources that I need because you gave me what I needed. We got some brilliant kids. We got some kids who know technology more than anybody I know. We got to hear their voices. We got some kids that need computers. We got kids who are in need of iPads. We got to understand the definition of diversity and inclusion, because we cannot have our kids back if we can't have each other's back at our own table. How are we trying to tell kids to get along when we don't get along with each other? See, diversity is about acceptance and respect for everyone. Everyone's unique but different. Your race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, whatever. Everybody's different. Religions. But you don't have to like me, but we need to be able to sit down and accept and respect each other at all times. That's what the cornerstone, the cultural diversity is. So whether we got homeless kids who are in need of clothes, kids coming to school smelling. Anybody smell kids before? Hygiene problems. We can't just keep talking about these things. We have to teach. Yes, I used to coach too, and I walked in that locker room and you can cut that funk with a knife. I said, no, we got to have a talk. Some of you need to have a talk with your sons. They want to wear 5 pair of shorts. That's not healthy to do that. We have to start having talks with our kids about hygiene problems and teaching them on what they need to do, because some of them evidently don't know. We got to stop talking about parents. I can end my presentation there, because we always want to blame parents for this, that, and other. But are you training them? Are you putting them in positions to be successful? Because I asked you earlier, how many of your kids got in trouble in school? And most of you raised your hand. Because guess what? We sent our best kids to school every single day. How many of you sent your best to school? Your best kids? Anybody? That means we sent our best. We did our best as parents. But there is no such thing as a perfect parent. There's no such thing as a perfect father. There's no such thing as a perfect mother. There's no such thing as a perfect federal programs director, teacher, administrator. We all make bad decisions and mistakes along the way. But at the end of the day, we still have an assignment. And our assignment is to do the best that we can do with what we have, right? Self-care is extremely important. How many of you practice self-care? All 3 of you. That's not good. You had 3 people raise their hands. Self-care is extremely important. So you have to practice this every day. 5 things you should do every day. Number 1, you already did it. I said exercise. Did anybody feel like they exercised this morning? Well, I need to make you stand. Let me do another activity then, since you don't feel like you exercise. You got to exercise. Number 2 is you got to eat right. Some of you need to start taking your elderberry. Huh? I said some of you need to start taking your elderberry. Some of you need to start taking your Irish sea moss. Man, y'all can Google it. Don't look at me. Google it. I'm just trying to help you keep your immune system up, right? You got to take your elderberry. You got to take your Irish sea moss. We got to understand that there are 6 core values that connect with our students. Love. Say love. No, say it again. Say love. Trust. Fairness. Support. Accountability. And safety. 5 things you need to do every day. Exercise. Eat right. Meditate. Somebody say meditate. Sometimes you got to sit out there and meditate before you come into that building. Because if you don't, you're going to drive off or you're going to go off on somebody. I'm looking at you. And some of y'all need to stop doing that. Look at your neighbor and say, control your emotions. Look at your other neighbor and say, don't drive off. We have to center ourselves every day. It's tough doing what we do. This is a tough doing what we do, and we have to center ourselves every day. And that's why I said you got to spend some time exercising, eating right. You got to meditate. Meditate means closing your eyes and not thinking about anything. and center yourself. Number 4 is pray. And last but not least is get some rest. Some of y'all need to go sit down somewhere. That's what my grandmother would say. Go sit down. Where that person at in here? Always got to be doing something. Always moving around. Always on your computer. Always on your phone. Go sit down somewhere. Turn your computer off. On social media, listen to everybody lie. Stop doing that. Putting your dinner on social media. Stop doing that. Nobody care about what you ate last night. Let me get back to this presentation. I done went off on the deep end, right? Let me put this up here. Number 1, stop trying to remember everything. How many of y'all forgetful? I want you to look around the room. Raise your hand if you're forgetful. I want you to look around the room. That's everybody. That's just about everybody in here. And guess what? The older you get, the more you forget. So you're going to keep writing it down on these sticky notes. I see a sticky note on that table. I'm about to scream. I don't want to see no more sticky notes. I need you to get you one tablet or one folder and write everything down in that folder. You know why? Because that's all you're going to look for is that folder. Some of you going through insanity right now because you want to keep looking for those little sticky notes. So stop trying to remember everything. You're not by yourself. Number 2, stop trying to please everybody. Where the people pleasers at? Raise your hand. I need you to please yourself. Do something fun for yourself or one of your colleagues. Number 3 is take care of your mind and your body. Number 4, stop starting your day with false energy. I said stop starting your day with false energy. You need to start your day with some affirmations. You need to affirm yourself and meditate before you walk into that place. You got to start your day with some positive energy. Stop walking in with a bad attitude. Go to the door. You already frowning. Got that permanent frowning face. Stop doing that. You got to change your attitude before you walk in there. And what are you drinking in the morning? I ain't going to ask you what you got in your cup. That's up to you. But if you got coffee in that cup, that's false energy too. Well, yeah, I know I hit a nerve. I said coffee. Too much of anything is toxic. You need to exchange that coffee for some wheatgrass. Mix it with your orange juice. Get your energy up for the whole day. All your nutrients for the day. Something that's coming from the ground. I wish I had time to deal with that thing today. But you need to look up Dr. Cip for yourself. So don't start your day with false energy. And last but not least, talk to your problems instead of talking about your problems. There are 5 things that I told you that you need to do every day. Exercise. Say exercise. Say eat right. Meditate. Pray. And get some rest. You got to do a daily routine every single day. So as I leave you today, I tell you I'm here for a good time, not a long time, because I'm starting to get some looks. That means I'm going over my time. Happiness is the new rich. Kindness is the new cool. Health is the new wealth. Inner peace is your new success. I want you to adopt this for yourselves. I want you to say happiness is the new rich. Kindness is the new cool. Health is the new wealth. Inner peace is the new success. You have been charged with this assignment, and we all have assignments that we have to adhere to. This is not your job. This is your assignment until the next assignment. And we have to do our assignments with humility. But why not be happy while you're doing it? We can't control every variable out here, but control what you can. And do the best that you can every day with what you have, with the resources you have. In fact, right now, do we have a hashtag, Doctor? Do we have a hashtag today? Well, we're going to send out a selfie anyway. I want you to pull out your phones. Always taking pictures of your food. Pull your phone out. Right now, how many of you on Twitter? Raise your hand if you're on Twitter. I'm ready to make the federal programs in Alabama go viral. What you're going to do is you're going to pull out your phone and you're going to take a selfie at your table. Now, when you post this on Twitter, I want you to tag me at RJ Motivates. You're going to tag me at RJ Motivates. Let me give you that's my Twitter up there. So tag me at RJ Motivates. What I want you to do is I want you to take a selfie at your table. Go ahead and take your selfie. Y'all don't know how to do selfies at the table? What's wrong with you? Everybody looking strange. You know, get your colleagues behind you. Y'all take y'all little picture. And this is what I want you to do. You're going to say one of 4 of these things when you tag it on Twitter. You're going to say one of four things. How you doing? I remember you. We're going to say one of four things. You're going to say happiness is the new rich. Or you're going to say kindness is the new cool. Or you're going to say health is the new wealth. Or you're going to say inner peace is the new success. Go ahead and take your selfies real quick. Okay, I want you to put it on Twitter. And I want you to pound Federal Programs Alabama. That's going to be your hashtag. Federal Programs Alabama. So you're going to say happiness is the new rich, or you're going to say kindness is the new cool, or you're going to say health is the new wealth, or you're going to say inner peace is the new success. Some of y'all still ain't got it. Y'all got to learn how to follow directions. So I want to thank again Molly Killingsworth for having me today. And I know I didn't get around to signing all your books, but if you want me to sign your book, I'm going to be here for a few minutes. And I don't want you to just have me sign it. I want you to dig into it. The book also has a study guide, Becoming the Educator They Need. We got to become the educators that our kids need. Thanks again for all you do, and please enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you.
Let's give one more round of applause to Mr. Robert Jackson. We appreciate him coming out today. As most of you guys know, I have a 5-year-old and a new baby coming just in a couple weeks, and that just opened my eyes to, where we need to be just as parents and as educators. So I just want to personally thank him again for coming out and talking to us today. So one more time, let's give him a round of applause. For the next 5-ish minutes before we move on to the next session, we're going to have Mr. Jackson over here in the corner where he can sign your books. We are going to start promptly right around 45 after on our COVID session, but if you did not get that signed and you would like to get it signed, he'll be over here for just a few minutes, and then we will start in probably 4 or 5 minutes on COVID. So thank you again, and we will start back in about 4 minutes. I'm just giving a quick 3-minute warning before we start the COVID relief funding section. So if you want to start finding your seats, go ahead and we'll get started in 3 minutes. All right. All right, good morning, everyone. So before I begin our most favorite session of the day, I know everyone is loving this money. If you have a seat next to yourself, please raise your hand so that we can make sure everyone has a seat. So if you have a seat that's available next to you, please raise your hand. If you are not sitting in a seat, please see the hands that are up so that you can move forward and get into a seat. We want to make sure that everyone has a comfortable seat to be able to learn all the good information that's going to be continuing today. All right, so one more time, if you have an available seat, please raise your hand. if you don't have a seat, you see the hands. Please make sure to find a seat. Don't sit against the back wall for us, please. Because I even see 1, 2, 3. I see 4, 5. So there's plenty of seats. So if you're not in a seat, come on up. I promise nobody bites. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So just in case if anyone doesn't know who I am, my name is Jason Isaacs. I'm the educational specialist that works with most of the COVID relief funding. So I've spoken to most of you guys already, so hopefully you guys know who I am. But I do want to just go over what topics we're going to discuss in this session today. First of all, we're going to talk about reminders. So I'm going to start that in a minute. Then we're going to pass it over to Kristen Dao, who's going to talk about the ARP Homeless Grant. And then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about data reporting. And then I'm going to also have Dr. Killingsworth come up as well at that point. We're going to talk about monitoring. So that's kind of this session for the day. So the first thing I want to talk about is the ESSER and GEAR reminders. As you know, this is the first funding source that came out as a part of the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Program or Fund and the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Program or Fund. So this funding source ends September 30th, 2022. So it's not that close, but it is the closest to the one ending. So I did want to bring that to your attention. We are going to start monitoring of the ESSER 1 and GEAR 1 programs. And there is a cohort of 20 LEAs that will be monitored this school year. And when we get to the monitoring section, we will definitely discuss a little bit more information about that. And then the amendment process. I get emails regularly. I have to change my ESSER 1 or GEAR 1 application. How do I do that? So it's as simple as making the corrections to the most updated amended application, or if you haven't amended the application, the original application, and emailing it to caresapp@alsde.edu. And as soon as we get that, it will go into the queue, and we'll try to turn that around as fast as possible. So that's ESSER 1 and GEAR 1 updates. That brings us to ESSER 2. So this is the second funding source that became available under the COVID relief program. So this time frame adds an extra year, so it ends September 30th, 2023. The monitoring of this program or funding source will not begin until next school year, the school year of 22-23. And also, even though most LEAs just had theirs approved just recently, there are some amendments coming in. And if you are needing to do an amendment, what you would do is you would update your original application. You would email it to esserround2@alsde.edu. And then it goes into queue again, just like ESSER 1 and GEAR 1. I try to turn that around as fast as possible. So that brings us to our most recent funding source, which is the ARP ESSER, which ARP is the American Rescue Plan ESSER. And this adds an additional year to ESSER 2. So ESSER 1, GEAR 1, September 30, 2022. ESSER 2, September 30, 2023. ARP ESSER, September 30th, 2024. It is now an EGAP for this round of applications. So the initial approval and all amendments are going to be going through the EGAP system. For CSFOs in the room, your ES2 submissions are also not going to be paper like they have been for ESSER 1, GEAR 1, and ESSER 2. Those ES2 submissions will also go through the EGAP system. Another reminder is because it's an EGAP, there is a requirement that an application has to be submitted for each fiscal year. We are working on FY22s right now. And our goal is to streamline a lot of what you had to do, and anything that might have caused a little bit of hiccups in the application process for FY21, we're trying to make sure that all of those issues are corrected. So it's still in the process. It will be coming out in the next couple of weeks, hopefully. And you will get more information about that once it is released. But know that before you can start your FY22 application, you're going to have to go through your whole financial process. And if you don't know what that process is, don't worry about it. We have a session coming up today from LEA Accounting and Beth Joseph to talk about what that looks like. There's a couple slides on that. And then a question that may come up is about monitoring. When is ARP-ESSER monitoring happening? Well, that will also start, not this school year, but next school year. So that is the reminders. I do want to also let you know that there is an FAQ document that we put up. We're still working on updating it, but there is a lot of good information there on there. As well, in the EGAP document library, there are other resources that are available as well. So I'm going to pass it over, and then I'll come back up.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, I am Kristen Dao. I am the State Coordinator for Homeless Education, Children and Youth. Many of you have seen my emails. On a slow week, I'm only sending one. On a good week, you're getting about 3. So if you're not receiving any emails from me, that means you're not in the educational directory, and someone in your school system needs to put you in the educational directory as homeless liaison. Because a lot of this information we're about to go over has been actually sent out through emails. As Stephanie Weisner in Marshall County will tell you, I will shove homelessness down your throat. She loves to tell me that. And again, for those of you who do not know me, I love what I do. This is a ministry for me, working with homeless children and their families. And just like how Robert Jackson just got off the podium, we know what's going on through COVID, that we're going to see a lot of our students out here going through a state of homelessness. And this is why the feds decided to give us a pot of money. Now, and for those of you who have seen this presentation before, I always say that I came into the office in April and did not know we were going to receive these funds. All of a sudden, they said on April 23rd, I believe you could start spending on April 26th. And I said, okay, we have to come up with a game plan. So they gave us a little bit over $13 million, but they split up the money for the state of Alabama and across the United States. The first part was actually sent out June 1st, and that was ARP Homeless 1. The second part is ARP Homeless 2, and that's going to be sent out October 1st. We actually decided to keep 25% of that, over that $13 million, to do state-level activities. And with that state-level activities, we're doing the McKinneyvento.org, which is the training modules that you have for your district, which is free, because remember, you have to do mandatory training with all of your faculty and staff within your district. So we did the McKinneyvento.org. We're working with 211 Connects Alabama to help our families. Many of you received postcards that should actually go out to your schools. Also, if you did not attend the WebEx we did last week, I did have that recorded. So you can actually view that to see how to implement that within your district with 211. Now let's talk about how the funding was for both of these. Now with ARP Homeless 1, it actually went out to our McKinney-Vento FY21 grantees. They already know who they were. They received those funds June 1st. They're already spending those funds right now, hopefully. Then you have ARP Homeless 2. That was going to be for everyone using this formula right here that the feds gave us. We either used your 2018-19 or 19-20 data, whichever number which was greater. Some of you actually had 0 homeless students, but if you had any allocation under Title I Part A, then you actually received some funds. Just because in anticipation of actually getting your homeless students. I know we have some districts in here, when I talk to them, we don't have any homeless students. You'll be very surprised. If I'm kicked out, and I'm sorry, I know I'm moving a little bit off track, but I just have to say this. If my husband kicks me out the house and I have to live with my grandmother, I'm considered homeless because that is not my fixed, adequate nighttime residency. So just educating your district on it, I'm telling you, you probably have some homeless students in your district. They just don't realize it. Now with ARP Homeless 2, we gave you the option to opt out. At first, we were going to go ahead and just say, hey, everybody has to use the money. But we wanted to give you the option to opt out. Now, altogether, I had 42 districts to opt out. So, meaning that I'm reallocating those funds right now to send back out to you. You should receive those numbers in a memo within 2 weeks, which you can start October 1st using those funds. Now, any LEAs that had under $5,000 had to go into a consortium. Once we actually reallocated the funds for those districts who opted in, we only had 4 districts to actually have under $5,000, and 2 of them have decided to opt out now because they did not want to go into the consortium, and I'm still waiting for the other 2 districts to decide. Now, LEAs who have selected to opt out, you'll still receive provided services through state-level activities. Now, state-level activities, that's your McKinneyvento.org, the 211 Connects Alabama, those hygiene products that we're going to be sending to you. I wanted to try to get those hygiene products sent to you. You know, we sent out the survey during the summertime, but the same vendor is actually working on EANS with the private schools with it, and I think once he saw my list, I think his eyes kind of got overwhelmed, and he said, I'm gonna have to get back with you. So I have to use this vendor. So I'm hopefully you'll have your hygiene products at least by November. And I did make sure I used what was in the survey. You asked for brushes, combs, spray for the hair, hair ties. I made sure I'd use what you wanted in the survey so I could send them out to you and get you stuff you actually need for your students. Again, LEAs had until August 31st to opt out. And we're going ahead, we have LEA accounting, they're going to produce a new allocation for you. Once I have those 2 other LEAs who are trying to decide if they're gonna go into a consortium, I'm gonna go full speed and we're gonna go ahead and send that out to you as soon as possible. And that should be within the next 2 weeks. And you have until 2024, September 30th, 2024 to actually spend those funds. Now, LEAs who do not complete the survey by the deadline, they will automatically receive ARP Homeless 2 funds. I had 5 LEAs who did not complete the survey at all. So if you receive these funds, just know it's because we did not receive your survey back. Anybody knows I sent about almost 8 emails reminding, I called, left messages. It should, you know, so if you call and say, I don't want the funds, well, I'm sorry, I sent a whole bunch of correspondence just to let you know you had a chance to opt out. So just budget and plan away for the next 4 years. Okay? Okay, so for EGAP, we're making sure that we have ARP 1 and ARP 2 homeless in EGAP. Now, I know for our ARP Homeless 1, at the beginning, we were thinking that you can go ahead and just let it kind of carry over to fiscal year 22 until I saw Beth Joseph's presentation and saw with the ARP's ESSER that it has to be completed for FY21. This is only for our ARP Homeless 1. So those are for individuals and LEAs who have the Homeless FY21 grant that will need to complete their ARP Homeless 1 in EGAP for FY21. For FY22, for ARP Homeless 2, once you receive those funds October 1st, your application needs to be completed by December 15th. Now, for those of you who are brand new, who have never done or ever completed the McKinney-Vento grant, it mirrors the McKinney-Vento grant. It's exactly the same. And you're actually able to go into EGAP and look at another LEA's EGAP to see how they wrote it. Don't cut and copy. I'm just saying it mirrors. So you can get an idea of how it looks like, and it could guide you. And if you just need assistance with that, it is a WebEx, and I'll give you the link that will show you. And then also, I have my laptop up here. I can actually show you how that works. And many of you, you call me, you email me. A lot of you have my cell phone number. I would give it out, my cell phone number right now, but it's recorded, so I just don't want anybody to have it. So just come up to me, and I'll help you. Strategic use of funds. Again, we know these funds are to help these families, especially our students. One thing that is different about these funds, you can use these funds to help families with hotel and motels, up to 2 weeks. We're not talking about Renaissance or anything, extended stay type stay. That's the difference. If you just don't know what to do with these funds, kind of what we said before, let's stock up, get your hygiene products, school supplies, your gift cards, gas cards. Go ahead and stock up to assist these families. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and we know these kids are coming. I have LEAs who I've never talked to before call me, trying to figure out how to help homeless students that's in their district right now. Some districts that normally start with 30 homeless students are starting up with 150 homeless students right now. My homeless liaisons are calling me saying they're overwhelmed. They've never seen anything like it before. So please, and if you have a change of heart after I'm talking to you and say, Kristen, I really think we need these funds, let me know. I have until tomorrow to change it. One thing that we did with the funds, and I asked, could we please get regional specialists? I'm probably one of the only states that I'm the only person. Many of the other state coordinators, they have regional specialists. Many of you know, my colleagues know, I'm on the phone 24/7. Sometimes I'm on the phone at 10 o'clock at night trying to help a family that's living in a car. I need help. So luckily, they let me get 4 part-time retirees that's going to be helping us throughout the state, and they're here to actually assist you. When they contact you, I want you to please welcome them with open arms. If you need training for your district, for your counselors, for your registrars, anybody like that, they're there for you. If you want them to go out into the community to talk to the sheriffs, continuum of cares, shelters, they're there to assist you, whatever you need, because there's no way for you to be effective in this job and you're doing everything else. You're not going to be able to touch those students how you're supposed to in those families. So again, they're here to help. But I want to, we have two of them right here today, so I'm happy to have them. First, we have Deborah Bowden. We also call her Debbie. Debbie, and she'll be over these districts right here. She is a retired educator, actually a retired administrator. Then we have Nicey Eller. Nicey. And she's also a retired administrator. I will actually be emailing out an official biography with their picture next week. So if you want to get in contact with them, but also, again, they'll be getting in contact with you. Right now, for this district, these districts right here, we're still working on the paperwork for this person. We do have somebody in place, but we're still trying to get things taken care of. Now, with this district, right, these districts, if you know of anybody that has a good heart and loves working with low poverty or just has the heart for it, please let me know or just email me. Most likely live in this region somewhere so they can, travel. Again, just tell them to email me. Also, if you need more information about ARP Homeless 1 and 2, that is the link right there where you can go. I have recorded webinars, PowerPoints, documents, anything you can think of to assist. And of course, there's my contact information. And if you just want to come up after, get my cell phone number or anything, you're more than welcome to do so. Thank you.
All right, so we're moving to the next section, which is COVID relief funding, data reporting, and monitoring. If you're, I don't want to say enjoying because it's not a good reason why we're having the money, but if the money for ESSER and GEAR is helping your district, if you'll raise your hand, if you feel that it is helping the students, administrators, teachers, and families in your district. And that's what I'm hoping it's doing. However, with great resources come great responsibility and accountability. So the U.S. Department of Education and the legislation requires that there is some form of data reporting for the COVID relief funding that we receive. So there is going to be, just like last year with ESSER 1 and GEAR 1, there is going to be a data reporting season for ESSER 1, GEAR 1, ESSER 2, and ARP ESSER. And this is kind of our estimated timeline right now. The U.S. Department of Education has in draft right now for comment the data reporting, so they haven't finalized it. Once that is finalized, and we're hoping it's supposed to be finalized any day now, then this timeline would be appropriate. But if it lingers longer than what we're expecting, this could potentially be a little bit changed. But this is what we're looking at right now. So November 1st is when that data survey will become available to LEAs, and that will be communicated out. At the LEA level, you'll have a month to do it and look through your data and get all the information you need, which then gives us a month to do what we're going to be calling this year the data quality review. So it's going to allow us to look at your data. It's going to allow us to say, okay, I have this question, or this, I need more clarification. It'll allow us some time to get back with you and kind of just get those questions answered. Then in early 2022, we have to submit that data through a portal to U.S. Department of Education. So that just gives us and you guys enough time to make sure we have the best quality data that we can provide to U.S. Department of Education. Now, this data quality review is, in essence, once you submit the survey to us, it will allow us, like I was saying, to really just look through the data and figure out what questions we have. But a big question that you and your CSFO is going to have, what is the reporting period that we're looking at? And it's going to be very explicit on that online survey that you get. But for ESSER 1, GEAR 1, and ARP ESSER, it's going to be October 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2021. So an issue that we had with the last ESSER gear data reporting was we were really looking for a short window of time, but when it was submitted, it was doing for the whole period of time past what the U.S. Department of Ed was looking at. So we just want to make sure that you have that reporting period. So ESSER 2, is December 21st, 2020, September 30th, 2021. Again, it's going to be very explicit on that survey. So as you're completing it, it will probably be on there multiple times. Don't forget, it's only for this window of time, not from past those dates. So that is data reporting. So now I'm going to tag team a little bit. So.
Okay. One thing I want to mention that, and you may have said it, but I didn't hear it, Jason. The data reporting that we have to do for the feds, we're going to send to you exactly what we need in the way they need it, so then we don't have to go back and call you and say, for this number, does this mean this or does it mean that? Whatever they ask of us, we're going to send it directly to you so we can just compile everybody's together and basically just send it on, hopefully. I think Jason has a great structure in place to do that, and so we're working on that. So, you know, we had this slide up. You'll see this several times over the next couple days or the next day or two. And the reason why we don't want to lose sight of this, we've got a lot of money, $3.2 billion, over $3.2 billion. And as he said earlier, with all this money, we know comes accountability, we know comes auditing, we already know it's coming. So we know next year the feds will be looking at what we're doing, our process, and so we're getting a head start on this, and we're going to start this, this semester, this term. So I don't know if any of you guys have looked at the PowerPoint ahead of time. Nobody has had a stroke or anything, so I hope everybody's okay. So we know the purpose of monitoring. We want to make sure, the purpose of monitoring, make sure the funds are being spent the way they're supposed to be spent, basically. With our federal guidance, make sure that we're within the guidelines, and then also making sure that we're meeting the goals that we want to meet. So the next slide tells us for this year, this school year, we're going to be monitoring ESSER 1 and Gear 1 only. And now that doesn't mean only this school year. That means we're starting this school year. So this school year and beyond. For 21-22, ESSER 1, Gear 1. And then next school year, 22-23, we'll start monitoring ESSER 2 and then ARP ESSER. So 22-23, we'll still be monitoring ESSER 1 and Gear 1. In addition to that, we'll start with ESSER 2 and ARP ESSER. So what we did, we got together to look at a pilot. So we're going to pilot, if you see your system up here on this slide, for this semester, just know it's a pilot. Everybody, you know, breathes a little better when they know it's a pilot. And the purpose of starting with a pilot is to see the structure that we have. Is this going to work with what the feds are requiring? Is it too much that we're trying to do? Is this too many LEAs at one time? Do we need more personnel to do it? You know, all the things that we're looking to do, because keep in mind, this is in addition to the regular compliance monitoring that we're doing. But feds don't care, we still have to do it. So these are the dates, these are the LEAs for this first semester. We checked each of the district's calendars to make sure there's nothing major in your LEA that's going on during these times. However, if there is a major conflict, feel free to email Jason. You're still going to be monitored this semester. We're not going to move it to another semester, but we may see if we can change a date. And just keep in mind again, I think the benefit of going ahead and going through this process early is it's a pilot. So it's sort of kind of everything's okay. We're trying to figure out our way and see what's going to work. Not saying it's okay to make mistakes or whatever, but you know, everything's better when it's a pilot. So this is spring semester, second semester. the LEAs that we're going to monitor. And again, this is only ESSER 1, only Gear 1, ESSER 1 and Gear 1. And again, we check the calendars, but if there's something that's a major conflict, email Jason Isaacs and we will try to accommodate it as best we can, still within that time period, but we'll try to move it around. And so for the LEAs that are not up here, you know, you can have a sigh of relief, but don't get too happy because it's coming. Just know that it is coming. These are some of the, or these are all of the themes with monitoring, the big chunks, the big ideas that we're going to be looking at, that we're going to be focused on. We're not going to get into that now. However, there is a session that Jason is doing, a breakout session. Next slide, Jason. There's a breakout session. If you have any questions, he's going to go through a little more in depth. What are all the themes, what we're looking for, examples of this. And before anyone comes to do monitoring for COVID relief funds, we're going to do a WebEx and give you enough information, and we'll give you scenarios. For example, if you spent money on this and we come out and we ask for evidence, this is what we would like to see. So you'll already know what you need to get, and then you can have a conversation. Well, I don't have that, but I do have that. You know, we'll be able to sit down and have those conversations with you guys. Anybody have any burning questions regarding that? I almost hate to ask that question, but anyone have any burning questions regarding that?
That is a good question. When is the WebEx going to be? We are working, if you come to the session today, we're going to be going over the draft documents that we are going to be doing. So in the next couple weeks, we're looking to finalize those documents. And once those documents are final, then we're going to have the WebEx. So it will be a minimum of at least 2 weeks prior to the beginning of that. So probably around October 1. But know that if you have any questions, there will be this session. We'll go over the document, and my phone is always available to answer any burning questions that you or your LEA has. So we'll get through the fall session, and by the end of fall, everyone for spring will be very comfortable. But no, it's a pilot. We're working through it, and we'll work with every district. So.
Absolutely. And so if you are going to be monitored, especially fall, make sure you attend that breakout session, because after attending the breakout session, you'll know everything you need to know because the structure is in place. We have that in place. The thing that we're tweaking are some of the documents. That's what we have to, that we need to tweak. Moving forward, if you have any additional questions, we're going to create an FAQ document. Please feel free to email your questions to the COVID monitoring at alsde.edu. We set that up specifically to capture all of the questions, issues in one place so we can address them.
All right, there was a question that was on the board that I do want to address just quickly about ESSER gear, and then if there's no other questions, we definitely will move on. It says, do we include ESSER funds in the coordination of resources form that we do at the local level, and any federal funds that are used have to be reflected on that coordination of resources? So if you're giving ESSER or gear funds to any school building directly, that does need to be reflected on the coordination of resources document and the portal that you upload that documentation into in eProve. So is there any other questions about COVID before we move on to compliance monitoring? All right, if you do, I do have that breakout session. I'll be glad to support you in any way I can.
Thank you, Jason. It's about 9:30. Our break is not scheduled until 9:45, so we're going to keep going, and then at 9:45-ish, we'll stop and take our break and then pick back up with where we left off. So at this time, this is Mr. Paul Gay, your best friend when it comes to compliance monitoring. So he's going to start us off, and then I will pick up, Paul. Here's the clicker.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's good to be here this morning. I was just doing a presentation a couple of weeks ago down in Prattville Special Ed about monitoring, and just a quick story. When I went up to the podium, I couldn't get my breath, and so after I got through with the presentation, I said, I think I need to go to the emergency room. So I went to the emergency room, and I was in AFib, so I hope my heart don't get to beating too fast, getting so excited about being here. I know everyone, for Mr. Jackson's presentation, it was awesome. I'm going to use one of his lines, I want you to stand up if you love going through monitoring. All right. So I'm the guy that nobody likes to see. I'm normally coming around every 5 years, and so I know that's long enough for everybody to forget about me just for a little bit, but I don't want you to forget about monitoring. This is something it's going to get more intense with all this money you got going on, and I don't know how you're going to do it, but you got a great group of people to navigate you through this. Federal Programs has been probably my best friend since I've been in the department, going on 10 years. This starts my 10th year with the department monitoring. I've been in every school system across the state, and I met some of the best people ever that you want to meet, and some of them are probably going to be lifelong friends, to be honest with you, that I have met. Now, some of you don't want to be my friend because you don't want me to see you coming. But I enjoy going out to the school districts and seeing everybody and going into schools. I do a lot of walking through the schools, and I've seen some great things, really have. To get started, everybody knows the purpose of monitoring. To put it in Randolph County slang, that's where I'm from. We get money from the feds, passes through the state. We pass it to the districts. We got to monitor it. Everybody in here knows what the process is on that. Now, there's different types of monitoring. The self-assessment, that's something that's going on right now. You ought to have something from your district. It ought to be with the superintendent probably got it with a letter sent out from Dr. Mackey a couple of weeks ago. It's got the self-assessment, document of assurance, and it's got the technical assistance form. And I'll show you that later on in the slide here. But that's something that you need to do, and you only do the self-assessment. You do not do the self-assessment this year if you're going through monitoring. Now, what does that mean? They're the same document, the same questions. Okay, there's no sense in you doing both of those, the monitoring document and the self-assessment. So all you'll do is do the document of insurance. Your superintendent will fill that out and pass that on to my office by September 30th. Of course, we got desk reviews. Those are just different types of reviews we do. We got a breakdown on the website of how monitoring takes place, and these are covered on that website. But we did a lot of desk reviews last year because of COVID, and so I know everybody knows how to do something like that. I'm not going to go read this process to you, but it's something that we'll use this time too. I know transcript audits would do it. Elliott County would do it this year. They're not going to go out. Most everybody at this point is going to return back the on-site visits, which I think is the best because sometimes you just need to mingle with each other at the district in order to really see what's going on. And to be honest with you, this thing, we're not here, we're not out to get you or anything like that. That's always been something that I've been proud of since I've been at the monitoring, been at the State Department, is I want to do a good relationship between the districts. I want to be the go-to guy between the districts and my people to make sure we get the message across. Hey, we're here to help you guys out. Just put another set of eyes on what's going on and to help you get through this. We do not want you to get in trouble with us or the feds. So that's the reason we do this stuff. You see the on-site review, like I said, it's just, that's when we come on site and look at things hands-on. Our responsibility to you guys, first and foremost, I think it is to help you guys out, all right? That's one thing. When I was hired on 10 years ago, that's what Dr. Bice and Dr. Pouncey and Dr. Dennis Coe, they pushed that down my throat. You're here to help those people out. So contact the LEA Federal Programs is what you need to do. That's what we'll do in order to get you ready for monitoring. We'll contact, our people should already be in contact with your people. We normally, like I said, Federal Programs does an excellent job of that. Of course, we're going to provide a planning template for scheduling school visits. They do that. We're going in Attala next week. I know Beth Joseph has already got that planned out. They do, like I said, we do that. Identify the schools that will be visited. Inform the federal directors of expectations and process for the school systems or school visits. Now, with this COVID stuff going on, I want the districts to make sure that you explain to our people what your protocol is for us to go into your schools. If you don't want us going in classrooms, say that. You know, I want to be, I'm there to help you guys. I'm not there to go in and pass COVID on or anything like that. But there is some things that we need to take care of while we're there. The LEA responsibilities, you see there's a long list there. Monitoring is not fun. I know it's not. It's a lot of work on you guys to do it. There's a lot of questions, a lot of uploading documentations to going on. And I'm not going to go through all those steps there because I think everybody in here has been through monitoring probably. If you're not, then I'm sure we'll have a slide so everybody can see it. But don't be, what I say, scared to death about monitoring, but don't hesitate about getting started. I know that Baldwin County is back on the list this year because of a hurricane last year. Look, they've been calling me since April, May, June. They're ready. We're going to roll in there. And they said, hey, it's September 9th. In a month's time, we'll be through with monitoring. They're so fired up about monitoring this year. And that's what I want everybody to be. Like I said, we go to Attala on Monday, and Attala called me, hey, we want to be first. I said, that's what I'm talking about. That's going to help me get my schedule better. And speaking of schedules, believe it or not, there's a lot of time and effort that goes into this. I try to schedule it around conferences. I try to schedule it around spring break, fall break. You know, there's just so much going on. And then we don't know at some point in the time like we did a couple years ago in 19 or spring of 20, hey, we may shut this thing back down again. We don't know. But we're here to make sure. And one thing about educators, we're flexible. We can bend and bend, but we're not going to break. So the schedule here, we got 30 school districts on the list that are being monitored this year, and then we got 4 on the list that are technical assistants. Now, what's that mean? They're automatic go through technical assistants. That's districts that are the first year in the open. Now, they're the first to be open, first year to be there. We're going to walk them through this process because a lot of these charter schools, they're getting into uncharted water, to be honest with you. A lot of them are business people, they're not educators. And business and education is a little bit different when you come to speak, the language and everything like that. And so we want to make sure they understand, hey, next year you're going through the full audit, and it is not anything to put on the back burner and just say, hey, we're not going to do it, because the charter schools, to be honest with you, have more rules to follow than the public schools because they write their own rules in order to get to the board. So that's a whole different story. But like I said, that we got this is this year's schedule. Last year we had 44 districts because we had to make up the ones from the spring, and we hadn't done 44 districts since my first year, and I hope we don't have to do it again because we're wide open and we're going through the whole thing really fast. Sometimes it's 2 a week. Compliance monitoring 21-22. I'll send this form out right here, and it's connected to another piece that was too much to get on here. What it does is it tells you each district needs to upload documentation in 21 monitoring review under their diagnostics. That is if you're going through compliance monitoring. 21-22. We will not have entrance conference or exit conferences like we've had in the past. You know, I just feel like we're going into your house. Let's just let everybody take care of each section and not have a big meeting, and we can actually get in and get out quicker if we do that. And that's the name of the game. I know I've been in districts before the entrance conference over. They're like, when are y'all leaving? We just got here. So we're scheduled to be there all week, and I hope we're not there all week. And for the smaller districts, you know, it's important that if you got 3 or 4 hats that you do it, and you're doing federal programs and special ed and transportation, I know it's a lot of times that gets tough on during the monitoring process. So we'll work with you on that scheduling too. Compliance monitoring logistics. This is, like I said, if you're going through monitoring, you do the first part. If you're not going through monitoring, you do the second one, the self-assessment. Everybody does a self-assessment except who? The people who are going through monitoring, okay? Everybody needs to fill out the technical assistance form, whether you need technical assistance or not. And the document of insurance, and send it in also. This is a breakdown of how we're going to monitor this year. We've tweaked this just a little bit because school improvement's on here. If your system's going through school improvement, it just kind of tells you, hey, LEA County, desk review, upload your documentation. Okay? Go down to nurses and health services. On-site review, no uploading the documentation needed. So they're going to see things on site. Now, however, what that means is, well, my nurse don't have to do nothing. Well, she has to have her stuff ready, but those questions in that document, in that compliance monitoring document, has got to be answered, those yes-no questions. We cannot even finish the process if all those are not answered, okay? So you'll see how that's broke down. I will send this out to your district if you're going through compliance monitoring. I'll send it out first semester, and then I'll break it down and I'll send one out second semester, because last year it changed on us. We was going to go out because of COVID. We had to shut it down. And then first semester we didn't go out. And then second semester, some of them say, hey, we want to go out to some of these districts. So we kind of opened it back up to on-site reviews. This is what the technical assistance form looks like that's out there. There has been an additional request for information that Molly has asked us to put in there. That's about school prayer. It's one of those things that had been monitored on EGAP, I think that's right, Molly. And the feds want us to have it somewhere out. So you'll need to mark, this thing have a pointer? Okay. You need to mark, I want technical assistance, don't want technical assistance, and then the bottom right there, and then have it signed by the superintendent. This is the document of insurance. It is things that need to be sent in by September 30th. Like I said, that's out there. And if you need a copy of that, just please send me an email, and I can send you the email that Dr. Mackey sent out. Everything's on there. Also, those 2 forms are on our website. If you need to go on there and look at those, along with a 5-year schedule. I know, like I said in the past, a lot of people who have been at meetings we've been in, when they see the 5-year schedule, they start planning retirement, so they won't have to go through monitoring. I shut a big nursing section down at Mega. Now I'm talking about we shut it down. They come running up there, taking pictures of the diagram, the 5-year schedule. They say, oh yeah, I won't have to do that again. I'm retiring for this. So anyway, lessons we've learned in the past, and this is something that Vicki Smith from Cognia and I have learned the hard way. We've learned it at Jackson County. They was the very first district we went through monitoring. One of the things, Chrome is the browser of choice. Google Chrome is what we use. It just seems to work better in there. Clearing your cache out items on a regular basis. I thought it was Couch the first time I looked at it, but that's, like I said, it's a Randolph County reading. I actually had to get my phone out to see how you say cache, so. But if you don't have an idea how to clear that out, which I didn't, Vicki sent out the instructions this week, and I actually got to go in there, and when I cleared it out, my computer died. So, hey, that's a reason not to do monitoring, right? The computer will work. Ensure the security in the district is not blocking Cognia automated emails. You get these emails coming out from Cognia all the time. I am not looking at this crap. This is mess. I get so many. I get some every day. I get like 30 a day because I get all of them. Okay? And I try to go through them to see what's going on. But when that invite comes in and you're going to go through monitor, please accept it, because once you accept it, you're in. If you don't, in like in 24 or 48 hours, it goes away, and then you're going to have to call Paul, and he's going to have to rescind your invite, and that's fine. I'll do it. Vicky will do it anytime. But look in your junk email, too. I had an issue down in Marengo County, and we can't find it. I said, look in your junk email, and it was there. So make sure in that spam. Here's another thing that's a common problem. Your superintendent has got the information about Cognia, how to get in. He's got it's there. You may not know it's there, because when I was superintendent, I didn't know half the stuff that was going on, I promise you. That's why I was there for 3 years, 10 months, and 2 weeks. Okay? And thank God I'm not still there. But he's got it. Probably the tech guy's got it. So if you can't find out how to get in there and he has no clue, let me know or let Vicki know, and we can get you in. Vicki Smith with Cognia has been awesome to work with, and she's going to speak later on today. And then many districts store their documentation in separate locations. This come from Florence City. Casey, I know Casey's probably in the room. He helped us. He helped idea this out, and it's a good idea. If you put everything in there and then just move it over as you go, it's something the larger districts do. So, if you got any questions, you can go on the website and look at my email address. It's pgay@alsde.edu. Cell number, I've got it with me all the time. Probably best to text me, not call me, because in Randolph County we don't have cell service. And then, like I said, email me anytime if you need to. I'm here. If I don't know the answer, I can call federal programs and they'll know it, or I'll find out somebody who does know what's going on. All right? Please take my picture off there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. At this time, we're going to turn it over to, let's give him a hand. Thank you. We're going to come back and talk about and finish up talking about compliance monitoring, but we will take a break. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Raphael Simmons from Selma City.
I guess you guys heard that. My name is Raphael Simmons from Selma City Schools, and we have the opportunity to thank Howard Technologies and Audio Enhancement for supporting our break this morning. I'm going to turn it over to them to share a few things about their services and products. Just know that they've worked with us for a couple of years, and I keep them on speed dial. They answer a text message, anything. They're very supportive, and I appreciate everything they've done to help support what we're doing in our school system. So I'll let Tanner go first.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tanner Fuller. I am the K-12 South Alabama rep with Howard Technology. I see a lot of familiar faces in here, but for those that don't know, Howard Technology is a value-added reseller and a complete solutions provider for all K-12 needs. We can handle your smallest projects all the way up to your large infrastructure, network, physical security projects that might be district-wide. We are fortunate enough to get to work with our partners and our manufacturers like Audio Enhancement, and we just have some incredible partners. We are on the ALJP with a decent amount of our partners as well that makes the purchasing project a lot easier. So if you wouldn't mind stopping by our booth and introducing yourself, and I'd love to talk with you. My North Alabama counterpart, Nathan White, will be here later this afternoon. Some of you might know him. But like I said, I cover South Alabama, he's North Alabama, and we work with a lot of different partners in the state to provide all technology and any other needs you might have in your district. And this is Shannon Hopkins with Audio Enhancement, one of our partners, so I'll let her give her little spiel.
Hey everybody, so good to be with you. Appreciate y'all letting us sponsor your break today, and I'm not going to talk very long. We are doing some great things across the state. I know Celeste got up yesterday and mentioned some of the exciting things that she's doing in Elmore County, working with Talladega City, Huntsville City, Allowable City. Oh my gosh, I could name, I go on and on and on and on. There's several of you here in the room that we work with, not directly with you, but I'm happy to make your acquaintance. We do classroom audio. Our name is not completely indicative of the 4 things that we do. But with Selma, they've come on board with us with all 4 parts of our solution. So teacher microphones, I think a lot of you are familiar with that. It is probably the most proven technology to increase academic achievement for all students. And we are #1 in the nation because we started the industry over 40 years ago. But we have other pieces to what we do. We have a Review Path solution, which we've been doing long before the pandemic, and digital learning became a real thing to all of us. So we've been doing cameras for a long time with distance learning, remote learning, professional development, all of those things. And then we have an intercom solution and a safe alert system all built into the same infrastructure. So if you guys have any interest in any of that, love to talk to you at the booth right out here. There's a big audio enhancement blue tablecloth, and would love to talk to you. So thanks so much. Y'all have a great day.
I guess, is it break time? I guess it's break time. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna give. We have a pair of glasses. If you lost your glasses, Jason's going to take them to the registration table. So if you lost your glasses, that's where they will be. And we're going to go ahead and get started because we have quite a bit to cover. Thank you. And we have quite a bit to cover before lunch. And someone also dropped a white Apple pencil. So it's not a cheap pencil, it's an Apple pencil. So I'm going to sit it right here, but it will eventually get to the registration table. Is it yours? It was yesterday. Well, it's been claimed. All right. I want to thank Paul Gay. He is such a character. I love him dearly for sharing what the compliance monitoring process looks like overall. He did go down a little bit into federal programs, what to expect, but I want to share a little bit more deeper of what to expect if you're being monitored from us in federal programs. Some of you have already seen this before, but I wanted to share it with you. It's a one-pager that shows what the process looks like if you're going to be monitored. We look at it in 3 sections: your pre-monitoring visit, your on-site visit, and then your post-visit, which includes your corrective action plan if there is one. Pre-monitoring, that's very important. It's an open book test for the most part when you monitor. We come out to you. We bring the compliance monitoring document with us, and we sit down and we go through it with you page by page for everything that applies to your LEA. Now, we do have that document. It is in eGap. So if you want to find it, it's in eGap in the document library, or you can always email your specialist and we will get it out to you if you do not have access to it. So we come to you, or we can do it via Zoom if you don't want us to come to you. We'll sit down with that document, usually 2 to 3 months beforehand. Some people request it earlier than that, and that's fine if you would like it earlier than that. And we'll go through it like we said. We will tell you the expectations of monitoring. We'll tell you what we're looking for every section. We'll share with you what documents actually will work for specific pieces of evidence. So you really don't have a lot of questions about, hey, what to expect, because we try to get it to you before you start. But at any time while you're waiting for monitoring to occur, please reach out to us, because we're going to always be there to answer your questions. The administrator leading it, that would be Beth, myself, Annette, or Calandra. We will contact you, the federal programs director, probably about 2 weeks to a month in advance, just depends. And we will ask for certain pieces of information. Some of this information will come from the CSFO. That's why it's very, very, very important that you have a good relationship with your CSFO, because you will know what it is that we're asking for. And anything that we send your CSFO, we will also forward to you, so you will be aware. But some of the documents, and I feel bad, I guess I need to walk on this side too, because I'm standing over here. Some of the documents include the budget analysis report by cost center, and that is the report that we ask the CSFO for all of your Title I schools. And we're asking for the fund sources that you have, and we're looking to see, does it match eGap? What you have in eGap, does it match what the CSFO has? We're asking for a list of your new hire teachers. Right now, as you know, with Power School transition, I think it's Walker County. Tanya, isn't it? Are you in here? She's trying to pull her, there you are. She's trying to pull her schedules to see her out-of-field teachers, but guess what? She can't at the moment, because the portal that we pull it from is not working, because it feeds from Power School. So we're working on trying to figure out how we're going to actually look at the teachers that are considered out of field, because normally we would pull a report and it would give us a list of all of your teachers that are considered out of field. So we're working on getting that taken care of. Hopefully soon that will be fixed. So we'll look at your new hire teachers' qualifications, as well as all of your other teachers in your Title I schools qualifications, and your paraprofessionals, regardless of how the paraprofessionals are paid. We'll look at your class size reduction units to make sure that they're not the only teacher teaching that subject or that grade level. I already mentioned the paraprofessionals. We'll send you a planning template. Paul mentioned that. That template tells you when your school visits will be, what time they'll be, and who's actually coming to your schools. But you'll help us fill that out. We'll ask about your high EL populations,
as well as the number of your EL students. And that's important because when we come to your schools during the visits, we'll check your QM records, and in your QM records, we're looking for home language surveys as well as your access scores for your students, your EL students that have access scores. And the document review, we'll do all of that in Cognia/eProof. You should all have access to Cognia. Paul mentioned getting the link. It expires within 24 hours after you get it if you're being monitored. So if that is the case and you miss it by accident, you can email Paul and he'll be happy to send you a new one. And that is where you will go in and upload all of your information. Then we have our on-site visits. Last year was different. We really didn't go on-site a lot. We did a lot of it virtual. But this year, as of today, we will be coming to your LEA. And some of us will be at central office looking at information. Some of us will be at your schools. Some of us will also be interviewing your parents. We'll have one parent interview. And we will schedule that with you. And we will come to your parents. It could be in a location of your choice, a time of your choice. We may give you some suggestions based on the time that we will be there. But it takes probably about 30 minutes. And here's a tip. The parents that you choose, make sure they're the parents who actually participate in what's going on in the schools, okay? Because we want them to be able to talk about the questions that we ask. We may ask a question such as, tell me about, did you participate in developing your parent school compact or revising it? And if you did have some parents, those are the ones that you want to invite. We'll also speak with you as the federal programs coordinator, as well as other coordinators or directors from some of the programs that you have if you do not do it all. Some of you wear many hats and you do it all. And the exit conference will be with you. You're more than welcome to invite others that work with you, and we will do that right when we finish up. It usually lasts 1 to 3 days, but it depends on how big your district is. District like Jefferson County, yes, we know we're going to be there all 3 days, and I know Jefferson County's on the list. Woo, Jefferson County. But if it's a small district like Atala with 3 schools, we can knock that out in 2 days. If you're a charter school, it won't take as long as well. When we leave or once we finish up, if you did not have any findings, which we hope you don't, but we know that happens, especially the biggie, and we'll talk about some of the common findings that most LEAs will get a finding in because they really can't help it. And we'll talk about that in just a second. But we will meet with you, we'll talk about what the findings were, we'll talk about the corrective action plan and the steps to take in order to complete your corrective action plan. So those are the main 3 steps and what it looks like. I mentioned receiving technical assistance, usually 2 to 3 months or earlier than that if you would like, from your regional specialist. You've seen this before, as well as it's on the website that we have for the conference, but here's just another chart that shows you who your specialist is. This is who you will talk with when it's time to receive your technical assistance. This is the front cover of the document that I was referring to. This is the compliance monitoring document. I want to say it's about, the federal program section is about 48 pages long, so that's a lot. We have the longest one in the state as far as the different programs that we're looking at. So it's there in the EGAP document library. If you don't see it, like I said, email us if you're being monitored, and we'll be more than happy to send it to you. Where does everything go when it's time to put your documentation in? My journey. Everybody has access, right? Some of you mentioned, and Paul mentioned it, that you already have your documents. You've been collecting these documents all along, maybe in Google Drive or in other types of Title I Crate or other platforms. So now that it's time for monitoring, if you're being monitored, all you have to do is just copy that information and attach it to My Journey so it makes your process a little bit easier. You don't have to wait until you're being monitored to start collecting documentation. If you ever have issues with your username or password, you can reach out to us, or there's an email in here to show you how to retrieve it. Your diagnostic, the compliance monitoring document, I think, is Vicki in here yet? I know she stepped out for just a second. Hey, Vicki, can you tell us when that will open up? Do you kind of know? Yes. It's ready to go now, okay? So if you're being monitored, it is now ready. We had to wait for it to open up because there were some changes being made. So at any time, if you're being monitored this year and you want to go ahead and start putting your information in once you receive your invites, you can. You don't have to wait. You will go to the federal programs tab. You'll see everything is listed for all of the different areas that are being monitored. Of course, we're federal programs, so that's where you will go to enter all of your information. One thing I will say, once you click on it, if you're not the person responsible for uploading attachments, please have a good relationship with the person who is responsible, because you want to make sure all of your documents are uploaded. If you have comments that you want to add, you can add your comments to it as well after you add your attachments, and you will select yes, no. Well, you don't want to select no. You'll select yes or NA if it does not apply to you, and put your comments in the box if you have any. Upload your attachments, and eventually you will have one designee to send it to Workspace. Please do not send it to Workspace until every section from LEA Accounting, from Special Education, Career Tech, etc., has put in their documents. It's not just once you finish your federal program section, it's only once everyone has finished it before you send it to Workspace. Because if you send it to Workspace before everybody's had a chance to finish uploading their documents, then you won't be able to upload your documents, and we'll have to do a process to send it back to you. So just hold tight on that. I mentioned the common findings with federal programs. There are some that we see quite a bit, and sometimes it's because you just can't help it, and that's you have some out-of-field teachers, especially in those larger districts or your rural areas where it's hard to fill positions, and you may have more teachers on emergency certificates, or you just can't find anyone who's certified just yet, but you have this good candidate who could possibly go through a program in the future. We understand it happens. We do want you to do your best to try to get certified teachers, but we've had some conversations with some LEAs. They do have a hard time, and we understand that. So those are some of our common findings. Not having teachers that are properly certified or your highly qualified paraprofessionals. I want to stop right here and explain the difference with the emergency certificate, which is considered out of field, and some certificates that we do count as being in field. We know if they have a straight, complete Alabama certification, they're in field. But we also consider a provisional certificate in field. So if you have a teacher who has a provisional certificate, we will count them as being in field. The same as an interim certificate, we will count them as being in field. But please do not pay provisional or interim with federal money. Okay, we don't want you to use Title I money to pay their salaries. Try to find another fund source, but you can have them. They will be considered in field. Emergency certificates, they're considered out of field. We've had some discussion around that, but at this time, emergency certificates are out of field, and please do not pay those salaries, any teacher with an emergency certificate, out of federal funds. That includes ESSER funding. And if you have a teacher that's considered out of field in a Title I school, what's that magic number if they're in that classroom teaching those students that you have to send that letter home? 4 weeks. There is a sample of a 4-week letter, and it's funny, I was walking past somebody, and they were having a discussion about the 4-week letter during break. So yes, if they are teaching your students in a Title I school for 4 weeks or more, you must send home that letter letting the parents know. There is a sample in the EGAP document library. When we monitor, we will check for those if we see that there is a teacher that is has taught more than 4 weeks. Additional common findings include issues with the EL program, supplement not supplant, as far as your teacher units weren't placed before coming back with Title I money or for other personnel, enrollment procedures, making sure that you have a board policy in place for your protected populations, as well as when we go to the schools and we ask the person doing enrollment, tell me about your procedures. We're listening for a key word. What is that key word? No barriers. So for the new coordinators, directors in here, we want to hear that there are no barriers for those students within those protected populations to enroll in your schools. And those consist of immigrant, migrant, homeless, foster care, and your EL students. Sometimes we see issues with their inventory procedures. If you were at Mega, Jason and Beth, they did some a session they were talking about during our whole group session about inventory and time and effort, so you want to look at your inventory policies. We've had common findings with homeless, foster care, and private schools equitable services. And Amanda Rowland will be talking soon about private schools. Just to remind you about the paraprofessional qualifications, there was a letter, a memo that went out, I want to say it was 2017, Beth? Still in effect. We may need to update it, but it's still the same. These are your requirements for your paraprofessionals if they are instructional. I'm saying that again, instructional, coded as a 101. If they're instructional in a Title I school, regardless of their fund source, they must have, at a minimum, a high school diploma or its equivalent, and one of the following: a passing score on the Work Keys assessment, which is a level 3 or higher in applied math, workplace documents, and business writing. They must have an associate's degree, or they must have an associate's degree, and we will look at a transcript, so please have their transcripts in the HR person. That's why it's important to have a good relationship with your HR person as well, because that's usually who we get the personnel files from. If you don't upload them, we'll come to you and ask, hey, can we see your file folders? Where are they? And we'll look through them. If you are a big district and you have 200 plus parapros, we don't expect you to upload that. We'll come and look at that when we get on site. And then you're another choice, they could have successful completion of at least 60 quarter or 48 semester hours in higher ed, and that must be verified by a transcript. So again, they must have a high school diploma or its equivalent and one of the following. If your LEA happens to receive a finding, you will create a corrective action plan or a CAP, and we'll talk to you about that at the exit conference. And you have 60 days to complete the information within the CAP, but we're there with you along the way during those 60 days. So if you're having difficulty or issues or questions, contact the administrator that was responsible, and we work with you to try our best to help you get that in within those 60 days. And we'll do this all in Workspace, because you remember you're going to send it to Workspace from diagnostics, and all of the communication will take place in Workspace as far as the findings are concerned, if there are any. Compliance monitoring has a lot of moving parts. I talked briefly about it, but here are some resources for you if you're being monitored this year or in the future and you just want to know about it, more about it. Last year we did a Fed Chats. I don't know how many of you participated in it, but it was on compliance monitoring, one of the very first ones we did. So we recorded that, and the link, here's the link again if you ever lost it. So it's about an hour and a half long. It's we're talking as well as members from the LEA, and they're giving tips on how they prepared for compliance monitoring. So I think that's a good WebEx to watch if you're going through monitoring and you just need some reminders. As well as here's some information from the website that will assist you, some of the things that Paul talked about, as well as Cognia has some information on how to input your information or your evidence pieces in Cognia. Paul Gay's already spoke, but here's his contact information. If you have issues with Cognia when you're trying to upload any information as far as anything related to it, there's the client care numbers. You can call them. And we have two representatives here today that Paul talked about. They're also presenting, but Mark Quintana, Dr. Mark Quintana is in the back, and Vicki Smith. And we have one more joining us, Dr. Jeff Wooten. I don't think he's made it yet, but if you hear their names, they're the go-to people. We really do appreciate the relationship that we have with them. You call us if you're having issues, if we can't solve it. I know Vicki gets emails and calls from me all the time. We try our best to help you in whatever your issues are, if you're having any, with uploading evidence. Do we have any questions regarding compliance monitoring, whether you're being monitored this year or in the future? Any questions? Yes, ma'am. That is correct. I'm going to repeat. Yes, I'm going to repeat what you said. The provisional certificates. Yes, a provisional certificate, it is considered in field, but her question was, did I say that they cannot be paid with Title I funds? At this time, no, or any federal funds. Please do not pay federal funds, use federal funds to pay for provisional or interim. Use another fund source until they get fully certified. Once they're fully certified, then you can pay them with title money if necessary.
For provisional or interim, we do not have to send out a 4-week letter.
For provisional or interim, do we need to send out a 4-week letter? No, you do not. Provisional or interim, you do not need to send out a 4-week letter. Emergency certificate or no certificate at all, you do. Any other questions? All right. Thank you. At this time, we're going to turn it over to Amanda.
Good morning, everyone. If you were at Mega, some of this you may have seen before, and I'm going to go through these slides, at least these beginning slides, pretty quickly. I'm going to try to remember the highlights of things for you to remember as you're working with private schools, and then there's a little bit of information at the end that will be new to everybody, or should be. So just remember that ESEA states that our private school children deserve the same equitable services that our public school children do, and that also includes the teachers and the staff of the school. So I'm just going to walk you through a brief timeline of how you should be addressing your private schools, or how you should be working with your private schools. So around February or March, you're going to be sending out the intent to participate to the private schools in your area, but also if you know that you have students that live in your area but go to a private school outside of your attendance area, you would also send those private schools an intent to participate as well. Then you should hopefully start getting those back between February and April. But if you don't, then you need to have documentation that you try to contact those private schools at least 3 times using 3 different methods. So mail, email, called on the phone, that sort of thing. Then in April, you'll be asked to collect some private school data for the private school enrollment surveys. Just fair warning, I'm probably going to start asking for that early this year, probably more like January or February, just because there tends to be some confusion about what numbers to use when filling out that enrollment survey. When we send them out at the same time you do the intent to participate, people tend to think that I'm asking for numbers for next year, when actually I need numbers for the current school year. So those are probably going to go out a little earlier than April this year. So also during that April time period, that's when your private school hopefully will be doing their needs assessment and determining what students at their school needs. Looking at multiple forms of educational data such as testing, grades, surveys, attendance records, looking at that to determine what students need the most help. Between July and August, you should be setting up meetings to meet with those private schools to work on their meaningful consultation. And so just remember, in order for it to be a meaningful consultation, it can't just be a one-time thing. This is where you're going to sit down with them multiple times to come up with a good plan to meet the needs of the struggling students in that school. Then throughout the school year, you should be monitoring the programs that are going on at that school and adjusting it as needed, evaluating, seeing if the students that you're supposed to be helping or that those schools are supposed to be helping are actually benefiting from the services. So in May, you would go back again, reevaluate the program, and see if what you provided worked. All right, so this is just a copy of the intent to participate. You can find it in the document library, EGAP document library. And we're just going to quickly go through the different title worksheets and answer any questions you might have but hopefully answer some of the questions you might have about them. So just remember, only electronic forms are accepted. And for Title I, you're going to enter the number of low-income students that reside in that attendance area. So this is one where it matters where the students lay their head.
So you may have some students that go to a school, a private school that's outside of your attendance area. You would need to do this form. You would need to count those students for those schools. Also, you have the final authority to calculate how you're going to, or to determine how you're going to, or what data you're going to collect to determine who is low income. So that's up to you. If you want to do the free and reduced lunch forms, you can do that. If that's what you do at your public school, you can do that with your private schools as well. When you're filling out your service agreements, please, please, please be intentional and make sure that you're filling out the entire document in detail. Also, when you're doing this, remember, if you're hiring staff, the staff has to be hired through the LEA. You cannot reimburse for salaries and that sort of thing. Also remember that you're the fiduciary, you're the person who's responsible for the materials, you're the person that's, the LEA is responsible for the inventory. You will have title to those materials. You need to make sure that you're not purchasing materials for the school that can't easily be removed from the building. So all these materials need to be able to be put in without having to remodel the building and be easily removed. And also you need to make sure that they are secular, neutral, and non-ideological. Again, as you're coming up with a plan of what services are going to be provided to the students and when, please be detailed. Don't just be, general about time. Go ahead and make a plan. If that plan has to change, that's fine. You can go back and revise the plan at any time, but make a plan. Again, you don't want to leave any questions blank. And when you go to answer the questions about professional development, just remember professional development should be something to do with the needs assessment. If they say that third grade math needs help, then that's the professional development you should be providing for those teachers. And remember, professional development is not just a one-day thing or they went to one session at a conference thing. It should be ongoing. It should be sustained, intensive, collaborative, job embedded. It should be an ongoing thing. So at the end, and I'm going to briefly cover this because it's at the end of each of these different title documents, remember that you have to give the private school the opportunity to comment on your collaboration process so they can put any problems that they had, or they can put praise if things went well. And you also have to make sure that they would need to indicate that you did have timely and meaningful consultations, you did it quickly, and they can put no. If that's the case, you still have to serve them. And also make sure that when they sign the document that they're signing it by hand and not electronically. Also, and I think this was on the previous, I don't have my glasses, so I can't see this very well, but also, we're going to talk about the ombudsman in a minute, but you also have to go through the procedures of how to file a complaint with the ombudsman with the private school as well, and have them sign a document saying that you did that. Now, for this is carryover. You are allowed to carry over funds from the previous year for any of the title services. Of course, right now, there's definitely good reason to do so with COVID. And so if that's the case, then you just need to come up with a plan of how you're going to spend those funds at that school. If for some reason the next year that school is not going to participate, then you can take those funds and divide them among other private schools. Eventually, if everybody says no, you don't have any private schools that you're serving, that money can be used at the local school district, but you need to have very, very good evidence that you've done everything possible to try to get a private school to spend that money first before doing that. All right, Title II, going to go through the rest of these really quickly. You're going to put in your private school information. This is one where it does matter that you're only going to do Title II with schools that are in your attendance zone. Even if you've got students that are going to a school outside the attendance zone, it's where the school is located that is important for Title II. You're going to put in the name of the private school and their total enrollment, and then you'll multiply the private school total enrollment by the PPA, and that's what the allocation for the private school is. You will need to put in detailed information about the professional development you're going to be providing, and just make sure, like I said, it does need to have something to do with the needs assessment at the school, if at all possible. Also remember, you're always going to tell how you're going to effectively measure whether what you did actually worked and positively affected the students at that school. Same thing with Title I. I'm not going to go over that. This is also carryover. Not going to go over that. Same situation. Title III, please make sure, this is something that we see often as being a problem. Make sure that you are providing supplemental services, not supplanting. Y'all hear that all the time. But they don't need to be using Title III funds to start an EL program. They should already have an EL program in place. This is just funds to help supplement what they're already doing, so keep that in mind. And you can spend these on professional development. You can spend it on materials and supplies, tutoring, whatever's needed for those EL students. Oh, also, you are responsible for screening the EL students that they've identified as being possible EL students. That is the paying for the screening is the responsibility of the LEA. This is the same as before. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the you're going to put in the activity. You're going to check the activities that you chose to work with those EL students. Tell how effective the professional development is that you provided. So this is the same as before, where they can leave comments about the collaboration process and then carryover. Just remember, throughout the year, it's your job to make sure that service agreement is being followed. It's your job to evaluate the program and make sure that it's actually working and actually benefiting the students. And you are to treat the program as a targeted assistance program. So I should have mentioned that earlier. As you're choosing, so let me just say this. So keep in mind that when you're choosing what students are going to be worked with, or when you're helping the school to do that, it's not necessarily the same kids that were counted as the low-income students that helped get the funding for the school. Okay, so you take the low-income students that live in that region. That is where the amount of funding is going to come from, but those are not necessarily the students that actually need help in school. They may be doing great. They may be making straight A's. Who knows? So once the money has been determined by the number of low-income students, then those funds are going to be used based on the needs assessment to help the students that need the most help in that school. They may not be the same kids as were counted for low income. So keep that in mind. And if you need ideas of how to work with those students or how to come up with, to look at the needs assessment and determine what students are going to be eligible for services, you can look in the monitoring document under the target assistance part, and there's some ideas there that can help you. Most common issues that we see when monitoring are listed here. I'll just let you read them real quick. This PowerPoint is also, of course, in the conference website, so you can go back and look at that. And then keep in mind that it's your job to go through the formal complaint to the ombudsman. The process that takes, you have to go through that with the private school, and you need to have them sign the ombudsman procedures assurance form, and that is in the document eGap at document library. Once they've signed it, you need to put it back in under your school. Another thing, this is Dr. Calandra Hawkins is our state ombudsman. And so this is her contact information if you need to share that with the private school. All right, so that's all the old information. Here's the new stuff that you did not hear at Mega if you were there. So the project that we've been working on lately, and that has kept me from doing your S or ARPs, those of you that are in my region, is EANS. EANS is the Emergency Assistance to Non-Public Schools program. And the purpose of it is to provide services or assistance to eligible non-public schools in the wake of COVID-19. Congress established a separate program under GEAR to specifically work with private schools. It is separate from the equitable services that you would normally provide, and so it doesn't go through the LEA, it goes through the State Department. So this has been a big learning curve for us, because for the first time we're actually having to purchase things for schools. We're kind of seeing what you guys have to do on a regular basis, and it has been interesting to say the least. We are the ones that are responsible for monitoring and providing the services to those private schools for these funds. You still will be providing your equitable services for your title funds, but these funds we are responsible for. These are a list of the things that we can purchase for schools or reimburse them for with EANS funds. It's mostly things to address COVID. Most of it has to do with either sanitation, PPE, or distance learning, or to address loss of learning in the schools. So lots of computer equipment that helps with hybrid or with distance learning is involved. All the items that have a star by them are items that we were allowed with EANS 1 to reimburse the school for. So it started, I think, March 13th of 2020. Anytime, if the school decided to buy computers, let's say they bought Chromebooks for all the students in their school, they could be reimbursed for that with these funds. EANS 2, which is about to start tomorrow, actually, does not allow for reimbursements. So we are only allowed to purchase items directly for the schools. We will not be reimbursing schools using those funds. So that's going to be real fun. And the difference with EANS 2 is they are requiring a minimum poverty threshold, and we're still waiting to hear back from the feds as to what that poverty threshold is going to be, but they have to meet that minimum requirement at their school. So this is just a brief timeline of EANS 1, which is pretty much already passed. We're getting to the end of it right now. That's why I kind of have a sigh of relief before we start into EANS 2. We are almost done purchasing things for the schools. We do have, because we are allowed to do reimbursements, we are going to continue to reimburse some schools for items as they purchase them and come in, but those items have already been approved. So we kind of know what to expect with that. But we're basically approximately $32 million of the $45 million granted from the federal government has been obligated, and all of these funds have to be spent by September 30th of 2023. EANS 2 starts tomorrow, and so the government had to submit our application by today. We will make the EANS 2 application available tomorrow. So when the EANS 1 occurred, it kind of took us off guard. It was something that was unexpected. We did not have a lot of time to plan how we were going to get this information out to private schools. One thing that we've learned is we do not collect very good records of private schools in the state because it's not a requirement for us to do so. And so contacting these private schools to let them know that EANS exists has been a real problem. So the first round, we only had about 45 schools participate. And we have way more private schools than that in the state. So we're trying to do a better job this time of getting the information out to the schools. And so we're gonna post. We've created a link where they can sign up for an email or a mailing list. I'm gonna show you that in just a second. And we are going to be having more informational meetings so that we can tell them the types of things that are allowable and not allowable to purchase. And we're going to do that on September 20th. And then we'll start accepting applications on the 21st. Those applications will be due by October 29th. And we have to have them approved or denied within 30 days of them submitting to us. So we'll be done with that by the end of November. And then we'll start purchasing in December. So here's what I need from you guys. I wanted to make sure that you were aware of this program because you may go out to schools and see this equipment because it will have state tags on it. Or a lot of it will, not all of it, but a lot of it will. But what I need from you, I think Jason is putting up a flyer right now, is because I've spent the past week, myself and Brittany spent time looking up email addresses for the schools to get out a flyer. He's trying to post that right now, but I'm going to send this. We have this flyer now on the conference website, and I'm going to ask your representatives to send it directly to you. And if you would please pass it on to the private schools that you serve, that would be great. I know that not all of us have the greatest relationship with some of the private schools in our area, but keep in mind, this money, if we don't spend it, it doesn't go to the public schools, it goes back to the federal government. We have to send it back to the feds. So we want to spend every penny of it that we can and not send it back. So please, please, please help us get the word out. Talk to your private schools and encourage them to participate in EANS because it really is a great program. It's a great way for them to get some help at their school and get some extra funding and some extra supplies for their students. All right. If you have any questions, I will be in the unconference. If you have specific questions about private schools, you can also leave something. You can leave a question on the parking lot, and we'll address it later.
Thank you, Amanda. So one thing I wanted to say, just being totally transparent, Amanda mentioned to you guys that with EANS 1, we had a small number of private schools that we service. Basically, everyone who requested something and they were eligible, they got everything they asked for. We didn't have to look at poverty. We didn't have to look at anything else because I'm embarrassed to tell you how much of the $45 million that we spent. I won't even tell you, but anyway, we kind of got our hands slapped from the feds. So I'm just being totally transparent and honest because we're not required to collect data as a state. They're not required to tell us anything, how many students they have or, other than what's in the state code, which is very minimal. We didn't even have email addresses for a lot of them. So with the small timeline that we had, we did the best we could. Federal government doesn't care. They need us to do a little better, a lot better than we did. So we've done a lot of things since then. As Amanda said, they went through and tried to pull information. We have this flyer where we're getting their information for the private schools. We're going to send stuff out to them. We hired 5 retired state employees throughout the state, and they're going to work in their respective areas to pull them in to let them know we have this program. We're going to do a media blast. So we're going to try as best we can to do our part. If at the end of the day we still don't spend all of the next $45 million that they're sending us, then oh well, but at least we can say we've done our part. And so, as Amanda said, we really need you guys to help us. We don't want you going out of your way to do a whole bunch of stuff. We're not asking you to collect applications, send stuff out, or any of that. But if you know there's a private school, in the larger private schools, we have those. Those are the ones that are contacting us. It's the smaller schools that are, or in rural areas, some of them, that don't know, and we don't know that they exist. So as you know of those schools, if you would help get the word out and just send the flyer to us. If there are any questions or anything, any issues that you hear from the private schools, just help us with that. And again, we have liaisons that we've hired that are going to work, the retired state employees, but it's kind of like everybody's thing. We need everybody to help us out. And I think about it this way, because I'm a proponent of public schools 100%, but I think about it this way. When the kids leave the private schools, they're coming back to us. So they're all our kids. So when you think about it like that, we just want everybody to do what you can to help us, please. Thank you.
So really quick, this is what the flyer looks like I'm going to send you. And what's really important is they join this mailing list. One thing that we've learned as we've contacted a few of the private schools is that some of them really just don't want to be contacted from any government thing at all. And so we don't want to keep sending them emails if they don't want it. So if they'll join the mailing list, those are the people that we're going to send information to once they're on there. So encourage them to do that.
Okay. I think we're up. Hi, I'm Beth Joseph, and I work in federal programs, and today I have the privilege of presenting with Leah Johnston. Leah is from LEA Accounting, and we have Tina Kirkpatrick in here from LEA Accounting. She's in the back, and we work very closely together. Just as we want you all to work closely with your CSFOs, we do at the department. I think I call Leah, I don't know if it's daily or weekly.
We talk daily.
We do. And she has such a sweet, small voice, and I'm a loudmouth, so you're going to have to talk into the microphone so they can hear you. But we wanted to present on EGAP and some of the reminders that we need to let you know about, and from the federal programs side and the LEA accounting side, and how we work together. So we'll go ahead and try to get started with that. Yeah, I can see. That's great. This is a waiver. If you were involved in federal programs last year, our state received a waiver from the U.S. Department of Education. Well, we've applied again. They've allowed for that waiver to occur. We did not know. Many of you asked during the year, are we going to get the waiver again? Well, once we received the information that we could apply, we have applied. This is a copy of the memo, a screenshot, and I believe it went out August the 27th, around about that. So we haven't received a reply yet, but we do expect to receive the waiver. So if indeed we do, then if you needed to carry over more than 15% for Title I carryover, it would be allowed, and it would not count against you for the one. You can only do it one every 3 years. And some of you have already sent us those letters. So if you've done that and we've approved it, if we receive this letter, this will not count as your 1 year, okay? Also, you'll have more time to expend those funds, the current year funds. It will allow that for all of the consolidated application funding sources for Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, Parts A and B, Title V, and McKinney-Vento. It does not pertain to the SIG grant, though. So if you have a SIG grant, this waiver does not pertain to that. And once we do get our answer from the federal government, we will certainly get that out to you all so you will know, okay? Just a reminder, when you're using EGAP, I know it's kind of slow, like me. It gets slower and slower, but it gets kind of frustrating. We were doing our EGAP consultations yesterday, and we just had to be patient. But try to use these browsers for the optimal experience. That's what HMB says, and we want our optimal experience. So try to use one of those. And hopefully, we are going to upgrade the system. We're going to be working on that this year. We hope to get that out by next fall. We shall see, because that's our goal. Okay? Other reminders, administrative cost. These are reminders for each of these funding sources for Title I. If we get the waiver, this would be one of the things that could be waived. But if we do not, then with Title I, you can only carry over 15%. That's your admin and indirect costs together. That's what your administrative cost. Did I say that wrong? I'm sorry, that was carryover. I get that. For your admin cost, you can. No, it would not apply to this. Admin cost is the same. Thank you. This is why I have her. The admin cost is 15% with your indirect costs for Title I. Yes. Yes. And then the admin limitation cap for Title II is 5%. Then you get 2% with Title III, 5% for 5. And Title IX has changed. Talk about that.
It's changing to 10% in 22, but for 21, it's still the 5%.
And Title IX is McKinney-Vento, correct?
It's homeless, yes.
Okay, reminder, in EGAP, capitalized equipment. If you are going to make a purchase and the unit price of the object is over $5,000, you must put it in EGAP on the capitalized equipment page, and you need to get prior approval before you actually order it, and you need to fill out everything that's on there, okay? And if you have any questions about that, please see me or anybody in federal programs, and we'll talk you through that. That's just a reminder, because we've had some that have already purchased it, and it may not have been allowable. Then we got into some different gray areas there, so let's not do that. Okay, reminding you of rank and serve with Title I and the building eligibility page. Okay. So I did a session on this, or we did a session on this, Mandy and I, at Mega, because when we're talking about rank and serve with the schools in Title I, we're seeing some different anomalies. And I know our poverty was a little bit different last year because of COVID. We don't know if we'll get another waiver dealing with your poverty data this coming year or not from the U.S. Department of Ed. We haven't received anything on that yet. But just some reminders. When you're looking at rank and serve with your Title I schools, you must serve those above 75% first. You've got to do that first, okay, before you do anything else. Any school whose poverty is above 75, they must be served first, and they must get the highest amount of your PPA or your per pupil allocation, okay? They must get the highest amount. Then after you serve the above 75%, or if you don't have any, you can do one of two things. You can do strict rank order and use the district-wide poverty data, the district-wide poverty. You can do that, or you can do grade span grouping. And if you choose to do grade span grouping, then you can use the district-wide poverty data, poverty average, or you can use each grade span's poverty average, okay? And there's several of you that are looking at into grade span groupings for various reasons. I don't know if Stephen Franks is here from Talladega County or not, but he and I have been working on this for, he was looking at his numbers right after Labor Day last year, the 20th after Labor Day, and decided that they're going to do, instead of doing rank order, they're doing grade span grouping. The whole district is doing grade span grouping. And he's doing true grade span grouping. And then he's also doing where they're using the grade spans average to rank and serve within that grade span. And it's going to allow him to focus on the elementary to get them at the younger. Instead of having to give more PPA money to the high schools, he can do it by doing grade span grouping. It's all in the eligibility and attendance guidance. And if you would like to talk, I'd love to talk to you about it one-on-one, and we could look at some of the possibilities that you could do. But that's what, and talk to Stephen Franks. It's going to be interesting because we even worked how we could put it into EGAP to show it on the PPA page the right way, okay? And he even had this situation. He only has one school that is K through 12. So that is not a grade span. If you had more than one school, I believe Crenshaw County has K through 12 schools, like 3 of them. Well, that's their grade span then, okay? But if you have one K through 12 school, that's not a grade span in and of itself. You have to determine most of the population in that school, where would those kids go? And in his case, it was K through 5. And that's where he put that grade span. That K-12 school is in that grade span because that's where the majority of the students were located, okay? Now, and so you would have to do that. Now, all of this, the rank and serve, just as a reminder, is if you have a virtual school, that it's a school cost center, they follow the same rules as a brick and mortar school with rank and serve. I say, so keep that in mind. And if you have any questions, there's Melinda, Mandy's, or myself's contact, and we'll be happy to talk one-on-one with you. I will also be in that unconference session if you'd like to talk about that, okay? Required set-asides. Okay, so we're going to talk about the set-asides page in EGAP. These are the required set-asides right here. You've got, if like Amanda Ryland was talking about earlier, you've got private schools participating in Title I. That's going to come off the top. And those of you that have worked with it, it'll go automatically to the set-asides page after you put the number of private schools in there, private students in there, I should say. Also, the 1% set-aside. If you receive, your Title I allocation is over $500,000, you must have the 1% set-aside for parent and family engagement, with 90% of that 1% going to schools and the remaining 10% staying at the district. And then the last one is homeless. If you receive Title I, you must have a set-aside for homeless. It needs to be an appropriate set-aside based on your needs assessment that you all determine. These are optional. The rest of them are optional. Whether you take admin, indirect costs, those are all optional. And I will not read all of those, but if you have any questions about that, see me, but the rest of those are optional. Now Leah's going to tell you the fun stuff.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. One thing I wanted to talk about is on the set-aside page, the set-asides are only calculated on your current year allocation. Your carryover is not included at that portion of the EGAP application. And we have specific coding and accounting that we look for in the accounting file to make sure that these set-asides are correct. And I'll go over some of that. First of all of the set-asides have to be coded to a pooled cost center, which means it's an 8,000 range cost center, except for the 90% of the 1% of parent and family engagement, because that amount goes to the actual local school cost centers based on the PPA page. When we look for admin, we look for a 6,000 function code. And indirect cost is included in that, but you can pull it out by looking at object code 910. Professional development, we use function 2215. Now, neglected isn't by function code, but it's by a program code that identifies those expenditures, and it's program 1850. Delinquent is program 1890. English language acquisition is program 1851. Then we get to the parent and family engagement. We usually look for that under function code 2190, maybe object code 413. It can be other object codes, but that's where we start. And that's just for the 10% of the 1%. Migrant set aside, we use a program code 1852. Homeless, program code 1750. Comprehensive support and targeted activities is a program code 1815. And then if you're using transportation on the set-asides, we usually just make sure that you have that dollar amount coded to a transportation function code and program code, which the function's in the 4,000 range and the program code is in the 8,400 range. All of these are noted in our desk review that's online. It's on our website. It's in a temporary location on the website. I think you go under students and parents, and it drops down to LEA accounting. But the desk review is in there that lists all of these codes and everything that we check.
As Leah talked about with the parent and family engagement, there are 4 validations in EGAP, business rules, that make it, and what they are saying is that you have to have that. If you get over 500,000, like I said earlier, then you must set aside 1% of your total allocation. That's one of them. The other one talks about you must have 90% of that 1% going to the schools, and that's another one. The other one is the 10% of the remaining 10% must stay at the district cost center, like she just talked about. And if you have anything over that, you can go above that, but you just cannot go below the 1%, the 90, and the 10%. And the difference is, in EGAP, those are errors that you get warnings and you get errors. If you get a warning, you're still able to push through your application to us at the department. If you get an error, it will not allow it to come to us. You have to fix that before it can be even approved and sent to us. If you're having trouble with that, just call your specialist or anybody and we'll help you determine how to get rid of that error. EGAT reminder also with parent and family engagement, the worksheet. When you're doing your parent and family engagement worksheet, make certain you use low income. What's it saying? I can't even see it from here.
Public low income.
Public low income number, not the recalculated. If your CEP, a lot of you will want to use that recalculated. Do not do that. Everybody needs to use, for your Title I schools that you're serving, the low income, okay? And then, go ahead, that's you.
Like I said earlier on the set-asides, it's only on the current year allocation. So this next slide shows that if you are going to use your carryover and send it to the schools, the amount you're sending to the schools goes below the Title I adjusted allocation, and it's carryover or additional funds for PPA. It's only the amount going to the schools. If you're using a portion of it as a district initiative and it's coded to an 8,000 range pooled cost center, then you'll have to take your carryover minus your district initiatives to come up with the net amount to go on this line. And if you're using everything for a district initiative, that line will just be zero. It won't be anywhere on the page. The carryover won't.
And if you look at this slide, to piggyback off what she's saying, it shows you exactly where to put your carryover if it's going to the schools, where the arrow is. If it's not, it does not go below there, even if you're going to a district initiative, because you're not going to mix year 0 with year 1 at the bottom, just as she said. Okay? It talks about the percentage of carryover. We've already talked about that, and you have 27 months for the tidings amendments, which Title I is. All right, for carryover notes, we talked about not putting it below the line for district initiatives. The one thing I want to mention on this slide is this. Materials and supplies cannot be bought out of the central office with carryover funds and given out to the schools randomly. Sometimes when we see, when the deltas come, those of you that have been doing EGAP for a while, that's the changes on the funding side. And when we see a delta when we're looking for carryover funds, sometimes we'll see a delta, and the only delta we see is on the budget grid for Title I. We go to the budget grid, we only see one delta, and there's $150,000 added to materials and supplies for instruction. Okay, so my question is, how is that a district initiative? Now, it can be, okay, but how is it a district initiative? And so sometimes when we make a phone call, because there's no comments in the log or anything like that, we're like, all right, so tell me what you're doing with the $150,000 for materials and supplies. Oh, we just use our carryover there because we're going to buy materials and supplies for August and September of the next school year. Well, how do you give that out to all your schools? You may be serving them out of rank order if you do it that way, out of the central office cost center. Plus, do they all need the same supplies? The schools really need to have that insight as to what are the supplies we need at our elementary school versus the high school to get started. That probably should have gone on the PPA page and given it out to them that way. Now, when it could be a district initiative is, let's say, we're going to fund summer school or a summer enrichment program out of Title I. Part of our carryover of that $150,000, $100,000 is going to go to running that summer enrichment program, and the $50,000 is going to go for materials and supplies for that summer enrichment program. That would be a district initiative, okay? So if you have any, and some of you, let's start thinking about this in the future, because we've been noticing some things when we've been looking at carryover this year. So if you have any questions, like I said, talk to me or Melinda or anyone, and we'll be happy to go over that. On this one, comments in the log, it does help us if anytime you do a revision in EGAP, and you can do a revision as many times as you need to, if you will put a comment in the log as to really what you're doing, that helps direct us in the right place so that we don't have to reread the whole thing, and it will help us in getting you a timely response, okay? And if you look at the two examples that I gave you, one is kind of vague. We don't need a dissertation, but if you will kind of be targeted, especially with carryover, then that would be very helpful to us as to where to go, that it's a district initiative or it really should have been going to the schools, those kinds of things, and how you're using those funds. Okay, that's you.
Or me. One thing we always look at is on the PPA page, if you look at column G, the amount at the bottom, always make sure that does tie back to what is on the set-aside page. It should show you at the bottom of the set-aside page that that's the amount you're sending to the schools. The remaining amount should be zero or as close to zero as possible, and it should never be negative, because if it's negative, you're allocating more money than you actually have.
And there's an example of what the negative looks like, is parentheses around the number. And it's so easy not to see those parentheses, but if there is parentheses around the number in that little box, we have to send it back, even if it's 0.01, a penny, okay?
And let me add this also, if you go back to the set-aside page and you're gonna add or send your carryover to the schools, make sure that you go back to the PPA page and allocate that carryover out to get it down to zero. If not, it'll show like $100 and something thousand, or so. You'll have a big balance and it'll get sent back.
Private school allocation, this page, it used to be on the PPA page, but now it's on the building eligibility page. So if you have any private school students taking Title I funds, or they're participating for Title I funds, you put the number of the students on the building eligibility page, and then it populates over to the set-asides page.
And remember, for your private school allocations or the amount going to your private schools, we check that under function 9200 with a program code of 4900. FTEs is another issue that we usually have. They can be so confusing, I know. But when you look at the top part of the application under personnel, that's your bodies that you have, the number of people in the system. When you get to the FTEs, the full-time equivalent, that's the percentage of time that that body is working in that program. So an example, if you had a person for 3 months out of the 12 months, then their FTE is a 0.25. And all federal FTEs have to be programmatically approved. We get down a lot of times in the year-end closeout, and we'll see federal salaries paid that were not included in the budget. At that point, the application has to be revised to add those additional people, because we can't allow your financials to be approved if you're paying for salaries for people that were not programmatically approved.
And to piggyback off what she just said, when we do our compliance monitoring and we look at the gross employee salary report, we're looking at FTEs for like paid out of 4110 Title I. We're making certain that that is how many you have in EGAP and in the electronic file. Mm-hmm. So we're all trying to make certain that that's matching. And like Leah said, as the year goes on, people move, and accounting people move. You know, how much is being paid out of here, or payroll, and then the federal programs person may not even know that until we look at it. So spot checking those types of things is very helpful. And notice FTE is full-time equivalent. So if you have part-time workers, remember we added last year that part-time box, okay? That's where you would put the number of people. You don't have to put FTEs for part-time or stipend or anything like that, but for full-time equivalent.
I wanted to go over some of the specific ways we look at the different programs, so I just pulled them one by one, and we'll start with migrant, because we've already talked about Title I. We view and look at the FTEs in every program that we look at and verify that they are correct or very close. We look at the estimated cost of each program, so if it says you're paying certified salaries out of a program, then we look for 010 to 099, because those are the object codes for certified people. We look, if they're saying that they have professional development there, we look at function 2215 to make sure that they're really close. They can be off slightly, but we like to see them fairly close. So in our opinion, as accountants, we don't read the plan inside. We just look at what you list in this estimated cost and try to trace the dollars to the accounting file. 4116, you can have 0 admin in this program. None. No indirect costs, no admin, nothing. And I do have a typo on the top of this one. All of the expenditures in this program and fund source have to be coded to program code 1890. I had a typo and put 1810, so I apologize for that. 4120, which is your school improvement. We look the same way. We look to see if there's any FTEs there. We look to see what you're doing with the money, try to trace in and tie it down to the dollars that you've listed in the estimated cost as best we can. Title II, same thing. This one is a little easier to check actually because it's mostly either instructional expenditures or some kind of PD or retention. So it's a lot easier to trace in these dollars because we look, if you're reducing your class size, then you're paying teachers in the classroom and that should be function 1100. If you're paying private school, remember it's 9200 function with a 4900 program. Title III is a little different just because your admin limitation is 2%. So if you have indirect cost rate above 2%, you're capped at 2%. You can't take your full indirect cost rate. There's also the immigrant portion of this grant, and if you are required to use a portion of that money for immigrant students, you have to use a special use code, which is 0073. And where we look for that in the application is towards the bottom, there is an immigrant portion in the application, and we look to try to make sure that what you list there ties to the amount you're required to pay. 5B is the same thing. Usually you can take your full indirect cost on this one unless it's above 5%. We look for PD expenditures and function 2215, we tie any FTEs, and we just try to balance the estimated cost with how it is listed in the accounting file. Do any of y'all have 21st century grants? Okay. All of these are checked like if you have more than one site. If you have 5 sites, it's like 5 reviews because we have to check each one of them by cost center. So you can see on the left that that's one that had multiple cost centers. You do the drop-down box and it lists each site. So then we have to click on a site and go to the related documents of that portion. I think it's Form 8. It's your expenditure summary detail, and there's an example of it next. We pull those down and actually tie all of these expenditures the way that they're listed on the left and what they actually are. They do have percentages on this grant. For professional development, you're limited to 5% of the current allocation. Admin, you're limited to 20% of the current allocation. And for transportation, you have 25% that you can use, but it's only of the current allocation. We usually like to see these expenditures coded to function 9130 because they are extended day or after school. They're not during your regular school hours. And this is another one that if you do have carryover from one year to the next, you need to make sure you go into this related document, the Form 8, and add that carryover. You would also need to update it if you change the way you were spending any of the funds at the site. Homeless, this is, we check it the same way. FTEs, if there are any, we check estimated cost. This is a reminder, though, that your admin rate will be increased to 10% in this fund source. Now, this is a list of reports that you can pull down in AIM. If you don't have access to it, then your CSFO does, and they can pull them for you, and they really will help you in planning for your program. You can pull the EGAP grid. Once the funds are entered into the accounting system, you can go into AIM and pull down a grid, and it mirrors the EGAP grid that's in the application, so you should be able to easily key it, and the two will match when we do the review. The one thing to remember, though, is if you do revise the accounting file for some reason, or if that's revised, you need to make sure it still agrees with the grid and revise the application. There's a fund source financial. As you can see, the first column is actually your last approved budget from the accounting system. This one is 00, which means it's still the original budget at this time. The final budget numbers will not show up in this column until the button is pushed by us at our office that your final budget amendment has been approved. But you can look at this report because it shows your budget, and then the middle column is actually what you've actually spent in those line items. So if you haven't budgeted something, you can easily say, hey, I need to go back in and revise or amend because I'm buying computers and I didn't budget for them, something like that. And it's easy, you know, you can do that throughout the year. It's also good for your year-end close because you can see if you have a 10% variance in any of your major function program codes. If you do, you either have to correct it if it is a true error, revise EGAP, or you can submit a waiver to federal programs to get it approved that you overspent by more than 10%.
And to reiterate what she just said about looking at those reports, if we come to monitor and we're looking at your financials and you did spend something in a line item that you did not budget for, we do question that as to why you did not make that revision through, especially if it's at the end of the year. And we do look at the variances as well.
The next report is your indirect cost earned versus budgeted, and there's also an indirect cost actual. I can't remember what it said it was, but anyway, it's when your financial statements. And this will show you if you had any expenditures in that fund source that are excluded from the indirect cost rate, like your capital outlay is excluded. It'll show you your indirect cost rate that is in EGAP and that that you were entitled to take. It shows the amount calculated based on these numbers minus the excluded expenditures, and it shows the amount you either budgeted or actually paid. If you have a negative in the variance column, that means you have overpaid or over budgeted your indirect cost in that program. We get a lot of questions on the allocation process. The allocations for the federal grants is if they're going into EGAP, they're loaded once the allocations are emailed out to all of the CSFOs. That means Dr. Mackey has signed it, it's final. Well, when it's loaded into EGAP, that's when you can start the budget process. You can go in and do your application. The application has to be final approved for the dollars to load into your ES2. And once they load into your ES2 for original allocations, you can start drawing the money down. There is a slight variance on some of the competitive funds. It's changed over the last year or two because you have to actually apply for the funds, you do the application, you may not be awarded exactly what you requested, so then you have to go back in and revise to your actual allocation amount, and then when it's approved, the funds are loaded. Now, your carryover funds are not loaded until first your financial statements have to be submitted and approved. These are due November the 1st. Once your financial statements are approved, then you have to do the final expenditure report, or we call it the FER. When the FER is approved, carryover automatically loads into each of the grant applications in EGAP so that you can go in and start budgeting your carryover. It does, once the application's final approved with your carryover in it, those funds do load into the ES2 so you can draw it down, but you can only draw it down if your system-wide budget amendment has been approved. That's for your regular funds. I think we are going to have an exception for the ARP ESSER and homeless. Which that's what this is for. It's very important. Since the ARP ESSER and the ARP Homeless 1 were loaded into the 2021 fiscal year, before that FER could be started, all applications have to be final approved. You also cannot have an ES2 outstanding. So you have to, close to year end, you just need to make sure that you have an approved application and all your ES2s are approved, and that way when we check the financials and get ready to do the FER can be done and can be started and completed, which will load those allocations into your ES2, or to your applications, I'm sorry. Then you need to go in as quickly as possible and do your application for ARP ESSER and ARP Homeless 1. Because until those applications are approved, you can't draw down the money because it's not going to be in the ES2 for you to get.
Did y'all get all that? So kind of digest what she's saying about what to do with ARP ESSER and the homeless. What's it called? ARP homeless. ARP homeless. The ARP homeless one. Okay? We need to get those applications approved and make certain that there's no outstanding ES2s.
Right.
Is that correct? No outstanding ES2s. So that's kind of where we're working with you on that. We know that time is a ticking, so that's what we really need to concentrate on.
I'm thinking that with the ARP money, that once you do get it budgeted in 22 and request it, I don't think they're going to hold up paying that money until your system-wide budget amendment's done, because some people, we don't get a system-wide amendment until July. So you don't want to wait that long. But it will hold up your regular Title I special ed and all those funds. Your superintendent should be allowed or able to set up any new users that you ever need. But it's only if he or she has the system administrator role. So if nobody has that, then you can't set up users in your system, or whoever does have it can set up new users. So if you ever need a new user and nobody in your system knows how or doesn't have the role, just call me or email me. And I would like for it to come from the superintendent, to be honest, but I would need the name of the person, their email address, their phone number, and what roles they would need. For example, they're going to be the homeless coordinator or the 21st century coordinator. I would need to know specifically what access they would need in EGAP, because there's different roles for each program pretty much.
And this is Leah's, that's your desk number, is that correct?
That's my desk phone, my direct line.
That's her direct line. And she's L. Johnston at
Yes.
ALSDE.edu. Now, we had a couple of questions on the board over there. Can you further explain the correlation between a school's ASIP and budget and NextGen, specifically the function and program and specific object codes? The school's CIP budget would be rolled up to the district. They would look at their needs assessment, determine how they're going to spend that Title I allocation at that school cost center, give it to the federal programs person who would also work with the CSFO, and depending on what it is, if they're paying for personnel, like teachers or parapros, that would go under instruction, $1,100, or materials and supplies that could be $1,100, and that, so it depends on what is being spent at the school level as to what the specific function and object code would be. But we would help you with that if you have any specific questions as to where something should go. Then the other one we had is, what is the accounting program code to get NextGen to recognize comprehensive support and targeted support activities on the consolidated set-asides page?
That was program 1815.
Any other questions real quick before we turn it over to Dr. Killingsworth? I know this is very exciting, but anyway, y'all have a great lunch. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Oh, question. Where are we?
If it is targeted, use 1815, and I would say put it on the targeted line, not professional. Yeah, because we pull those out separately. Like, we'll pull that out just by program 1815. And when we look at professional development, if it has one of those special program codes, we reduce the amount to come up with that set aside. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I am aware that I'm standing between you and lunch, so I will make this quick. I want to share with you a new competitive grant that we're starting this year, and in the unconference session, if you have any questions, I'll be in that session with several other staff members to address any questions. We'll also have a more in-depth WebEx to go through it, and we will create FAQs based on the questions you guys have as well. So this is the grant. It's called the CHANCE grant, competitive grant, creating high achieving networks and cultivating excellence. So just to give you a brief overview, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you we have a short timeline as far as, do I have to click? I have to hold that. Okay. We have a very short timeline, but I have awesome staff, so I know we're gonna get it done. And the application, once you see the application, is not that it's really not that difficult. We are intentionally making it easy for you guys to just tell us what it is you're trying to do, how it's going to impact student achievement, which of the categories that it fits in. So. Every child, every chance, every day. You guys know that's Dr. Mackey's strategic, that's his mission, that's our theme, that's what we're focused on. And so as we think about the different schools that we have, the different identified schools that we like to say, the different groups, who can benefit from this, there are 3 different categories. Number 1, your CSI schools. And you guys know the schools that are CSI, for the most part, if they're not a high school, they receive a certain amount of money. If they are a high school identified as CSI only because of grad rate, as of right now, they don't receive any money. So those schools can apply for this. If they identify as a CSI school, they can apply for this. Also, ATSI schools can apply for this. As you know now, we do not have an allocation for any ATSI schools or TSI. Well, now they can apply for this competitive grant. And then also, we have a large number of schools, high schools in the state, that have that gap between the graduation rate and the college and career readiness rate. And as of right now, we're not really supporting them a whole lot. So outside of what school improvement is doing, but we're not giving them any funds to do anything with. So those are the 3 categories that we're looking at. And so what we're looking at, we want schools to look at doing something innovative, something that they haven't done before. And so on the next slide, there are some examples. I'm just going to go through a few. So for example, for the CSI schools, if you have a school that wants to 100% get into standards-based instruction, and I'm just throwing that out, I don't care if they do that or not, but that's just an example. So that means standards-based instruction, that means educating everybody, professional development on what that is, what it looks like, what's your role, what's my role, having people in place to get it in place 100%, every single thing that you need to make that happen. Monitoring it, supporting it, whatever, they could do that with this. Any of those evidence-based programs that are on What Works Clearinghouse or Evidence for ESSER, you know, when ESSER first came out and we talked about evidence-based practices and programs, those were the 2 sites, and we often looked for those programs, and we saw those programs were way out of reach because they cost so much money. Well, now this is an opportunity for these schools to get into one of those programs, to get in one of those programs. I put BAR up there just so I would remember to let you guys know. I don't know those people. I'm not advertising for them, but they're one of the very few programs out there that addresses at the secondary level for middle and high school students. If you look on What Works Clearinghouse and you look for reading intervention, look for math, look for culture and climate, whatever it is, and you go to middle and high schools, there's not a lot there, but BAR is one of the few that's listed there, and it's reasonable. National board certification. If you have a school that wants to pursue 100% of their teachers getting national board certified, you can do that with this grant. I think that's a great use of the grant, actually. CHAMPS. If you're aware of CHAMPS, that's one of the, it addresses culture and climate and behavior with students, and a lot of the ATSI schools that are ATSI because they're special ed subgroups, some of them use CHAMPS, but these are just some examples. The next slide has the ATSI schools. And keep in mind, when we say ATSI, it could be ATSI or TSI schools for any of those subgroups. Special ed, EL, doesn't matter what the subgroup is. If the school is identified as ATSI, then they can qualify, they can apply for this grant. And so these are just a few suggestions. And again, it doesn't have to be one of these. The schools don't have to pick something that's on this slide. It may be something they want to do. There may be a school that heard Dr. Dickey at Mega Conference, and they want him to come in and totally help them redo the instructional framework. That's fine. Somebody may have heard Robert Jackson, and they want him to, but it's not just about paying for somebody to come. It's about what are you doing after that. So it's not just a one-time thing. We're going to totally redo the instructional framework, totally look at equity across the board, those types of things. Let's see. Okay, the next slide addresses the CCR and grad rate gap. The Johns Hopkins University Everyone Graduates Center, I know they do a lot with that. I'm somewhat familiar with it. I know school improvement, Office of School Improvement is probably more familiar with it than I am. If there's a school that they're not quite sure what's going on, but there's a significant gap between their graduation rate and their college career readiness rate, they might want to enter a partnership with them. AVID is another one that's really good. Each of these ideas, I think, are really good ideas. You know, advanced placement, there may be a school where they have a certain number of students that are in taking AP classes, but they don't support them. They're not able to support them. They don't have the money to pay the teachers to come up on Saturdays or to purchase the high dollar programs and supporting materials. This is something that can we can use for dual enrollment as well. You might want to, knowing that that's one of the college and career readiness indicators, you might want to see if you can get every kid, and there may be a lofty goal, but who knows, you know, see if you can get every kid after their 11th grade year to see how many can enroll in the dual enrollment, to make sure money is not a barrier. You know, if they can do the work, we want to make it where they can do that. So the next slide has the timeline. Again, this is a aggressive timeline, and so the grant application will be released on October 14th, and on that day, any FAQs that we get from you guys or that we think people will ask, we'll release that at that same time. The deadline, you'll have roughly 1 month, which is why we're telling you right now. We're gonna have a WebEx also and send that out, but you kind of have a heads up on what's coming. And then we're going to notify you right before Christmas, before we get out for Christmas, and we plan to start awarding funds in January. And so just so you know, the initial plan was to discuss it now, roll it out in January, and then have it full force next year for the 22-23 school year. But because of several other things going on, we need to kind of spend the money now. One of the questions I know somebody's thinking, well, how much money are we talking about? So honestly speaking, and y'all know I try to be transparent, we haven't really answered that yet. In my head, based on what I know we have, schools can apply from anywhere from $200,000 to $500,000. Now that's Molly talking. Nobody above Molly approved that, so I need to get that approved before that goes out in writing somewhere. But based on what I know we have, and then what we also want to do, we want to have some flexibility, so we don't necessarily want to say we will award 2 schools in each category. We will award this because we may only get X number to apply, and we might want to fully fund all of them. So we want to have some flexibility. By October 14th, we'll know the answer to that question, though. Any questions you have, please email. And again, we developed an email address for this. It's chanceapps@alsde.edu. I'm sorry? That's a great question. So, in my head, her question was, when do the funds have to be expended? So what I'm thinking is, we will make it, I want to make it where it's renewable for 3 years, and so we want to make it renewable for 3 years, but after each year, it's not an automatic that you get it. We have to see that you're doing something. And so let me say this real quick, and then I'm going to let you guys go. So say, for example, I'm going to use the example of the standards-based instruction. We're doing standards-based instruction at my school. While I'm getting the money in January, there's not a whole lot I can do between January and May, but I can let everybody know. I can start having some professional development. I can develop a timeline. I can notify the parents, have meetings with the community. And so those might be some of the deliverables in order to get it funded for the upcoming school year. Does that make sense? All right, thank you guys so much. If you have any questions, we'll answer them in the unconference session. And when we return from lunch, please go directly to your breakout session. Yes, you may leave your stuff in here. You can leave stuff in here.
Finish for today. We thank you for your patience. Ooh, water. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, I'm Jocelyn Reddick, a retired federal programs person from ALSDE. We want to take this opportunity to thank Linda Graham and Katie Porter from Riverside Technologies. We would like to give them a few minutes to share some information about their company.
Hi, and thank you so much for inviting me to attend your program today. I'm Linda Graham. I'm with RTI, Riverside Technologies, Inc., and we are a national dedicated team that helps create, manage, and simplify your IT environment. We are currently on the state contract and the ALJP. We're an E-rate partner. Some of the things that we provide, some of the solutions is classroom management, wireless and wireless assessments, managed services, E-rate, green delivery, and deployment services. I work with a lot of the districts throughout the state. I'm from Alabama originally. I was from Huntsville. I live in Montgomery now. But I would love the opportunity to work with you guys. If there's anything I can do to help you, please come by my booth right outside the door, give me a call, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Oh, one more thing I forgot. ECF funds. If you didn't file the first time, they're doing it again. So ECF, the new one starts, I think, the last week of September, and this time runs through about the middle of October. So that was for devices and hotspots, wireless hotspots. $400 per device, $250 per hotspot. So if you need help with that, you need a quote, can't find product, let me help you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right. Right before we close, we would like to have Karen Wynn and Christy Coley from the Renaissance. These will be our sponsors for the evening social.
Hey everybody, I'm Christy Coley with Renaissance. It is a privilege to be here with you guys today. So many of your names are familiar. I think we email back and forth and talk a lot. But we just want you to know that we love you all. We support you. We're thankful for the job that you do in Alabama to support our Alabama children. Both Karen and I live in the state. We have children that have gone through public schools, and so we are indebted to you and to what you're doing. And if there is ever anything that we could do to help you guys, you know where to find us.
And so thank you, Zella Ford. Where are you, Zella? I have not seen. There you go. Thank you so much for inviting us to come and sponsor this event. We'll start at 4:30. If you guys are not there, I'm going to have to start without you.
Thank you so much. Are you next? All right.
Forgot her voice is gone. Okay, before we go out to the reception, let me put this disclaimer out. I'm only here to show you. I am not the spokesperson for Power School. I cannot fix your problems, okay? But what we wanted to make sure is that you know where all of the federal data is for our students. So I'm just going through real quick to show you where the tabs, the federal programs tab is. So once a student is enrolled, or once you have a student in the system, so we already have students in there because they rolled over, okay? So if I wanted to check to see where their information was, to find the federal programs tab, I will select one of my students' names, or after I enrolled a student, I will click on their name. Once I click on their name to the left of the screen, I always have to go down to the state, province, and choose Alabama. Well, Alabama is beside it. I have to click on that because that's our custom screen. Okay, once we get there, we come to the next screen. We'll see 4 tabs across the top, and the third one from the left, reading from left to right, will be our federal programs tab, okay? Once I click on federal programs, the first section will be EL, immigrant, and migrant. So I could make sure all of my data, a lot of data, you know, for our migrant students is always pushed out from the state. If they're migrant, if you want to check for your ELs that are rolled over, I know we're not going to get into that. But if our students are there, that's where we will see our EL students, and as well as our immigrant students. All this is one screen. The next section of that, the next 2 sections, would be our homeless students, and then for if you're a targeted assistance school, you would pick the services. All that's on one screen. And then the last 2 sections would be 21st century and foster care. And foster care is pushed out too by DHR. Okay? So you'll get these screens, as well as, you know, in Schoology, there's some resources there, but we just wanted to make sure you knew where our federal programs information is. So when you're verifying your data with the student data portal, if anything is inconsistent or you feel like some students are not there, you would know where to go back and check, okay? Make sure you're checking your data monthly. We know there's some things going on with Power School and getting our information over from iNow, so you want to keep checking to make sure it's correct, because we know that you certified your data already for the new year, but then when the next school year comes, you want to make sure all your numbers are there. So don't stop sending us those emails, and if things don't look right, and we'll try to get the information from the right people to get it corrected. Okay? I know I went kind of fast, but I promised I was going to be done in 5 minutes. I think I did it. Okay. Any questions? Okay, before I sit down, if someone is here from Barber County, Anniston, and Gulf Shores, please see me before you leave or before you start socializing.
Thanks, Shalisa. Okay, before we head to the reception, there's a lost red sweater. Melinda has it up here. And then also the door prizes, we're going to draw all of them on tomorrow morning, right? Morning. And make sure you put your name in the, on the sticky note and put it back there in the bag to make sure you're not left out. And I need to see Tuscaloosa County, please. I forgot to touch bases with you earlier. Before you start enjoying the reception, please. You guys, thank you so much. I know there were a couple of unanswered, a couple of lingering questions, parking lot things. We're going to get to them first thing tomorrow. We're going to start with Kristen with homeless. We'll get to them first thing tomorrow morning before we get started. Thank you, guys. Enjoy your evening.
I got it.